Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 201, Recalling. Lumian was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise as he glanced at the vacant seat across from him. With a polite tone, he mustered, "Hello." In that instant, a memory from his sister Aurora flashed through his mind. She had once mentioned an intriguing phrase, expert consultation. Although I'm not entirely surrounded by invisible psychiatrists, there are two of them, and I can't detect them either. Lumian muttered inwardly. The woman sitting opposite him fell silent, while Susie's voice assumed a more relaxed and light-hearted tone. "It seems the newspaper has left a lasting impression on you. Does that mean it had a positive impact?" "Yes," Lumian replied candidly. He had reached a point where he could confront the emotional turmoil within him instead of burying it deep down. Otherwise, he would have tried to avoid any encounters with Red Boots Franca, as she invariably brought up Aurora. Naturally, this evoked intense waves of emotion. Susie skillfully redirected the conversation back to its original path. "If you wish to further investigate any unusual coincidences that have occurred during this period and identify their underlying sources, I can assist you. I won't delve directly into your memories, but I can awaken them all and present them chronologically before your eyes. Of course, this excludes those hidden deep within the recesses of your subconscious. They pose too great a risk," Susie explained. "Are you willing to give it a try?" Lumian didn't hesitate for a moment. Yes. Whenever he noticed any coincidences around him, he would occasionally recall his recent experiences and meticulously scrutinize the corresponding details. Now he was merely shifting to a more effective approach. "Lean back fully against the sofa, relax, and close your eyes." Susie's gentle voice reached Lumian's ears unhurriedly. Just as he adjusted his sitting position and prepared to calm his mind and close his eyes, a sudden volcanic eruption erupted within his thoughts. This unexpected attack caught him off guard, leaving his subconscious unable to effectively shield him. Magma and smoke burst forth like luminous specks, each containing a distinct scene. The multitude of glowing dots arranged themselves chronologically, giving Lumian the sensation of watching a play with himself as the central character. It unfolded in a blur, yet every detail remained vivid and complete. As the temperature soared, Lumian's mind raced, threatening to release wisps of white smoke. He witnessed each scene and recalled every detail, skillfully connecting them and searching for any abnormalities. Abruptly, a furrow formed on his brow, and he murmured in anguish, I've realized that the memory from before I returned to Aubaird's Ducote door after my prayer for a boon has vanished." Lumian's eyes widened, and his facial features contorted in visible distress. The memory that should have been present was now a void. In that moment, a gentle female voice resonated within his mind. "Has it truly vanished, or have you forgotten or overlooked it?" spoke the lady seated across from him, her tone devoid of its previous cheerfulness. Like a lightning bolt, it illuminated Lumian's mind, casting light into the darkest recesses beyond his subconscious. Lumian's expression grew increasingly pained, and he couldn't help but bow his head as he struggled to say, I see it. I was in conversation with the angel sealed within me. His name is Termaboros." At last, Lumian recollected something that had slipped his memory. The corruption contained within his left chest was, in essence, an angel who believed in inevitability, Termaboros. Initially, he had intended to seek guidance from Madame Magician on how to harness the angel's powers and avert any potential negative consequences, but he had completely forgotten about it. "Is this the corruption sealed within your body?" Susie's reaction appeared unsurprised, her voice maintaining a calm demeanor. Lumian instinctively exhaled, his fingertips reaching his forehead, already dampened with cold sweat. He truthfully replied, "Yes, he attempted to entice me into aiding his escape from the seal, but I refused. And then I simply forgot. This is truly bizarre. Termaboros is undeniably sealed within my body and can't break free, yet I was unwittingly affected by him. That's to be expected. One mustn't underestimate any angel, even when sealed." Susie offered an explanation to allay Lumian's immediate apprehension. "The unknown was always the most terrifying." She continued, "In ancient times, angels were also referred to as subsidiary gods. This implies that they possess the essence of a deity. Even when sealed, they can exert a certain influence upon the external world through various means. Did you, perhaps, believe that with the seal of the great entity, corruption upon your chest was more akin to a boon? As long as you follow the correct procedures at the appropriate stages, you shouldn't encounter any issues apart from enduring greater pain and assuming a certain risk of losing control." Lumian fell into silence, recognizing that he had entertained similar thoughts of late. You must remember that in such matters, the potency of a curse is no less than that of a boon, if not stronger, warned Susie. I don't know how Termaboros has influenced you, but given his belief in inevitability, I suspect his primary aim is to induce a deviation in your destiny. However, you needn't worry excessively. He is, after all, sealed, and his capacity for influence is considerably limited. Moving forward, as long as you continuously assess your condition and consistently seek guidance on your actions, you can largely circumvent this predicament. All right. Lumian retrieved a pen and paper and hastily jotted down a memo. The note pertained to consulting Madame Magician regarding Termaboros. He feared succumbing to the angel's influence from the realm of inevitability and forgetting these pertinent matters once the treatment concluded. Lumian carefully stored away his pen and paper, releasing a slow exhale. Now that I've recollected the events involving Termaboros, I feel considerably more at ease. It appears that my spirituality had detected something. I can perceive an improvement in your mental state, affirmed Susie, echoing Lumian's sentiments. Taking advantage of the moment, Lumian posed a question. Ladies, do you believe that Susanna Mattis has been fully eradicated by the official Beyonders? Or should I continue searching for clues at Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons to prevent her from launching another attack? Taking note of the time, Monsieur Ives, the landlord of Aubaird's Du Coq d'Or, should soon find himself in dire straits. Susie offered a gentle smile as she replied, the spectator path isn't well versed in divination. Seated across from Lumian, the invisible lady smiled and added, Madame Magician is a divination expert. Did she not provide you with an answer? Or perhaps her hidden message eluded your understanding. She didn't say anything. Lumian pondered for a moment, recalling Madame Magician's response regarding Susanna Mattis. Suddenly, he froze. Madame Magician had continuously guided him on how to resolve the issue with Susanna Mattis, subtly hinting that he should seek assistance from Mr. K. From a different perspective, she had never once considered the possibility that Susanna Mattis had been entirely eliminated. In her view, this predicament would undoubtedly resurface. Isn't it too ambiguous? Or does she assume it's self-evident and fails to emphasize it? Lumian mumbled to himself, nodding in realization. I know the answer. As Lumian spoke, he made a connection based on the manner and demeanor exhibited by the psychiatrist seated opposite him when addressing Madame Magician. Could they also be members of the secretive organization that employs tarot cards as their code names? To which cards do they correspond? After making some adjustments, Lumian sought clarification about his mental state. The mere thought of meeting Louis Lund fills me with anxiety, excitement, and adrenaline. I can't seem to control my emotions. Is this a severe psychological issue? Susie responded in a soothing voice. That's actually quite normal. People often exhibit similar behavior when it comes to matters they deeply care about. You're just a bit more intense than usual. If you didn't react this way, I would have been concerned that you were facing a more severe psychological problem and had repressed all your emotions. What you need to focus on now is not being fearful or overwhelmed, but rather learning to manage those emotions. Normal. Lumian felt reassured by Susie's explanation, and his concern regarding the matter at hand subsided, allowing his mental state to stabilize. He pondered and asked, manage them. How do I do that? Susie replied, the simplest method is to always remind yourself not to overreact. Whenever you feel a similar surge of emotions, take deep breaths and find your calm. It may sound easy, but in reality, it's quite challenging. When emotions flare up, it's difficult for humans to maintain rationality. They rarely think about controlling themselves. By the time they regain their composure, they often find that they've already made a mistake. I can set up a trigger for you. Once your emotional reactions exceed a certain threshold, it will remind you of my words and assist you in regaining your rationality, allowing you to attempt to regain control. This is a temporary solution. In the long run, it will depend on your own efforts. However, once you become accustomed to self-reflection during times of heightened emotion, the issue will become more manageable. Are you willing to give it a try? All right. Lumian had no qualms about accepting external assistance. At some point, Susie's voice took on an otherworldly and elusive quality. It felt as though she had said a great deal, yet Lumian couldn't recall a single word. The only thing he could remember was her concluding statement. The trigger has been set. If all goes well, it will last for 2 weeks, perfectly timed for your next session. At that point, we can decide whether to make any adjustments. Lumian briefly acknowledged her words and assessed his mental state. After more than 10 seconds, filled with both fear and anticipation, he inquired, is it possible for me to attempt to awaken more buried memories from my subconscious? Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 202, Analysis. Of course, came Susie's gentle voice, reaching Lumian's ears. Almost simultaneously, Lumian felt a weight pulling at his consciousness, dragging him down swiftly into deeper depths. Within a matter of seconds, his eyelids grew heavy, and he could not resist the urge to close them. His thoughts became muddled and indistinct. In his dazed state, Lumian appeared to transform into a spectral figure, floating through the familiar village of Cordu in the cloak of night. After an unknown duration, he caught sight of the onion-shaped cathedral, though his perception remained hazy. A concentrated beam of light emerged near its main entrance, while the rest of the darkness loomed like an ominous shadow. Lumian meandered aimlessly toward the adjacent cemetery. In the darkness, tombstones stood in silent formation, and trees assumed an eerie presence. A group of men were hauling a lifeless body toward a deep pit, preparing to cast it down. Beneath the faint glow of the crimson moon, one of the men lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings. His face, with black hair and piercing blue eyes, bore deep creases, as if shrouded in shadows. Pons Bene. Lumian snapped out of his reverie. The distance between them diminished instantly. Lumian lowered his gaze and beheld the corpse. The face of the lifeless body appeared swollen from water, drained of color. The brown hair clung damply to the head, while the brown eyes remained wide open, reflecting agony, indignation, and resentment. Raimund. A surge of intense hatred filled Lumian's heart as he hurled accusations at Pons Bene and his companions, giving vent to his emotions. It felt as if he had unleashed a torrent of curses, as if he had pounced on Pons Bene, the villain. It felt as if he was digging a profound pit with his bare hands. Dirt pierced his nails, uncovering another corpse at the pit's bottom. The girl's eyes, a shade of lake blue, bulged fiercely. Her face bore a bluish-purple hue, her mouth agape, and her neck showed evident signs of strangulation. She wore an expression of excruciating pain. Ava. Lumian shot up from his seat, propelled by intense emotions, and his eyes flew open. Puff, puff. Lumian stared at the vacant sofa opposite him in the booth, gasping heavily. The intense anger and hatred from his dream lingered, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. After a few moments, Susie's gentle voice broke the silence. "What did you see?" she asked. Lumian's face twisted slightly as he replied, his voice filled with pain. "I saw them. I saw Raimund and Ava's bodies. One of them drowned, and the other appeared to have been strangled to death. Pons Bene and his gang were burying their bodies in the cemetery next to the cathedral. I shouted at them, wanted to do something, and then I woke up." Susie listened attentively and spoke calmly. "This time, I didn't allow you to have a lucid dream. Instead, I let you experience certain subconscious scenes in the form of a dream. While it may not present the complete truth, it combines fragments of what actually happened. There might be overlaps in time or space, but the essential details remain intact. It provides us with a basis for interpretation." Lumian asked, his voice filled with anguish. "So you're saying that I really witnessed Pons Bene and the others burying Raimund and Ava's bodies in the cemetery?" "I'm not entirely certain," Susie analyzed. "What we can conclude so far is that Raimund was drowned by Pons Bene and his companions, and Ava was strangled to death by them. Their bodies were eventually buried somewhere in the cemetery, and you may or may not have been present at the scene. It's possible that you discovered it later and attempted to unearth their corpses as well as seek revenge on Pons Bene and his gang, but the outcome wasn't favorable. Otherwise, your recent dream would have reflected some of that content." Lumian fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "So that's what happened. I was wondering why Pons Bene and the others didn't kill me and toss me into the deep pit if I was truly there." Part of his anguish stemmed from a fear deep within him, a suspicion that he might have been in league with Pons and his gang. "We cannot dismiss the possibility that you were present at the scene and witnessed the entire incident, but there are numerous explanations. It may not be as you imagine it to be. They spared your life because they needed a vessel with exceptional physical attributes." Susie understood Lumian's doubts and resistance. Her words aimed to soothe him gently. "What I can affirm is that the anger, hatred, and desire for revenge you experienced in your dream were genuine. Those were your true emotions at that time. In other words, regardless of the circumstances, the deaths of Ava and Raimund have nothing to do with you." Upon hearing Susie's words, Lumian felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He slumped against the sofa, his strength draining away. His mind was now much calmer than before, and he no longer needed to maintain a facade of bravery. In the blink of an eye, an invisible warm breeze swept through his body and mind, soothing him completely. Susie's encouraging voice filled the air, her smile evident. Compared to our last session, you're in a much better state now. You showed courage sooner than I anticipated, facing the doubts and questions you were reluctant to confront. In the realm of psychology, this is a crucial indication that you're breaking free from the puzzle. Only by directly confronting the problem can you find a resolution. All right, that concludes today's treatment. You're ready to face Louis Lund, Madame Poalis, and the others. In that very instant, the composed Lumian pondered the words of Madame Magician, recalling her earnest advice. There is yet another matter. I may be compelled to believe in another entity at some point, but ordinarily, I am forbidden to recollect his honorific name. Do you, either of you, possess a means to prevent such recollection? The cheerful female voice responded, her words carrying a gentle smile. That is quite simple. I shall provide you with a psychological trigger. When your spiritual intuition feels devoid of protection, your subconscious will replace the honorific name with that being to safeguard against its impact. While under protection, you may freely remember and speak his name in its entirety. Lumian's mind turned adrift briefly upon hearing the other person declare, the psychological cue has been planted. Thank you, madam. And thank you too, Madame Susie. Lumian nodded toward the empty space across from the booth. You're welcome. See you in 2 weeks, the gentle female voice replied, and Susie added, see you in 2 weeks. Lumian wasn't sure when they departed, but the area around Booth D grew still. Only the chirping of birds in the botanical garden, the clopping of hooves on the road, and the distant hum of machinery resonated. He lifted his cup, finishing the remainder of his Intis coffee in one gulp, adjusting his mental state. Seizing the moment, he replayed the entire treatment process in his mind, and an inexplicable feeling settled upon him. Madame Susie's last statement seemed somewhat peculiar. She said I can face Louis Lund, Madame Poalis, and the others now. Does that imply that the answers I might receive from Madame Poalis could shatter me? It's understandable, but what if my condition doesn't improve as expected? Will she advise me to give up the opportunity to meet Louis Lund? But what if Louis Lund emerged yesterday? Wouldn't it be a major problem if I hadn't had my follow-up? If that's the case, shouldn't Madame Susie have warned me against approaching Madame Poalis or confronting the Padre before the follow-up session? How could she be so certain that I won't encounter Louis Lund in the past 2 weeks, or that he'll elude capture if I do? Spectator. Lumian's senses snapped back to full alertness. He exited Booth D and hailed a public carriage back to Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman. Lumian didn't rush to send a messenger to Aubert's du Coq d'Or or the safe house on Rue de Blouses Blanches to inform Madame Magician about Termaboros. Instead, he made his way straight to 126th Avenue du Marquet to check if his subordinates, Anthony Reed or Franca, had discovered anything. With a dark brown wide-brimmed hat atop his head, Lumian strolled to a spot diagonally across from Black Scorpion Rogers' house, roughly 20 meters away. He settled into a gap between 2 buildings, leaning against the wall. Several vagrants occupied the area. One of them shuffled closer to Lumian and whispered, "Nothing yet." Lumian nodded and directed his gaze toward the 3-story building with a garden, keeping an eye on passers-by. As time ticked by, the sun descended on the horizon, casting a dwindling light. The lamplighters commenced their task, igniting the gas lamps one by one. At that moment, Lumian spotted a man clad in a grayish-blue worker's uniform. Underneath his cap, light yellow hair peeked out, and his slightly chubby face exuded an air of simplicity and honesty. Anthony Reed? Why is he out and about? Lumian recognized the information broker, perplexed by his actions. Resembling a worker finishing his shift, Anthony Reed hurried toward the end of Avenue du Marquet. Lumian's pupils contracted when he realized that Anthony Reed wasn't merely passing by. He was approaching someone. The man sported a blue gown adorned with yellow buttons, a waxed hat, a white tie, and a red vest. He sat inside a rental carriage bearing a yellow plate, clearly a driver affiliated with the Imperial Carriage Company. Carriage drivers from different companies donned distinct uniforms. The carriage driver tipped his hat, keeping his head lowered as if waiting for a customer. Lumian's heart stirred. He rose to his feet, taking a few steps in that direction. As Anthony Reed brushed past the carriage, he stumbled and collided with the horse pulling it. Startled, the horse attempted to raise its forelegs, but the carriage driver swiftly tugged on the reins, firmly restraining the animal. Yet, as the carriage driver lifted his head, his face was revealed. In his 40s, with black hair, Lumian couldn't discern his features clearly due to the distance. Nonetheless, a faint sense of familiarity washed over him. Lumian narrowed his eyes as he profusely apologized to Anthony Reed and left the carriage behind. A valet emerged from 126th Avenue du Marquet. Approaching the carriage, the valet addressed the driver. "My master wishes to hire your carriage. Proceed inside and assist with moving some items." The carriage driver nodded, replying in a deep voice, "Okay." Following the valet, he entered the residence belonging to Black Scorpion Roger. Lumian, who had witnessed the entire sequence of events without catching their conversation, smirked. He was now utterly certain that the carriage driver was Louis Lund. "At long last, you've arrived." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 203, Cooperation. Lumian retreated to the cluster of tramps, patiently awaiting the emergence of Louis Lund. Soon enough, Anthony Reed, the information broker, returned after changing his attire, seemingly determined to fulfill his promise and seize an opportunity to tail Louis Lund. At that moment, he sported a yellowish-white shirt and a brown formal coat. There was no bow tie around his neck, but he wore a round hat, resembling a clerk fresh out of the office. Had Lumian not possessed a certain knowledge of Reed's build, temperament, and gait, he might have failed to recognize him. After considering his options, Lumian stepped out from the crevice between the two buildings and confronted Anthony Reed. Having discarded his disguise upon departing the Valiant Cafe, he now donned a simple ensemble consisting of black-framed glasses and a broad brown hat. Those familiar with him could effortlessly discern his identity. Noticing the shift in Anthony Reed's gaze, Lumian whispered as they brushed past each other, "I'm back. Await me at the rear entrance." Although the prophecy spell indicated a reunion with Louis Lund on Avenue du Marquet, Lumian aimed to avert any potential mishaps. On the one hand, the prophetic concoction derived from his body's response, rendering it somewhat unreliable. There might be omissions within the prophecy. On the other hand, the manifestation of a prophecy could assume various forms, deviating entirely from his anticipated sequence of events. Anthony Reed withdrew his gaze and nodded, signifying his comprehension. He advanced onward, passing by the residence of Black Scorpion Roger and disappearing into the distance down an alley. Lumian did not immediately turn around. Beneath the glow of street lamps, he pressed onward. Just as he reached a dimly lit section, a figure emerged from the shadows beneath a dilapidated, iron-black street lamp in the alley ahead. The towering individual, garbed in a form-fitting black robe with a hood that nearly concealed the face, beckoned to Lumian. "Franca?" Lumian instantly formed conjecture and hastened towards her. The conspicuously dressed character was indeed Red Boots Franca. This time, she had foregone her trademark red boots in favor of black ones. "Aren't you concerned about being discovered?" Lumian couldn't help but inquire. While Triarians had a high tolerance for eccentric attire and even actively pursued fashion trends, loitering in secrecy while dressed in such a manner would undoubtedly draw the attention of Black Scorpion Roger and the Poison Spur mob, even the passing laborers. Franca grinned nonchalantly and retorted, "You don't understand. This is all part of the procedure. Didn't your sister teach you?" "Indeed, she did teach me, but she never mentioned employing it in such a place or situation." Before Lumian could utter another word, Franca waved her hand dismissively. "Fret not, I won't be discovered." As her words faded, she took a step backward, merging seamlessly with the shadow and vanishing from Lumian's sight. With such abilities, one could wear anything they pleased. Lumian once again found himself envious of the assassin path. If it weren't for the inevitable gender change at Sequence 7, he would have considered this path more to his liking than that of the hunter. Emerging from the shadows once more, Franca pointed toward 126th Avenue du Marquet in the distance. "That carriage driver should be the Louis Lund you seek. Shall I assist you in tailing him later? I understand that hunters possess a hound's nose and eagle's eyes, making them adept at tracking, but you struggle with concealment. Staying too far away risks losing the target, while staying too close risks discovery. It's safer if I handle it. Don't forget, Louis Lund is also a Beyonder, and he worships an evil god. It's possible he possesses unique abilities." This time, Lumian didn't resist or reject the offer. He nodded and replied, "Very well." At present, he couldn't mark Louis Lund with a distinct scent, and darkness was swiftly descending. The crowded streets, filled with pedestrians and carriages, would muddle any traces. Tailing from 20 to 30 meters away could easily result in losing the target with the slightest misstep. Franca's thin, red lips curled into a visible smile, free from the confines of the hooded shadow as she spoke. "Your afternoon therapy session was quite effective. A man should be more open-minded, untroubled by trivial matters." She lightly tapped her chest as she spoke. From her possession emerged a glass bottle. The surface of the small bottle, had been intricately etched into small squares, reflecting the nearby street lamps' light and shimmering with psychedelic colors. When I lived as a man, I found these perfume bottles to be beautifully crafted, but I felt too self-conscious to buy them or carry them with me. Now I have no such concerns. Sometimes changing your gender can open the door to a new world, Franca said with emotion. The door to a new world refers to sleeping with men. If it weren't for the crucial task of tracking Louis Lund, Lumian would definitely have provided such a rejoinder. Opening the lid, she brought the pressed glass bottle to Lumian's nose. Remember its sin. The perfume was refreshing and natural, akin to strolling through a forest on a summer's day. Got it. Lumian nodded slightly. Franca proceeded to spray it on herself. It has distinct top, middle, and base notes, but the differences are subtle. There's no need to discern them specifically. You'll know it by the scent alone. I'll position myself 3 to 4 meters away from Louis Lund. Without a hound's nose, he won't detect this fragrance that clearly doesn't belong to the market district. Lumian added thoughtfully, so I am to track your perfume from a distance of 10 to 20 meters? It was indeed a clever strategy. That's correct. Franca produced a handful of fluorescent powder, sprinkling it over herself, and recited a deep incantation. It appeared to be a fusion of the Hermes words for hidden and body. Almost instantaneously, Lumian witnessed Franca's form gradually fading away, as if an eraser were obliterating a pencil drawing. Apart from the lingering fragrance in his nostrils, he had completely lost track of the witch. Once again, Lumian marveled at the demoness Pat's performance as a low to mid-sequence beyond her. In the blink of an eye, Lumian felt the fragrance's source receding, drawing closer to the 3-story building with a garden at 126 Avenue du Marquet. Lumian made his way in that direction, slipping into the shadows and pressing himself against the wall. After nearly half an hour, a man named Louis Lund emerged, dressed in a red vest, blue uniform, white tie, and waxed hat. Accompanying him was Black Scorpion Roger, impeccably attired in a formal suit with neatly combed black hair. One of them took the reins of the carriage, while the other entered inside. Why is Black Scorpion Roger following him? Is he planning to meet Madame Poalis in person? Lumian furrowed his brow in slight confusion. This introduced new variables to his plan. Originally, Lumian intended to find an opportune moment during Louis Lund's return journey. With his current strength, he could easily overpower his target, even if they were both sequence 8s. Plus, he had the assistance of Witch Franca. However, if Black Scorpion Roger joined the equation, things would become considerably more troublesome. From the midwife's performance in his dream, Lumian deduced that a heretic spellmaster possessed numerous mystical techniques and considerable power. They were fully capable of matching a witch from the assassin pathway. While Lumian could have Franca distract Black Scorpion Roger while he dealt with Louis Lund, the battle between two mid-sequence beyonders wouldn't be swift, thus increasing the risk of discovery. If Black Scorpion Roger truly intends to meet Madame Poalis, I'll follow him instead of attacking. My objective is to locate Madame Poalis and establish contact with her. Lumian swiftly revised his plan and devised a new strategy. The rental carriage began its journey toward the opposite end of Avenue du Marquet, and the refreshing, natural fragrance faded away. Lumian hurried along beside the gas street lamps, maintaining a distance of nearly 20 meters. After a while, he sensed the perfume come to a halt. Advancing another 10 meters, he witnessed the rental carriage pulling over by the roadside. Black Scorpion Roger disembarked, carrying a wooden box. Not far away stood Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman. Within a matter of seconds, Louis Lund directed the carriage toward a fork in the road, bypassing the bustling area. Meanwhile, Black Scorpion Roger ventured into the market alone. Is Madame Poalis at Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman? Or is Black Scorpion Roger merely escorting Louis Lund for a distance, concerned about potential targeting? Lumian speculated as he hastened forward. Regardless, capturing Louis Lund took precedence. Behind Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman, there were only a few pedestrians. Under the pitch-black sky, occasionally one could spot a lone figure. Several street lamps here were out of order, leaving the road engulfed in darkness. It was wide enough for several carriages to pass side by side. Lumian surveyed the surroundings, wasting no time. He removed his black-framed glasses and sprinted forward. Before long, he caught up with a slowly moving carriage. As Louis Lund sensed the anomaly, he pushed down on the carriage with his left hand and lunged toward the driver's seat. From this distance, Lumian could clearly see the black-haired, blue-eyed face. Though the other party had employed some disguise, Lumian was certain it was Louis Lund. Reacting swiftly, Louis Lund, without bothering to ascertain the assailant's identity or motives, seized the reins with his left hand and balled his right hand into a fist. Like a speeding cannonball, he launched an attack at Lumian, who was suspended in midair with no leverage to defend himself. In that very moment, Louis Lund caught sight of Lumian's unmasked face, his eyes widening in sheer shock. Undeterred, Lumian didn't evade the blow. Instead, he extended his right arm and caught hold of Louis Lund's fist. Just as the impending collision seemed inevitable, Lumian retracted his arm, lessening the force behind the strike. Then, with a swift motion, he intertwined Louis Lund's fists, wrists, and forearms as though he had boneless limbs. As a result, Louis Lund was sent flying backward but remained within the confines of the carriage. In the blink of an eye, Louis Lund saw a smile on Lumian's face. Whack! Franca materialized on the opposite side of the carriage driver's seat, her palm poised to strike Louis Lund's ear. Under the formidable beyond her powers unleashed by an assassin's full-strength blow, Louis Lund succumbed to unconsciousness without uttering a single sound. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 204, Interrogation. With a swift movement, Lumian used the force of Louis Lund's fall to gracefully land in the spot where the carriage driver had been stationed. Franca had already taken over from Louis Lund, expertly maneuvering the horse and bringing the carriage to a halt by the darkened roadside. Their coordination was flawless, even without prior communication. One focused on the front while the other ambushed from behind. In a matter of seconds, they managed to overpower Louis Lund, a powerful beyonder at sequence 8. Carry him into the carriage, Franca instructed, her experience evident as she contemplated the subsequent course of action. Lumian didn't object and lifted Louis Lund into the rented four-wheeled carriage. Franca followed suit, closing the carriage door behind her. Then she removed her hood and black robe, seemingly preparing to change into more comfortable attire upon returning home. Halfway through her task, she caught Lumian's puzzled gaze and snapped out of her reverie. Awkwardly, she instructed, "Turn around." Lumian could deduce Franca's intentions and quickly obliged, diverting his gaze out the window to allow her the privacy she required. A rustling sound continued for over a minute behind him. "I'm done." Franca's clear voice reached his ears. The rental carriage wasn't particularly spacious. Lumian, standing at over 1.8 meters tall, hunched over slightly and turned back. Franca now wore a red vest, a white tie, and a blue gown adorned with a row of yellow buttons. Holding a wax hat and a horsewhip, she presented an unusual blend of mismatched elements, an absurd and peculiar beauty, with her sharp nose, slightly flamboyant brown eyebrows, thin red lips, and vivid lake-colored eyes. "Quite swift, Miss Franca," Lumian praised, acknowledging her as the new driver for the Imperial Carriage Company. "That's professionalism for you. If these buttons hadn't been so time-consuming, I could have been even faster," Franca muttered as she tucked her flaxen-colored hair beneath the waxed hat. With her disguise complete, she retrieved an eyebrow pencil and other items she carried and quickly applied some simple makeup. Her complexion darkened, and her eyebrows were made to appear untidy, successfully transforming her into an ordinary-looking man who wouldn't attract undue attention in the dimly lit streets illuminated by the crimson moon and street lamps. "I'll be the carriage driver." "You interrogate him," Franca declared, opening the door and hopping out to assume Louis Lund's former seat. She took hold of the reins and guided the horse to turn slowly. Satisfied that the rental carriage was moving steadily, Lumian assisted Louis Lund to the opposite seat. Extracting a bottle of truth serum he had obtained from the unscrupulous Headsy, he compelled Louis to consume a third of it. As the drug began to take effect, Lumian resisted the urge to wake the unconscious Louis Lund with the ritual silver dagger. Instead, he gently prodded the area between the bridge of the nose and lips, tugged at a strand of his hair, and lightly tickled his nostrils with the strand. Gradually, Louis Lund stirred from his slumber. Throughout this process, Lumian maintained a friendly and non-threatening posture, refraining from dislocating his captive joints or binding his hands and feet. Achoo! Louis Lund sneezed and abruptly awakened from his slumber. He glanced across at Lumian, who sat at ease with a smile playing on his lips. "You!" Louis Lund exclaimed, a mix of shock and recollection flooding his mind. "Stay calm," Lumian reassured, his smile unwavering as he pressed his right palm down. "If I intended you harm, stray dogs would have already feasted upon you." Louis Lund's immediate impulse was to employ his powers and make a swift escape. Yet, as he recalled being attacked from behind, he cautiously peered out of the carriage window. The distant light merged with the surrounding shadows, amplifying the hushed whispers of wheels and hooves upon the road. Reluctant to gamble on mounting a counterattack, Louis Lund inquired in a low, grave voice, "What is it that you want?" From his vantage point, Lumian hadn't taken any measures to restrain him, confident in the belief that escape was futile. The other party may have been careless or vulnerable, presenting an opportunity for Louis Lund to exploit. But such an advantage would never manifest in a direct confrontation, and the aide accompanying Lumian could strike from the shadows undetected, a force to be reckoned with. Lumian smiled. "I merely seek to reunite with an old friend." Louis Lund, dressed only in a linen shirt and shorts, replied with a dark expression, "I won't succumb to your threats again. Madame is already aware of my past transgressions and has granted me forgiveness. So I really possessed incriminating information about you." Lumian's mind momentarily swirled with confusion. Recollections from his dream emerged, a revelation of Louis Lund engaging in an illicit affair with a woman from the village, clandestinely selling portions of the administrator's castle collection in a bid to blackmail him for knowledge of Madame Puali's involvement with the Padre. In retrospect, those accounts might have been fallacious. If the Padre truly harbored desires for Madame Puali's, it made little sense for him to forsake belief in the evil god symbolizing bountiful harvests, or to forego birthing several children with her. Lumian suspected that his dream had crafted an R-rated adaptation of the concealed conflict between the two factions. After all, both the Padre and Madame Puali's had numerous lovers, making it easy for his subconscious to forge connections. Compared to the secrets housed within Madame Puali's castle, Louis Lund's affair and the pilfering of collections appeared as innocuous as mundane meals thrice daily. There was no ground for him to be subjected to blackmail. Yet here stood Louis Lund, insisting that he had indeed erred and fallen victim to Lumian's coercion. Is that so? Lumian adopted his Cordu prankster king persona. "I merely assisted you in concealing your missteps. How can that be construed as a threat?" Louis Lund erupted in a bitter laugh, a mix of anger and disbelief. "You are the most shameless individual I have ever encountered. I am aware that you uncovered certain irregularities and sought to discern their origins, but you did indeed threaten me and extract information about Madame." "That's correct. In those days, I entertained the thought of betraying Madame and seeking the Padre's assistance. However, that was because I hadn't comprehended the greatness of Mother. I was still a follower of the false god, the eternal blazing Sunday. Now my life stems from Mother, and my future belongs to Mother." "Ah, so that's how it is. I must thank this truth serum. You've spilled all that needed to be said, both the necessary and the unnecessary. I didn't have to rack my brain to gather information. In reality, I sensed something amiss in the village and embarked on a certain investigation." Lumian nodded, satisfied, and smiled. "When did you come to realize the greatness of Mother? Was it after you gave birth to that child?" Louis Lund looked utterly stunned, his reaction almost causing him to jolt upright and bang his head. "How did you know about me birthing a child? How could you possibly know?" So I wasn't involved in the Padre's raid on the administrator's castle. Otherwise, Louis Lund wouldn't be posing such a question. Lumian felt a surge of delight and jestingly responded, "When I undressed you earlier, I noticed stretch marks and a C-section scar on your stomach." "Impossible." Louis Lund fiercely objected. "Madame has already erased them." Lumian swiftly changed the course of their conversation and inquired with curiosity, "I'm curious to know how Madame Puali's managed to impregnate you." Louis Lund, though initially hesitant to answer, couldn't resist the urge to divulge the secret. Whether it's a man or a woman, as long as you engage in intimate relations with her and exchange bodily fluids, she can't conceive a child according to her desires. "I see." Lumian breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest concern had been the possibility of Madame Puali's employing her beyond her abilities to remotely impregnate him. "So both men and women will do, but what about animals?" Lumian pressed on. Louis Lund was taken aback by the question. After a few moments, he responded, "That should work too. And what about plants? Or rocks?" Lumian's inquiry turned scholarly. I don't know," Louis Lund admitted, unable to provide a definitive answer. "Madame has never contemplated such possibilities. Why does this youngster possess such a vivid imagination?" Regretfully, Lumian changed the subject. "Since you conceived through the exchange of bodily fluids, how did you end up with that bird's nest-like thing in your stomach? How do you know about it? When did you see it?" Louis Lund asked, astonished. "I'll tell you later," Lumian swiftly lied, maintaining his composure without a flicker of hesitation. Louis Lund wore a perplexed expression as he muttered, his face clouded with confusion. It came along with the conception of the child. "It's like a fruit." The outer layer is the epidermis, and the fetus is the pulp. They were once joined together and only split open when ripe. Sounds quite magical. That bird's nest seems to possess great spiritual value. Can it be utilized in the realm of mysticism? Lumian deliberately rambled, skillfully diverting the conversation away from his true intentions. It serves as a key ingredient in a certain healing potion, Lewis Lund continued, speaking without pause. It has various other uses as well, like enhancing the condition of human skin and providing power to spells. After he finished, Lumian let out a nonchalant sigh. Did your first child perish in the Padre's assault on the castle? Yes, he was still so young. Lewis Lund lamented the loss of life. During that time, the Padre had many followers with him. We kept retreating, and a few gardeners and heretic spellmaster lost their lives. If Madame hadn't returned in time, we wouldn't have escaped. Sigh, all those children were killed. How many people did the Padre bring? Lumian casually inquired, concealing his true concerns. Lewis Lund recollected and replied, some were shepherds originally, like Pierre Barry, your best, and the others. Some were the Padre's mistresses, such as Sybil Barry, Madonna Benet, and Philippa Guillaume. The rest were Pons Benet and his gang. We managed to kill a few of them, including the rather formidable Your Best. In my dream, Your Best was slain by the 3 sheep. So in reality, he died during the raid on the administrator's castle, and I wasn't among the individuals mentioned by Lewis Lund. In other words, the battle scenes I witnessed were derived from a fragment of my soul. Thus, they are incomplete and unable to reveal the full picture and all the participants. Lumian felt a sense of relief and smiled as he asked, where did Madame Pualis go? Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 205, Banshee. Lewis Lund shook his head. I got no idea, but when Madame came back, she wasn't well either. Then she saw the castle in ruins and important items destroyed. She gathered the remaining ones and prepared to leave Cordu. Based on what I witnessed, it seems that Madame Pualis had indeed been engaged in a fight with someone else. Lumian asked with curiosity, why didn't Madame Pualis try to bring the dead back to life? Lewis Lund looked at Lumian, surprised. I never told you any of that. In other words, he wanted to know how Lumian had this knowledge. Lumian smiled but offered no explanation. Lewis Lund couldn't contain his urge to spill the secret. Madame can resurrect the dead and restore their bodies, but it's far from perfect. The resurrected ones aren't quite human anymore. They're part corpse, part monster. They only retain fragments of their original memories and can only exist for 7 days. Madame Pualis' resurrection ability is severely flawed at this level. Lumian was disappointed. He diverted the topic. What did Madame Pualis want in Cordu? Lewis Lund looked puzzled. Didn't I already tell you? Lumian was prepared and smiled as he replied, given what happened afterward, I believe you might have a different perspective now. Lewis Lund felt the need to share the information, so he sighed and said, back then I couldn't comprehend it. I was even scared. That's why I dropped hints to the Padre during Mass, hoping for assistance. Yes. I later discovered that Madame wanted to create an entirely new world in Cordu. In this world, when humans die, their souls return to the earth and roam the wilderness. On special occasions, they can return home and experience the joy of reunion. By redeeming their sins, they can be reborn, emerging from the mother's womb as human fetuses. Permitha. Lumian remembered the term from his dream. Yes. Lewis Lund replied, fear evident in his eyes. He suspected that Lumian had asked the question to gauge his reaction. Lumian knew the correct answer and sought to determine if Lewis Lund was lying or how much of his story was false. Why establish Permitha? Lumian pressed further. He could only inquire about it from Lewis Lund, not Madame Pualis. Lewis Lund shook his head slowly. Madame briefly mentioned it, but it was very vague. She said she had only established a small caricature Paramitha, a part of the complete Paramitha. She also mentioned that by creating her own Paramitha, she could please the mother and bear more. Part? What had happened if those madams managed to create a complete Paramitha? Lumian wondered if constructing a miniature Paramitha was a prerequisite for their unusual path towards godhood. He gazed at Lewis Lund, attempting to inquire, what is Madame Pualis' sequence now? Madame's condition is rather peculiar. It might be related to the destruction of her Paramitha or something else she possesses, Lewis Lund replied, catching himself mid-sentence. Why can't I control my words? Why did I say what I shouldn't have? Lewis Lund realized that his behavior had likely been influenced by one of Lumian Lee's beyond her powers. Now understanding the cause, he no longer blamed himself or felt anxious. He felt a sense of relief and relaxation. Madame should be somewhere between sequence 5 and sequence 4. At times, she exudes an imposing aura that makes people afraid to meet her gaze. Other times, she lacks such grandeur. It's reminiscent of the state Madame Pualis displayed in my dream. Lumian recalled and stated, Sequence 9 Villain, Sequence 8 Gardener, Sequence 7 Heretic Spellmaster, Sequence 6 Sower. What comes after Sequence 5? And what about Sequence 4? What lies beyond that? He knows more than I anticipated. Witnessing Lumian Lee divulge so much information about the pathway sequences in one go, Louis Lund didn't dare take any risks. Yielding to his desire to confide in him, he responded, Banshee is Sequence 5, and Evil Overlord, also known as Benevolent Overlord or Madam, is Sequence 4. I don't know what lies beyond that. I'm merely a gardener. I don't possess the right to receive any further boons in advance to become a heretic spellmaster. Banshee. The name implies a change in gender. Hewlett became Pualis. Titles like Madam Moon and Madam Night symbolize godhood and demigods, but Madame Pualis doesn't precisely fit the role of Madam Night. Lumian pondered for a moment before steering the conversation back to Cordu. Were Madame Pualis' initial followers in the village mostly lovers and the elderly? That's correct, Louis Lund affirmed, nodding. People like Naroka, who were quite old, yearned deeply for their departed loved ones. They long to see them again and worry about what awaits them after death. They experience both fear and longing. That's the aid Madame can provide them. Unfortunately, Naroka passed away suddenly before fully embracing Permitha. Madame suspects that she discovered the Padre's scheme and was killed by her youngest son, who follows the Padre. That explains it. Lumian gained new insight into Naroka's death from his dream. Her demise was the result of being silenced. Ava and Raimund likely met the same fate. Sighing, Lumian changed the subject. When did you realize something was amiss with the Padre? Louis Lund contemplated for a moment and replied, In early January, I caught sight of the children in a castle tower. You can't fathom what it was like. To put it briefly, it terrified me and nearly drove me insane. I was desperate to leave Madame. Initially, I believed she was just like those mystical fanatics who enjoy purchasing magazines like Psychic and Lotus and engaging in futile practices. I didn't think there was anything wrong. However, as time went on, I noticed that the other residents of the castle were becoming increasingly peculiar. The administrator locked himself and Madame in their rooms on 2 separate occasions, coinciding with the birth of a child each time. My valets and maids often did the same, and Madame was remarkably understanding of their behavior. From time to time, the distant cries of a baby reached my ears, causing deep suspicion to well up within me. Seizing the opportunity presented by Madame's absence and the other's lack of vigilance, I stealthily slipped into the tower. Oh, mother, the sight that greeted me was utterly terrifying. Louis Lund, originally intending to speak of Guillaume Benet's abnormal behavior, found himself unable to contain his thoughts on the castle tower incident, and he began to ramble. Lumian could vividly imagine the scene, for he had witnessed it in his dream. Human children with bird-like claws, sprawled against the walls, densely packed and scattered throughout. Louis Lund gulped nervously and continued his account. I initially dropped hints to the Padre during Massachusetts. Later, I took the opportunity to reveal Madame's abnormality to him. I suspected she might be a follower of an evil deity. He instructed me to keep it hidden and not expose myself, assuring me that he would handle the situation. It was around mid-January when things took a turn for the worse. The Padre continued his normal routine as if nothing was amiss. Despite my repeated urging, you eventually discovered the truth and threatened me. After that, Sewell, the carriage driver, and I received a revelation. We repented and wholeheartedly pledged ourselves to Madame. Then, in March, the Padre suddenly launched an attack on the castle with a group of people. Louis Lund has limited knowledge about the Padre's situation. When Lumian inquired further about what had transpired in Cordu, Louis Lund seemed unfamiliar with the village's circumstances. This aligned with his role as the castle's butler, primarily tending to matters in Derige and other cities. He only mentioned that since January, the villagers of Cordu had been frequently discussing horoscopes, believing that it would bring them glory and alter their destinies. Prior to that, they merely followed certain folk traditions to ward off any changes in their fate. Specific discussions regarding these matters were rare. With the understanding that former Administrator Beast and Madame Pualis' lady's maid, Kathy, were now heretic spellmasters, and that Madame Pualis had left Cordu before Lent, Lumian realized he wouldn't glean any more information from Louis Lund. Knowing when to stop, Lumian posed a direct question. Where does Madame Pualis reside now? In Quartier de Noël. Louis Lund instinctively moved to cover his mouth but added another detail. Rue de Scotchbroom. Rue de Scotchbroom in Quartier de Noël. A map of Trier from a magazine article flashed through Lumian's mind. Quartier de Noël lay northeast of Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman, divided by the Srenzo River. It was renowned for its numerous hospitals, including the Veterans Home and Wounded Soldiers Hospital. Additionally, being situated in the suburbs, it boasted a fair share of farmland. Lumian refrained from pressuring Louis Lund or intensifying his desire to extract more information. Instead, he smiled and said, I bear no ill intentions toward Madame. I merely wish to speak with her about the events in Cordoue. I will allow you to depart. Please inform Madame Pualis that if she is willing to meet with me, she can choose the time and place. Please send a response to room 302, 9 Rue de Paves, Quartier du Jardin Botanique, before tomorrow night. It was a safe house Lumian had prepared in Quartier du Jardin Botanique, and now it would finally serve its purpose. Louis Lund let out a sigh of relief before responding cautiously. Got it. Anxious thoughts plagued him, fearing that Lumian might allow him to depart only to trail behind him. Yet, considering Lumian's evident capability to uncover Madame's precise whereabouts without pressing the issue, Louis Lund found himself compelled to place his trust in Lumian's amicability. He then gestured towards his shorts and remarked, I cannot leave dressed like this. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 206, Communication. Lumian's head pounded at the mere thought of Franca coming in and undressing. He scrutinized Louis Lund, who was left in a linen shirt and white shorts, and offered a genuine suggestion. I can ask my companion to return the money from your coat. Leave the carriage as it is and find a clothing store. Tell them you encountered a twisted robber. I'm certain everyone in Trier will understand. Louis Lund's expression froze for a moment as he pointed downwards from Lumian's current position. I have spare clothes. Lumian bent down and retrieved a black formal suit with a vest and bow tie. It seemed to be Louis Lund's usual attire as a butler. Is this rental carriage truly yours? Lumian inquired curiously as he tossed the formal suit to Louis Lund. I rented the clothes and the carriage. Louis Lund hurriedly put on his pants. Lumian sat there, patiently waiting for him to dress before calling out to Franca to stop the carriage by the roadside. He opened the door, turned around, and waved at Louis Lund. Hope to see you again. If not, I'll find you on Rue de Scotchbroom in Quartier de Noël. And if you've already vanished, I'll continue my investigation, ensuring you'll never find peace. Lumian would have trailed Louis Lund until he tracked down Madame Pualis if it weren't for his caution regarding her abilities and characteristics, as well as his intention to engage in a friendly conversation with her. Franca placed the wax hat and whip on the driver's seat of the carriage, picked up the black robe beside her, and put it on. Then she pulled up her hood and leaped into the shadows by the road. Once Louis Lund steered the carriage away from the street, she emerged from the shadows and approached Lumian. She gazed in his direction and spoke. Not following him? No need. For now, we're not enemies. Lumian averted his gaze and headed towards Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman. Franca followed, a smile gracing her lips. Aren't you concerned that Madame Pualis might refuse to see you and disappear overnight? Lumian and Louis Lund didn't purposely lower their voices during their exchange. An assassin possessed sharp ears and eyes, so she caught most of their conversation. While she couldn't fully grasp the Cordoue-related details due to her lack of prior knowledge, she gleaned plenty about other topics. For instance, Lumian sought an audience with Madame Pualis. For instance, a certain evil god's pathway would transform into a banshee at sequence 5. Lumian took 2 deep breaths to calm his lingering, trembling emotions. I simply believe it's more likely to meet Madame Pualis if I display friendliness rather than tailing Louis Lund. She knows full well whom I seek revenge against. Her own castle was damaged by the Padre, and she was driven out of Cordoue. I refuse to believe she bears no grudge. I did kill 2 leaders of the Poison Spur mob and tamper with Black Scorpion Roger's coffee, but they don't know Lumian Lee was behind it. There's no conflict between hating Seal and meeting Lumian Lee. Franca couldn't help but chuckle. You're right. What does their vendetta against Seal have to do with you, Lumian? She murmured to herself, lost in thought. What's Madame Pualis' connection to the Poison Spur mob? Which evil deity does the Banshee pathway belong to? Are Black Scorpion Roger, Baldy Harmon and short-legged candlestick Castina associated with this pathway? One spellmaster heretic and two gardeners. She speculated based on her understanding of the poison spur mob. Lumian didn't hold back any information. The mastermind behind the poison spur mob is Madame Moon, but it seems she has recently made further progress. She and Madame Night, whom Pualis represents, are part of a secret organization called the Night Stalkers. They worship the Great Mother. I don't know the precise name, nor do I dare to utter it. The concealed entity known as Inevitability could corrupt people merely by knowing about it. The Great Mother, even more sinister and fearsome than Inevitability, had her followers locked in a prolonged conflict against the blessed of Inevitability and Cordu. So she was certainly capable of doing the same. Lumian suspected that if he were to learn the Great Mother's complete and honorific name, there was a high chance he would become pregnant on the spot. Franca found herself deeply intrigued. Indeed, it's best not to seek knowledge beyond one's boundaries. There was once a member of our research society who enjoyed delving into secrets and acquiring all kinds of mystical knowledge. Eventually, he vanished and was never seen again. Franca pragmatically shifted the topic to Black Scorpion Roger and the others, along with their respective abilities. Lumian provided detailed explanations. After all, he still had to rely on Madame Hiddenblade to combat the poison spur mob. When Lumian speculated that one of the abilities of a sower was to impregnate others, Franca felt a momentary envy and eagerly exclaimed, "If Gardner were to become pregnant, it would be quite interesting." "Madam, your thoughts are perilous. I truly worry that you might embrace the mantra of life is short, why not give it a try, and end up choosing to believe in that Great Mother, praying for her to bestow upon you the power of a sower," Lumian mockingly warned. The combination of a demoness and a sower was too wicked. Trier would undoubtedly witness a large number of victims. Franca was taken aback. "I've already consumed a potion and become a Beyonder. I can't accept any more boons, can I?" "You don't know. That's fortunate." Lumian sincerely replied, "I don't believe so. Don't worry. I possess extensive knowledge of mysticism and understand that every evil deity harbors malicious intentions." Franca sighed softly, setting an example for herself. She glanced over at Lamarque du Quartier du gentleman nearby and casually remarked, "When I was waiting for Louis Lund earlier today, I witnessed an unlucky fellow." "Unlucky fellow?" Lumian's heart stirred as he recollected. Was he a slender man in his 50s with blonde hair and blue eyes? "How did you know?" Franca was taken aback. He was strolling along the street when a vase suddenly dropped from the balcony above and struck his head. He reacted swiftly, managing to dodge to the side of the road. However, he stumbled on the edge of the curb and lost his balance. At that very moment, a public carriage was about to collide with him. He's certainly no ordinary person. Despite the circumstances, he evaded it with a remarkably nimble move. And then, guess what? He collided with a gas street lamp pole, causing his nose to bleed. After recounting the humorous scene she had witnessed that afternoon, Franca turned her gaze to Lumian, awaiting his response to her inquiry. Lumian paused, contemplating her question. That individual should be Monsieur Ive, the landlord of Aubert's du Coq d'Or. He is in cahoots with a pervert known as Headsy, who attacked Jenna. I suspect he is a Beyonder. I had previously informed the Eternal Blazing Sun Church of the anomaly through intermediaries, but they found nothing amiss. Recently, I acquired a bad luck charm and seized an opportunity to use it on him. I intended for him to experience frequent misfortunes and thereby expose his abnormality. Unfortunately, his performance went unnoticed by official Beyonders. But given that tramp's luck, Monsieur, I would likely suffer from misfortune for another 2 or 3 days. Franca's expression darkened as she stated, "Indeed, it's clear that he is a Beyonder. So, it's the group that attacked Jenna. You should have informed me earlier. I could have found someone help draw greater attention from the authorities to this fellow named Ive." Recalling the eradicated mirror people, Lumian focused on the depraved Headsy, Monsieur Ive, Susanna Mattis, and Theodore Delancian Cage-Up Pigeons. The abilities of their pathway are quite intriguing. Franca couldn't help but sigh. When I first delved into mysticism, everyone told me that there were only 22 divine pathways. However, in the past 2 to 3 years, peculiar sequences have occasionally emerged. Do evil gods fall outside the realm of divine pathways? After a brief pause, Franca said to Lumian, "I will report this to the authorities through my contacts, but we mustn't be careless. Remember, always remain vigilant and be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, when the time comes, we may have to collaborate and take action. I will inform you once we have communicated." Not bad. Now I know how to seek assistance from me. Don't fret. When I find myself in trouble, I will come to you. Okay. Lumian nodded gently. After bidding Frank a farewell, Lumian made his way back to Albert's du Coq door. He still remembered the issue with Termaboros. Once inside room 207, he retrieved the memo and read it carefully before composing a letter to Madame Magician. In the letter, he primarily addressed two concerns. Firstly, he detailed the temptation and subsequent influence of Termaboros upon receiving the alms monk boon. Secondly, he informed Madame Magician that he had sought assistance from the psychiatrist and could now avoid reciting the corresponding honorific name. Thanks to Monsieur I've hiring a regular cleaning lady, the motel had become less infested with bedbugs. Lumian swiftly tidied up the surroundings, arranged the altar, and summoned the doll-like blonde messenger. The messenger surveyed the room and seemed satisfied with Lumian's decision to change the summoning location. Approximately 30 minutes later, she materialized in room 207 and placed the reply on the wooden table. Tilting her chin slightly, she addressed Lumian. You should be grateful. I helped remind Madame Magician and ensured she read your letter promptly. Thank you, Lumian replied reflexively, momentarily caught off guard. It was only after the messenger had departed that Lumian snapped out of his daze. He picked up the neatly folded square letter and unfolded it. I'm pleased to hear that your treatment is proving effective. I did not expect that entity to dispatch an angel. What a significant investment. In recent years, evil gods have indeed been infiltrating more frequently, but it remains challenging for higher-level powers to enter our world. The number of angels can be counted on one hand. 3 of them were destroyed in transit, causing only a small area of corruption. While one succeeded, an Orthodox god intervened and rectified the situation. In other words, you are the only unfortunate individual in the entire world. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 207, Organization. Lumian paid no mind to Madame Magician's usual playful jabs, and instead focused on her account of the evil god's infiltration. It aligned with the information shared by the late Hammerate. For unrecognized evil gods hailing from other realms, providing godhood boons proved to be an arduous task. Numerous obstacles hindered their progress. They had to rely on covert followers to perform elaborate rituals on a grand scale, which often drew attention and resulted in swift annihilation before they could infiltrate. Madame Magician painstakingly detailed various examples, showcasing the immense difficulty angelic entities faced when descending into the mortal plane. In recent years, there have been only 5 instances, with 4 failures and 1 partial success. While gaining a measure of godhood without reaching angelic status seemed somewhat easier, such cases were rare and generally unsuccessful. Though Madame Magician didn't explicitly mention it, Lumian suspected that the Great Mother, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the enigmatic Fog possessed extraordinary infiltration capabilities, surpassing other entities based on Hammerate. It seemed likely that these 3 were responsible for most successful instances involving the acquisition of godhood powers. Does Madame Magician remain unaware, or does she deem it unnecessary for me to know at this stage? Lumian pondered momentarily, inclined to believe the latter. He continued perusing Madame Magician's response. This actually bodes well. Dealing with an angel who serves a hidden entity is much simpler than confronting angelic powers derived from said hidden entity. The associated risks are also significantly reduced. Once you ascend to the rank of an angel and extract powers of equal magnitude from that fellow with a long name, thereby rendering him exceedingly vulnerable, you can implore my lord to undo the seal and set him free. Then you can give him a thorough thrashing and either transform him into a sealed artifact or restore him to his original Beyonder characteristics. Naturally, this hinges upon him truly being an angelic entity and not a puppet blessed with a boon. Puppets are easier to handle. Once you extract a certain measure of his power, he will crumble. However, the remaining power bearing the mark of the hidden entity is what presents the greater challenge. You must maintain the seal and gradually absorb it until it reaches a level manageable by an angel. Doesn't it all seem to be progressing smoothly with a high likelihood of success? But the most vexing and formidable step lies in becoming an angel. In your present state, I lack confidence. Were it not for the uniqueness of the current era, 99% or more of the Beyonders would never come close to touching godhood. I believe your psychiatrist has already enlightened you on how to evade the negative effects of Termaboros. No further elaboration is necessary. I simply wish to remind you that should you undertake any critical or perilous endeavors in the future, do write to me beforehand and apprise me of the situation. Why do I suggest you write before exploiting that lengthy named fellow? Because you might be clandestinely influenced and neglect the corresponding dangers, forgetting to notify me. As for Termaboros, he will not let you forget my warning, for it would mean you engaging in numerous hazardous exploits and facing a high risk of losing your life. That is clearly not what he desires or strives for. If you were to perish, the seal would be affected, but my lord would be alerted. In that event, I shall gather a team to reinforce the seal and eliminate him. With such a skilled angel of fate sealed within you, your future is destined to be quite exciting. Praise the Lord. You are akin to bait for the followers of evil gods, hunters, and demonesses. You shall embark on a multitude of experiences. If you find the time and inclination, do consider writing a lengthy letter to share with me. And now, with the assistance of the two psychiatrists, you can express your desire to alter your faith to Mr. K during a forthcoming gathering. Remember, before you set off to attend the event, offer prayers to my lord for the angel's protection. Lumian read the note patiently, finding Madam Magician's words both abundant and yet empty. The most valuable part was her guidance on evading Termaboros' influence and the reminder to seek her opinion before utilizing the angel's power. Additionally, she provided a beautifully drawn blueprint that offered a chance to address the corruption within his body at the angelic level. Lumian burned the note by rubbing his spirituality. He then reached into his pockets, touching the hidden banknotes and coins, before leaving room 207 and making his way to room 305. Anthony Reed had already returned to his lodgings and sat by the bedside, dressed as a clerk. Observing Lumian unlatch the door and enter, he offered a simple explanation. I couldn't find the target at the back entrance of 126th Avenue du Marquet. However, I recently discovered that he had already left through the main door, with you following him. Lumian produced 400 Vril d'Or worth of banknotes and handed them over to Anthony Reed. At the same time, he nodded slightly and stated, "The commission is over. It seems you've already encountered the target." Anthony Reed chuckled. Taking a moment to consider, he inquired, "Can I report the target's information to the authorities?" "Wait for a week," Lumian replied. He had initially planned to offer Anthony Reed more money to delay claiming the reward from the wanted poster. However, since he sought his opinion, Lumian took advantage of the situation by setting a time limit. He worried that any investigation or arrest related to Louis Lund might alert Madame Pualis, potentially jeopardizing their meeting. Anthony Reed did not object and let out a sigh. "You're more suited for the market district than I initially thought." He had never witnessed a wanted criminal rise to become a leader of a sizable mob so swiftly without being detected by the authorities. "Competent individuals can thrive anywhere, just like you," Lumian advised Anthony Reed, casting a casual glance around room 305. His eyes fell upon a few folded papers on the wooden table near the window. They appeared thicker and smoother, larger than ordinary oil paintings. What could they be? Lumian focused his gaze for a moment, realizing that the folded papers had a faint bluish hue and a printed texture. Instantly, the pieces fell into place. The posters on the wall. Posters of parliamentary candidates had been plastered all over the place recently. "You seem particularly invested in the National Convention election." Lumian didn't hold back his speculation as he taunted Anthony Reed. "Do you have a legitimate occupation? One of the fundamental eligibility criteria for the elections." Anthony Reed calmly smiled and replied, "No." He did not elaborate on his reasons for collecting the parliamentary candidates' posters. "Another commission?" Lumian decided not to delve further. He waved his hand dismissively and left room 305. Amidst the lunatic's piercing cries, Lumian descended the stairs, left Albert's Du Coq door, returned to Salle de Balbrise, and settled at the bar counter. "Good evening, boss," the bartender greeted with deference, straightening his posture. Lumian nodded. "Give me a glass of absinthe." Having thought about Cordoue too often that day, he needed a dose of psychedelic bitterness to jolt his senses awake. On the stage, Jenna performed with exaggerated flair, belting out flashy songs. Leaning against the bar counter, Lumian let his gaze wander as he absorbed every note. Now and then, he would take a sip of the dreamy green liquid, allowing its bitterness to awaken his nerves. Once he regained composure, he organized the recent matters he had to attend to. First, there was Mr. K's mission. Second, the looming threat from the Poison Spur mob. Third, Susanna Mattis' second assault. And fourth, his upcoming meeting with Madame Pualis. Regarding the election, Lumian didn't pay it much mind after confirming from Franca that the Savoy mob also backed Hugues Artois. This meant that even if the opposing party won, it wouldn't entirely suppress the Savoy mob or impede his mission. Susanna Mattis' resurgence had been a cause for concern, but thanks to the psychiatric treatment, Lumian wouldn't hesitate to seek assistance from Franca. Resolving this matter had become relatively manageable. Once official Beyonders committed to the task, they wouldn't be inferior to Lumian, a Sequence 8, in effectiveness. They would undoubtedly uncover Monsieur Ives' issues and the troubles at Theatre the Lancian Cage aux Pigeons, purging Susanna Mattis' evil spirit completely. This would be accomplished within the next few days. Lumian simply needed to remain vigilant. Mr. K's mission was rather complex, relying on Gardner Martin. Lumian, not being a spectator Beyonder, could only attempt to gain the target's approval through repeated efforts. There were no shortcuts for the time being, so rushing was unnecessary. Similarly, he had to await Madame Poalis's response. Lumian couldn't rush the matter even if he desired to. Upon analyzing the situation, Lumian concluded that he needed to prioritize dealing with the poison sperm mob's threat. After the election, Black Scorpion Roger would receive an additional boon from Madame Moon, ascending to the rank of a sower. Baldy Harmon and short-legged Candlestick Castina might even advance to the level of heretic spellmasters. At that point, Lumian, their primary target, would be defenseless against them. Even with the support of Franca, Baron Brignese, and his allies, the situation would be perilous. Should I join forces with Franca before the election concludes and infiltrate 126th Avenue, du Marquet, under the cover of darkness to eliminate the remaining leaders of the poison spur mob? Even if Madame Moon sends reinforcements later, by the time they stabilize the situation, I would have earned the boss's trust and gained a chance to partially withdraw from the market district. The problem lies in facing a heretic spellmaster on their home turf. Even with Franca and me united, defeating him would be a daunting task, not to mention his potential allies. Perhaps an opportunity will arise to strike at Baldy Harmon and short-legged Candlestick Castina when they are outside. Lumian pondered as he spotted Charlie, attired as a waiter, approaching the bar counter with a tray. Nodding in greeting, Lumian instinctively honed in on Charlie's luck. In an instant, his grasp on the absinthe glass tightened, and his pupils dilated. He saw Charlie's luck stained with blood, a swirling blend of crimson and ebony that sent a shiver down his spine. This could only mean that Charlie was on the brink of a life-threatening catastrophe within the next 2 to 3 days, or perhaps even within the next 24 hours. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 208, Countermeasure. Could Susanna Mattis' attack be imminent? Lumian pondered this question, considering that Charlie had no known enemies and had recently worked as a waiter at Salle de Balbrice. Though it is possible that Charlie had simply experienced a string of unfortunate accidents, Lumian wasn't willing to take any chances. As Charlie carefully placed the tray down and waited, he grew uneasy under Lumian's gaze. Recalling the other's mystical prophetic ability, Charlie leaned in and whispered, "Did you see something?" A smile spread across Lumian's face. "I foresee a romantic encounter in your future. You'll form a relationship that goes beyond friendship with a beautiful woman. Is that true?" Charlie asked, surprised and delighted. "The woman's name is Susanna Mattis." Lumian chuckled, suppressing his words. "You're quite gullible, aren't you? How can you believe that?" "I knew it." Charlie looked disappointed. The presence of the idiot instrument had already revealed to him Seal's knack for deception. Lumian's smile faded as he watched Charlie make his way to the edge of the dance floor, carrying a tray filled with glasses. Thoughts raced through Lumian's mind. Am I simply unlucky, or is my fate predetermined? The official Beyonders will soon keep a close watch on Monsieur Ives and the Theatre the Lancian Cage aux Pigeons. They'll arrest all the cultists who believe in the Mother Tree of Desire and locate the evil spirit, Susanna Mattis, to purge her completely. Yet here I am, facing the possibility of Susanna Mattis launching an attack on me and Charlie today. Damn it, Termaboros, that pig's son. He must be behind this. Based on my observations of luck, the problem will likely arise late tonight or perhaps even at midnight the day after tomorrow. I can't solely rely on Susanna Mattis coming to Charlie and me the day after tomorrow. I must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Gradually regaining composure, Lumian, influenced by Franca and Jenna's vulgarities, forced himself to remain calm and assess the situation. Simultaneously, he devised an initial plan of action. First, he would discreetly alert Charlie, assuming a hidden identity, and instruct him to seek refuge in the nearest Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral for the next 3 days. Second, Lumian would go to Rue de Blouses Blanches and enlist Franca's aid. With Franca and Mr. K's finger acting as his protectors, Lumian believed he stood a strong chance of surviving Susanna Mattis' initial onslaught. Furthermore, she would not have another opportunity in the future. Whether it was Franca's message to the official Beyonders through her secret channels or Charlie's presence at the cathedral seeking sanctuary, it would be enough to inform the Eternal Blazing Sun Church of Susanna Mattis' reappearance. Although Lumian could likely handle Susanna Mattis on his own with Mr. K's assistance, since he already owed Franca a favor, why not accrue a little more debt to ensure greater security? Without hesitation, Lumian finished his absinthe and departed from Salle de Balbrise. He returned to room 207 of Aubert's Du Coq d'Or, retrieved the mystery prying glasses, and placed them on the bridge of his nose. Once again, the world spun, and he descended to the ground. He found himself surrounded by a vast network of brownish-green roots, insects scurrying about, and rats hiding in various corners. Just as Lumian was about to remove his glasses and begin applying his disguise, his eyes caught sight of a clump of turquoise hair entwined with vines and branches. Bang! Lumian's head spun, as if he had been hit, and golden stars danced before his eyes. In haste, he removed the mystery-prying glasses, bent down, and retched for a few moments. Once the wave of nausea subsided, Lumian seized the opportunity, while the urge to draw still lingered. He reached for his makeup tools and began applying various substances to his face. Gazing into the dimly lit window pane, Lumian found himself increasingly unrecognizable. He resembled one of the unkempt drunkards commonly found in dance halls. When he finished, he averted his gaze, afraid of the disorienting effects that might follow. Phew. Lumian put away his makeup tools, exhaled deeply, and filtered through the images he had witnessed while wearing the mystery-prying glasses. One image stood out in particular, an image of turquoise hair entwined with branches and vines. It struck a chord of familiarity within him, and he quickly made a connection. Susanna Mattis also possessed long turquoise hair interwoven with branches and vines that seemed to materialize from nowhere. Susanna Mattis' territory likely lies somewhere underground in the market district. Lumian made a preliminary judgment. He couldn't help but grumble. Why does it have to be underground once again? Isn't the underground of Trier already bustling enough? However, this also explained why the official Beyonders had been unable to fully cleanse Susanna Mattis during their previous encounter. Underground monsters were always challenging to eliminate, just like the Montsurus ghost. Lumian recollected the real Monsieur Ives' clandestine visit to underground Trier late at night. He remembered the perverted Hedzi, who had drugged Jenna and led her to an underground cavern. Hedzi seemed familiar with the area and felt at ease there. This convinced Lumian that Susanna Mattis was indeed hiding somewhere in underground Trier, not far from the location chosen by Hedzi. Deeper into the depths of the underground path, all the way to the end perhaps? Lumian speculated as he changed into simple cargo pants, incongruous with his formal top, and left room 207. Inside Salle de Balbrise, Lumian surveyed the surroundings until he spotted Charlie, serving drinks to guests near the periphery of the dance floor. Leaning closer, Lumian discreetly brushed past Charlie and whispered, "Susanna Mattis." Amidst Jenna's singing, booming music, and clamorous voices, the name resonated clearly. Charlie froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Only then did Lumian gently remind him in a hushed tone, "I have received information that Susanna Mattis will re-emerge within the next 3 days. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, seek refuge in the cathedral tonight and remain there for 3 days." Charlie's initial reaction was one of horror. His second was to search for Seal. And his third was to inquire anxiously whether he would be fired for taking 3 days off. A lump formed in Charlie's throat as he searched in vain for Seal. He mustered the courage to ask in a hushed voice, "Really? You can choose not to believe it." Lumian managed to restrain his instinctual reaction to prevent Charlie from making any connection. With a deliberate effort to keep his voice low, he continued, "If you go to the cathedral tonight, someone will confirm the truth for you." Charlie's fear became too overwhelming to contain. He scrutinized the unfamiliar face before him and asked with a tremor in his voice, "Who are you? And why did you come specifically to warn me?" "Just someone who wishes you well," Lumian responded, borrowing a phrase his sister often used in jest. Without further explanation, he walked past Charlie, squeezing his way onto the dance floor and swiftly disappearing from view. Charlie felt as though he had been plunged into winter, his body shivering uncontrollably. During moments like this, memories of Susanna Mattis' beauty, tenderness, and passion would occasionally flash through his dreams. But every time, those memories would be overshadowed by grotesque images of tree-like warts, blooming flowers, and slimy substances, extinguishing any desire within him. And now, that monster was making a comeback. "I should make my way to Église St. Robert." Charlie took a few steps toward the exit with a tray in hand, then halted. He recalled that it was already late at night, and Avenue du Marquet would undoubtedly have very few pedestrians at this hour. Such an environment posed greater danger than the bustling Salle de Balbrise. "Susanna Mattis always invades my dreams, or it's in the dead of night when everyone is fast asleep. But here, in the dance hall, with so many eyes upon us, she surely won't dare to appear. Once Seal returns, I'll ask him to escort me to Église St. Robert. Charlie withdrew his gaze from the door and decided to wait a little longer. The dance hall, teeming with various sounds and aromas, offered him a sense of security. 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches. Having wiped off his makeup, Lumian rapped on Franca's door. Franca's ponytail had come undone, allowing her flaxen hair to cascade naturally. However, instead of a nightgown, she sported a cotton two-piece pajama set. Donning summer slippers, she turned to admit Lumian into the room and asked in bewilderment, "Are you here for some mystical knowledge tonight?" Considering the short time they had been apart, less than 2 hours, she couldn't think of any other reason. After Franca closed the door, Lumian spoke with gravity. "Something's happening with Charlie. I suspect Susanna Mattis will make a reappearance within the next 2 days, possibly even tonight." So soon, Franca couldn't hide her surprise. She still hadn't relayed the issues with Susanna Mattis, Monsieur Ive, and Theodore de Lancien cage op pigeons to 007. Lumian nodded. "Although it's hard to accept, all signs point to my guess being correct. What's your plan?" Franca wasted no time discussing the possibilities. Lumian shared his 2 courses of action with Franca, but refrained from mentioning Mr. K's finger. Franca regarded him with a smile. "You're remarkably composed. Didn't you tell me before that Susanna Mattis is suspected to be a Sequence 5 malevolent spirit? Even if we join forces, we might not be able to defeat her. Tisk, are you placing too much confidence in me? Or perhaps too much confidence in yourself?" Lumian smiled. "Both. To have survived the calamity in Cordoue, you're undoubtedly extraordinary." Franca sighed and glanced at the wall clock in the house. "If we can make it through the night, there shouldn't be any issues. I'll inform the authorities swiftly through my connections. Wait for me in the living room." She retreated into her master bedroom and busied herself with something. Lumian settled on the sofa and directed his gaze at the cuckoo wall clock beside him, silently ticking away the minutes. Nearly half an hour elapsed before Franca emerged from her room. She had changed into a black robe adorned with leather armor and a hood. "It's settled. They'll likely launch the operation tomorrow," she informed Lumian, then inquired, "Aren't you concerned that Charlie might encounter trouble on his way to Église St. Robert? Even ordinary people can stumble upon malevolent spirits along the roadside in the dead of night." Église St. Robert served as the primary cathedral of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, near the Suet steam locomotive station. The attached cemetery had once occupied the space now occupied by Salle de Balbrise. Lumian had already considered this. "I plan to discreetly follow him to the cathedral after Salle de Balbrise closes. I'll accompany you." Franca furrowed her brow and scrutinized Lumian. "Won't Charlie be at risk in the dance hall? Some evil spirits pay no heed to the presence of others or their numbers." Given that Susanna Mattis' previous appearances hadn't affected anyone else, Lumian subconsciously believed that she would avoid crowded places. The dance hall was far more crowded than the motel. Jolted by Franca's reminder, he exclaimed in a deep voice, "Let's hurry back to the dance hall." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 209, Bad Luck. Salle de Balbrise. Lumian scanned the dim-lit dance hall, searching for Charlie, but to no avail. His heart sank. Hastily, he motioned for Louis and Sarkota to come closer. "What's the matter, boss?" Louis asked, his voice filled with anxiety. He assumed that Lumian was dissatisfied with the current state of affairs in the dance hall. Lumian's eyes wandered across the waiters, all dressed in vests and bow ties. He casually inquired, "Where's Charlie? I need to discuss something with him." Louis's eyes widened in shock. "Boss, didn't Charlie follow you out just now?" "Charlie followed me?" Lumian's pupils contracted, as if he had been struck by a sudden burst of light. He asked in a deep voice, "When?" Louis pondered for a moment, confusion evident on his face as he looked at Lumian. "Less than 5 minutes ago." Lumian's gaze shifted to Sarkota, his taciturn and reliable subordinate, who also appeared puzzled. 5 minutes ago? I've been at Rue de Blouses Blanches for over half an hour. Moreover, the last time I left the dance hall, I was disguised as a drunkard. There's no way Charlie could have left with me." Lumian swiftly dismissed the possibility of Charlie leaving the dance hall with him unnoticed. The situation was growing increasingly bizarre. Considering Charlie's black ill-fated luck, tinged with crimson red, the probability of him encountering danger was almost 100%. Suppressing the myriad of thoughts racing through his mind, Lumian said to Louis and Sarkota, Perhaps someone is impersonating me, but I'm unsure why they would be searching for Charlie. Impossible, Lewis blurted out. A few minutes ago, he and Sarkota had greeted the boss. It couldn't have been a fake. Before Lewis could finish his thought, Lumian shot him a cold glare. Immediately, Lewis changed his tune and stammered, Maybe it's a fake. Lumian didn't dwell on the question and inquired, Did Charlie change his clothes when he left the ballroom? According to the rules of Salle de Bal Brise, every waiter, bartender, chef, and kitchen helper had 2 sets of uniforms. However, they were not allowed to take them outside of the dance hall. They could only be kept in the changing room on the first floor. This was due to the cultural environment in the market district. Bartenders and waiters were prone to bankruptcy caused by gambling, alcoholism, illness, and other issues. If they were allowed to take their uniforms home, they would surely pawn them for cash before disappearing. They wouldn't care if Salle de Bal Brise was owned by the mob. Similarly, in Trier's inexpensive cafes frequented by scavengers, laborers, tramps, and low-level workers, tin utensils and iron chains were used to secure them to the tables. This ensured only a limited range of movement for the customers, preventing them from secretly taking the utensils and selling them. The more upscale cafes had their own set of troubles. In order to maintain an air of sophistication, they preferred using silver or porcelain utensils. Consequently, the boss had to painstakingly count the utensils after closing each day to check for any missing ones. The waiters were repeatedly instructed to be vigilant about such matters. No, Lewis firmly replied to Lumian's question. He had intended to prevent Charlie from leaving the dance hall in a waiter's attire, but since Charlie had already departed with the boss, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Most of the dance hall's rules applied to waiters, dancers, bartenders, chefs, bouncers, cleaners, and even managers. The boss was exempt from such restrictions. Lumian nodded slightly and calmly said, You guys carry on with your tasks. With that, he made his way toward the changing room near the kitchen. He suspected that Charlie's disappearance had something to do with Susanna Mattis. The small changing room was empty. Lumian glanced around and spotted the locker labeled with Charlie's name. Franca, donned in a black robe and hood, materialized beside Lumian and praised, You acted swiftly. You knew to seek out a divination medium for me. I'm not a fool, Lumian simply replied. He retrieved a piece of wire he always carried and manipulated it a few times before opening Charlie's locker, where his clothes were kept. Franca pondered for a couple of seconds before reaching for Charlie's linen shirt. She then used a broom that was leaning against the wall outside the changing room to conduct the divination. Charlie's current whereabouts. Franca held Charlie's clothes in her left hand and pressed her right hand against the top of the broom, murmuring to herself. Eventually, she released her right hand, but the broom remained motionless. It stood as still as if someone were still holding it. After a few seconds, it crashed to the ground with a thud. Was it interfered with? Lumian probed. Franca slowly shook her head. Doesn't appear so. She swiftly walked over to the full-length mirror in the changing room and stroked its surface a few times. Holding Charlie's clothes, she commenced another round of divination. After a few seconds, the mirror darkened, as if reflecting the darkness itself. In the next moment, 2 figures materialized, moving in a hazy yellowish light. One of them vaguely resembled Charlie, dressed as a waiter, while the other bore a resemblance to Lumian from behind. Apart from that, they couldn't discern any further details. Franca scrutinized the vision for a few seconds before confidently deducing, They're underground. That's why the previous divination couldn't provide a clear answer. A broom can't jump and stand on its head, can it? Lumian nodded and exited the changing room. He proceeded upstairs to retrieve a carbide lamp and any other useful items he might need later. Then, he swiftly left the dance hall. He already had a rough idea. Witnessing the scene, Franca retrieved a glimmering powder from her pocket and combined it with an incantation to conceal herself from view. On Avenue du Marquet, bathed in the eerie glow of the crimson moonlight and gas street lamps, Lumian hastened his pace, scouring the area for any trace or clue. His destination was the entrance to the underground located in the middle of Avenue du Marquet. Suddenly, amidst the encompassing darkness, Lumian abruptly halted. He observed that the grills in the drainage ditch had been displaced, and there were disheveled footprints along the roadside. Near the height of an average person's head, there were signs of impact. Franca revealed herself once more and reconstructed the sequence of events. It seems like he slipped and stumbled while trying to maintain his balance along the gutter. Eventually, he collided with a street lamp. There should have been blood, but it was cleaned up. Perplexed, she muttered to herself, It bears a resemblance to the unlucky incident I witnessed earlier today. At that moment, Franca experienced a sudden realization. Could that unlucky imposter be the one who took Charlie? Lumian had long harbored suspicions, but now he was even more convinced. If he can't masquerade as Monsieur Ive, it follows that he can also assume my identity. This ability is quite remarkable. At that instant, all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place within Lumian's mind. Susanna Mattis was on the verge of recovering, yet she remained concerned about the official Beyonder's continued surveillance of Charlie. Thus, she enlisted the fake Monsieur Ive to pose as Seal and discreetly escort Charlie underground, making it appear like an ordinary occurrence. Once they reached underground Trier, it would prove challenging for the official Beyonders to locate them. If they lingered any longer, even divination might be thwarted. Evading the official Beyonders during their initial investigation would require impressive skills, Franca responded. Forgoing her invisibility, she trailed Lumian to the entrance of underground Trier in the middle of Avenue du Marquet. As the yellowish-blue light from the carbide lamp illuminated the staircase below, Lumian noticed two sets of footprints. One set was familiar. It belonged to Charlie. Examining the footprints, it was evident that Charlie was apprehensive about descending into the underground in the dead of night. He treaded cautiously, yet ultimately chose to place his trust in Seal. For the time being, there were no signs of him being restrained. Idiot! Lumian cursed under his breath. It was understandable that he couldn't discern the deception. After all, one was a Beyonder, while the other was an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, they had walked together for quite a distance. Didn't he sense anything awry during their conversation? Is it truly so effortless to impersonate me, Lumian Lee? Thankfully, we have these footprints, Franca sighed with relief. The simplified dowsing rod divination proved challenging to utilize underground. While it might point in the right direction, there might not be a viable path to follow. It often necessitated lengthy detours, increasing the risk of losing their way in the labyrinthine darkness. The witch had not brought any tools to illuminate their path. It was unclear whether she was confident in her ability to remain with Lumian or if she simply disregarded the hindrance of darkness on her vision. Lumian held the carbide lamp and ascended the stairs, reaching the level where the street and square names were indicated. He moved swiftly, sometimes choosing a direction before Franca could discern the footprints. Soon enough, they discovered Charlie and the imposter Ive's footprints once again. Franca felt perplexed. After a brief pause, she couldn't help but inquire, "It seems you know where the imposter Ive is headed?" After that pervert knocked Jenna unconscious, he followed the same path, Lumian calmly replied. This was the route familiar to those individuals, a route that evoked a sense of security. Moreover, it was likely that the imposter Ive was leading Charlie to Susanna Mattis. Susanna might very well be waiting at the end of this path. Franca refrained from further comment. She utilized the shroud of darkness to partially conceal herself. At times, she scouted ahead, while at others, she watched Lumian's back and flanks. After several minutes of walking, Lumian and Franca came to a halt. The area displayed signs of partial collapse. Debris littered the vicinity, and the trails meandered in disarray. Eventually, they led to a small cavity obstructed by rubble. The target encountered a minor cave-in and became trapped? Franca whispered with a hiss. Is this not excessively unlucky? Her gaze then shifted to Lumian. Where did you acquire that unlucky charm? Its efficacy seems way too potent. I'll procure one for you the next time I come across such misfortune, Lumian responded, uncertain if he would encounter another individual as luckless as the tramp. As soon as he finished speaking, gravel cascaded from the heap of stones barricading the cave entrance, clattering upon the ground. In a short while, a passageway was cleared, and a figure emerged cautiously. With golden black hair and brilliant light blue eyes, he possessed a striking handsomeness. Yet another Lumian. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 210, Performance. Upon glimpsing the two figures lurking in the shadows, the imposter Ive was taken aback. He raised his right hand and pointed accusingly at Lumian, his voice filled with inquiry. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be me? As he berated, he hastened his pace, pulling himself out of the tunnel and leaping onto level ground. In the past, Lumian would have charged forward, ready for close combat or drawing his revolver to unleash a barrage of bullets at his foe. He would have granted no opportunity for words. But this time, for some inexplicable reason, he yearned to put on a show. He desired to witness the other party's abilities before seizing the perfect moment to display his own. Without an adversary, there would be no performance. Franca shared the same sentiment. She eagerly longed to stand in for Lumian, refraining from an immediate attack. Behind the imposter, I've stood Charlie, disguised as a waiter. As he crawled through the debris, he caught sight of a figure beneath the dual glow of a carbide lamp and a lantern. He froze in shock at the confrontation between the two seals. For a moment, it felt as though he was trapped in a dream. He couldn't discern who was genuine and who was counterfeit, who aimed to harm him and who sought to aid him. The only certainty he held was that danger loomed over him once more. The imposter I've assessed Lumian and turned to Franca, his voice laced with anxiety and anger. Wake up. You've been deceived by this imposter. When have I ever worn such attire? After Lumian warned Charlie, he wiped away his makeup but made no change to his clothing. He still sported an unusual combination of a simple formal top and cargo pants. In comparison, the imposter Ive's white shirt, black vest, brown pants, and laceless leather boots seemed more in line with his usual style. Franca couldn't resist putting on a performance. Is that so? Then enlighten me. What is my code name? The imposter I've asked in exasperation and amusement. Madam Red Boots, have you forgotten your moniker? Franca couldn't help but chuckle. She took a couple of steps backward, blending into the shadows at the periphery of the carbide lamp's illumination. The underground, where darkness held sway, was an ideal setting for demoness combat. As the fake eye beheld the scene, a sense of unease swelled within his heart. He knew all too well that his attempt to masquerade as the genuine article had likely been exposed, leaving him unable to maintain his charade. Instantly, he altered his approach. Discarding the lantern, he lifted his gaze to meet Lumian's, his countenance growing frigidly cold. The corners of his mouth curled into a chilling smirk. I can't decide whether to pity or congratulate you for seeing through my guise, but this definitely isn't advantageous for you. With lantern in hand, the fake eye's aura surged, transforming into a fearsome volcano teetering on the brink of eruption. Confronting him felt akin to facing the three-headed, six-armed sinister giant of Cordu. Save for the absence of mental torment and physical blows, Lumian's reactions mirrored those of his past encounters. Quivering, he lowered his head, unable to meet the other's gaze directly. However, his longing to perform and his unwavering resolve compelled him to raise his head, struggling to fix his gaze upon the fake eye's face. Simultaneously, the darkness beyond the light seemed cloaked in an eerie green glow. Vines and branches sprouted from the abyss, entwining the ceiling and rocky walls. Franca, concealed within the shadows, succumbed to intimidation in the face of the fake eye's aura, rendering her unable to maintain her abilities. Her form materialized less than 2 meters away from the imposter. Meanwhile, Charlie, still sprawled within the passageway, trembled even more violently. He buried his face in the gravel and earth, his mind blank. With a disdainful glance toward Lumian and Franca, the fake eye spoke. You dare to pursue me, utterly ignorant? The only fortunate aspect is your considerable attractiveness. I find it hard to dispose of you outright. His words entered Lumian and Franca's ears, instilling them with fear, compelling them to turn and flee. This sensation prompted Lumian to realize something profound. Demigod. The fake eye was a demigod, possessing godhood. Gritting his teeth and summoning his courage, Lumian delved into his pocket, hopeful that Mr. K's finger could serve as a temporary deterrent, buying him and Franca an opportunity to escape the underground trier. So what if you're a demigod? I've encountered demigods before. Fear won't break my spirit or halt my resistance. Just as Lumian's right palm was poised to make contact with Mr. K's finger, and Franca was on the verge of fleeing, unable to contain herself, a cracking noise resounded from above. A rock the size of a fist descended, mirroring the former descent of its brethren, hurtling toward the fake eye, who had been arrogantly observing Lumian and Franca's reactions. Caught off guard, the imposter I've managed only to lower his head, barely evading the projectile. The gravel struck his left shoulder, fracturing bone and causing the flesh to sink inward. He emitted a brief cry, nearly toppling to the ground. This unexpected turn of events dispersed the menacing aura and godlike presence, leaving behind a scant few turquoise vines and brownish-green branches as testament to the recent occurrence. Snapping out of his shock, Lumian, driven by his desire to perform and seizing the opportunity to provoke, discarded the carbide lamp, clutched his stomach, and erupted in laughter. A fake? Is everything about you nothing but fake? Don't tell me that thing of yours is a mere piece of wood. The fake eye, who had just recovered from the pain, was overcome with emotion. His gaze fixated upon Lumian, his eyes tinged with an otherworldly green hue. Unbeknownst to him, Franca had already sprinkled herself with fluorescent powder, vanishing into thin air with a hushed whisper. In the blink of an eye, Lumian found himself consumed by an intense yearning for the pleasures of the opposite sex. If Franca hadn't rendered herself invisible, he would have been utterly powerless against the impulse. However, he wasn't entirely bereft of reason. It was just that his actions had become burdensome, both physically and mentally. Struggling, Lumian extracted the revolver from its holster, endeavoring to take aim at the fake Ive. In his current state, he inexplicably found the other's visage profoundly alluring. Bang! Lumian squeezed the trigger, but his shot missed the imposter Ive. Fury ignited within the fake Ive's eyes. With agile grace, he closed in on his target, his hand rising to deliver a resounding slap across Lumian's face. Instantly, his appearance underwent a subtle alteration, as if he possessed limited control over his image. He softened Lumian's masculine features, lending them a touch of femininity. Lumian gasped for breath, his fingers squeezing the trigger once more. A tumultuous surge of desire threatened to consume him. He yearned to embrace the female rendition of the fake Ive and indulge in unspeakable acts. Amidst the maelstrom of his intense emotions, he instinctively recalled the words of the psychiatrist, Madame Susie, and promptly began taking deep, steadying breaths. Bang! Lumian found a measure of tranquility, successfully discharging another shot from the revolver. The fake Ive hadn't anticipated the unwavering fortitude of his adversary, who managed to retain his sanity. Narrowly evading the bullet that grazed his arm, rending his garments and scorching his flesh, he couldn't suppress a pained grunt. In that moment, Lumian, warily mindful of the opponent's abilities, ceased his pretense, seizing the opportunity to grip the ritual silver dagger and plunge it into his own ribs, refraining from extracting it. The pain jolted his senses, quelling much of his desire. Likewise, the fake Ive shook off the lingering effects of provocation, regaining a measure of clarity. He understood that the current circumstances were ill-suited for an extended confrontation. Swiftly producing a golden coin, he hurled it toward the crevice obstructed by debris. Lumian, overcome by an uncontrollable avarice, lunged toward the gleaming coin with the ritual silver dagger, eager to claim it as his own. Seizing the opportunity, the fake Ive sprinted deeper into the underground, displaying swiftness surpassing that of ordinary mortals. Suddenly, his feet skidded, and a slick swoosh echoed through the air. Unbeknownst to him, the path had been encased in a layer of frost. Struggling to regain his footing, the fake Ive endeavored to restore his balance. However, in that very moment, a towering figure clad in a black robe and hood materialized behind him. With a swift motion, Franca extended her right hand, revealing a hidden blade enveloped in black flames. She aimed to plunge it into the fake Ive's back, employing an assassin's mighty blow, concentrating all the force into the blade. Despite the fake Ive's best efforts to evade and rely on some kind of performance to toughen his skin and muscles like stone, the blade managed to pierce his body. His eyes widened, and he twisted his body forcefully, capturing a glimpse of Franca through his ghostly, green gaze. Having successfully executed her attack, Franca intended to take a step back and utilize the shadows to create distance before triggering the detonation of the black flames coursing within the target's body. However, her limbs suddenly grew weak, and she bent over. She clenched her legs together, a watery light flickering in her eyes resembling a serene lake. Having anticipated the deep connection between the fake Ive she was tailing and the deviant Hedzi, Franca was prepared for the current circumstances. Without hesitation, she reached into her concealed pocket, aiming to retrieve the smelling salts she acquired earlier. Bang! 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 Lumian, having secured the golden coin, discharged 3 shots at the severely wounded fake Ive. Desperately attempting to evade, the fake Ive's precarious footing on the icy surface undermined his ability to maintain even basic balance. Eventually, he plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud, one of the bullets piercing his abdomen. With a chance to catch her breath, Franca inhaled the scent of the salts, the invigorating aroma jolting her senses awake. Suppressing her desires, she clenched her left hand. Black flames erupted from the fake Ive's body, devouring his soul and eliciting a mournful cry. Lumian aimed once more and pulled the trigger. The final bullet erupted forth, instantaneously puncturing the fake Ive's forehead. With a deafening bang, the fake Ive's head split open, spilling forth crimson and white. Observing Franca bend over once again, Lumian hurriedly made his way to her side, circling around the frost-covered area. Franca raised her gaze, her eyes moist as she softly gasped for air. Suddenly, she embraced Lumian, but her nostrils detected the presence of a metal canister with an open lid pressed against her nose. The indescribably potent scent compelled her to sneeze repeatedly, diminishing much of her desire. Damn it, this stuff is far more potent than smelling salts. Franca blurted out as soon as she regained consciousness. Lumian quickly took a sniff himself and let out a sneeze. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 211, Spirit Channeling. While Lumian sneezed, Franca swiftly took 2 steps forward and crouched beside the fake Ive's lifeless body. With a delicate grip, she extinguished the flickering black flames that still clung to it. Thank goodness it hasn't burned too far, or the soul would have dissipated. Franca breathed a sigh of relief, straightening up. She reached into her pocket and retrieved a handful of powder that resembled the pitch blackness of night. Lumian stowed away the canister of stimulating gas and glanced at Franca, curiosity etched on his face. Are you planning to channel his spirit? In the recent battle, the fake Ive had displayed the strength of a mid-sequence beyonder and wielded peculiar abilities. Lumian couldn't hold back, or the situation would have taken a perilous turn. Franca nodded subtly, responding, Indeed. Channeling a spirit now will yield significant results. And which entity do you intend to invoke? Lumian asked casually. Franca chuckled before answering. None. I've merged the principles of magic mirror divination and devised a spirit summoning spell. While it may not rival the most professional methods, it suffices. Moreover, it won't attract the attention of deities from the corresponding domain. You're quite clever, Lumian praised, his words laced with a hint of mockery. Exasperated yet amused, Franca retorted. It's called having an academic spirit. We, your sister, have conducted similar research and experiments. Usually, I can't be bothered to overthink things. Not because I lack intelligence, but because the burden of endless calculations is tiresome. The key to life is to remain relaxed and not get entangled in every intricate detail. Her gaze swept over Charlie, still sprawled amidst the rubble in the tunnel. Franca refrained from mentioning Gandalf, the president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. Is this why you've adapted so well after becoming a woman? Lumian observed Franca building a wall of spirituality in the vicinity as he approached Charlie. Witnessing Seal's approach, Charlie snapped out of his daze and crawled out of the debris on all fours. Lumian gazed at him, his expression devoid of emotion. What he was thinking was, Charlie has just witnessed the battle between Franca, me, and the impostor Ive. If he seeks refuge at the eternal blazing sun cathedral, there's a high probability that he won't be able to conceal it when questioned by official beyonders utilizing their powers. This situation differs from the previous one, where the official beyonders believed everything was under their control. They were prone to carelessness and had blind spots in their minds. Charlie's initial elation waned as Lumian continued to scrutinize him in silence. His heart began pounding like a jazz band's drumbeat. Fear and confusion evident in his voice, Charlie finally mustered the courage to ask, What's the matter? Lumian observed that Charlie's luck remained a blend of red and black, although it had slightly improved since before. This indicated that Susanna Mattis' threat had not been completely resolved. He fell silent for a few seconds before speaking up. Remember to head to Église St. Robert later. Having already contacted Madame Poalis, Lumian no longer needed to stay at Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman or manage Salle de Ball-Brise. As long as he remained with the Savoy mob, he still had a chance to fulfill Mr. K's mission. Furthermore, Franca was now involved. With her vouching for him while in the boss's good graces, Lumian could be assigned other profitable ventures even without Salle de Ball-Brise. However, the earnings might not be as substantial. All right. Charlie heaved a sigh of relief. Having experienced many things, Charlie possessed an open-minded personality. He belonged to the kind of people who grew more excited as the number of individuals increased. Soon enough, his curiosity got the better of him. Pointing at the lifeless impostor Ive lying on the ground, he asked, Who's that? Why does he look exactly like you? Before Charlie could finish his question, he paused. As the fake Ive met his demise, the facial muscles relaxed, no longer resembling Seal. The corpse appeared unfamiliar. That's someone who believed in an evil god and gained strange powers, Lumian explained simply, tailoring his response to Charlie's comprehension. He has a certain connection to Susanna Mattis. Charlie felt a lingering fear. No wonder he kept leading me underground. Unable to hold back, Lumian cursed. You imbecile. You've been with him for so long, and yet you didn't sense anything was off about him? Does having my face mean he's me? Charlie replied sheepishly. When I entered underground Trier, I sensed something was wrong. He was very quiet. He only mentioned taking me underground to completely resolve the Susanna Mattis problem. He's not like you, always cracking jokes and teasing. I thought it was because the situation was urgent and you weren't in the mood. Lumian sighed and shifted his gaze to Franca, realizing that Charlie, being an ordinary person, couldn't see through the Beyonder disguise that could fool even official Beyonders, no matter how astute he was. The witch had finished preparing for her own spirit channeling spell. Standing before the fake Ive's lifeless body, she held 2 white candles and chanted a series of incantations in Hermes. Due to the wall of spirituality, Lumian could only catch fragments of the chant. Franca described herself and the imposter Ive, with the former being the source of spirituality and the foundation for maintaining the ritual, and the latter being the object of prayer, the magic mirror that provided answers to questions. As for Charlie, he heard even less and couldn't make sense of it all. A faint light emerged on the makeup mirror in Franca's hand, and its interior turned into an abyss of deep darkness, as if it had sunk to the river's depths. A hazy pale white face swiftly appeared in the mirror, bearing a resemblance of 50 to 60% to the deceased fake Ive. Switching to Intision, Franca inquired, "Who are you, and which organization do you belong to?" The imposter Ive replied in a dazed manner, "Rentis, a member of the Bliss Society." Rentas. Lumian suddenly recalled the name. The word Rentis often appeared on the posters outside theater, the Lancian Cage aux Pigeons. He was a prominent male supporting actor. Franca pressed on with her questioning. What kind of organization is the Bliss Society? And how is it connected to Susanna Mattis? The imposter Ive Rentis spoke with an otherworldly voice. The Bliss Society was originally a secret society for women who love women. Susanna was one of them. She grew weary of being involved with members of parliament, high-ranking officials, bankers, newspaper moguls, and other men. She sought solace among fellow ladies and madams who shared her love for women. Eventually, she received divine enlightenment and a boon, becoming a priestess of my Lord. She transformed the small Bliss Society into a secret organization that worships my Lord. In today's society, it's inconvenient for women to be openly involved in many affairs. Therefore, the Bliss Society has admitted some male members who can also receive boons, but they lack the privilege to partake in core matters or possess knowledge of the most confidential aspects. Remarkable. Franca applauded. She knew that Rentis was referring to the evil god known as the Mother Tree of Desire. Delving into such matters made her apprehensive, fearing that she might stumble upon mystical knowledge she shouldn't acquire. A secret society for women who love women. Male members excluded from core matters. Lumian suddenly grasped something. He stood by the wall of spirituality and gazed at the makeup mirror in Franca's hand. So, Hedzi frequently seeks out street girls and hunts for prey, because his desires cannot be fulfilled within the Bliss Society? Yes, Rentis replied. Women love women exclusively. When I was a sex addict, I had to satisfy my desires on my own. Fortunately, I was more attractive than him and had female audience members who admired me. There were plenty of street girls in the market district, so I didn't need to take the risk of pursuing excitement. That's lit. Franca expressed her feelings with peculiar words. She clicked her tongue and sighed. Isn't there a regular secret group for women who love women? Yes, Rentis firmly responded. To my knowledge, there's the Moment Society and the Narcissus Society. They often organize women orgies at Chalet's Red House Cafe. We have been attempting to establish contact with them and convert them into believers of my Lord One. Chalet was situated in Quartier 16 on the north bank of the Srenzo River in the Square District. Known as the Triumph Square established by Emperor Roselle, it was a small town surrounded by a vast suburban forest. It was renowned for its exceptional wine production. Chalet wine stood second only to Ormer red wine in the world. Fascinated, Franca listened and repeated the terms, Chalet, Red House Cafe, women orgies. Lumian couldn't help but feel more concerned about the term sex addict. It seemed to perfectly suit the twisted state of Hedzi. It likely corresponded to sequence 8 of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway. However, he feared that time was running out for the spirit channeling, so he didn't rush to delve into the matter. Instead, he redirected his focus to Susanna Mattis. How did Susanna Mattis transform into an evil spirit? And why did you bring Charlie underground? Rentis's pale white face contorted in distortion. She died while receiving a boon and transformed into an evil spirit. She told us that because her name was still on the lips of many Triarians and her portrait was used by numerous men to satisfy themselves, she didn't completely dissipate. She retained a certain level of rationality, albeit warped. She became more consumed by her own affairs, neglecting all else. She was gravely injured by official Beyonders during her last encounter and spent time recuperating at the altar. We were worried that once she fully recovered, she would seek out Charlie and attract the attention of the authorities. So we took advantage of the election and brought Charlie to the altar in advance, handing him over to her for handling. Charlie had already moved to Lumian's side. His face turned ashen as he listened, feeling as if he had stepped into the depths of hell. Franca nodded subtly and spoke. Where is this altar? How much time until Susanna Mattis fully recovers? The altar. The surface of the makeup mirror revealed a fading, blurry face, unveiling an underground tunnel. The tunnel stretched endlessly, branching off in multiple directions before leading to a small quarry cave engulfed by vines and branches. There, a colossal brownish-green tree stump emerged abruptly from the ground. Its form consisted of thick branches, with roots originating from an unknown place. As the image of the tree stump grew clearer, Franca hastily interrupted the manifestation, fearing any potential disturbances. Rentis continued, Susanna will regain her full strength in 2 days and depart from the altar. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 212 Actor. Franca carefully calculated the time and inquired with meticulous detail, what perils lie at the altar? How much progress has Susanna Mattis made in her recovery today? Upon hearing Franca's question, Lumian made a rough conjecture about her thoughts. If it was possible, they could seize the opportunity to destroy the altar and eliminate Susanna Mattis, who was now weakened, once and for all. Before departing from Sal de Balbreeze to track down the impostor Ive, Lumian had contemplated a similar issue. Since Rentis had taken Charlie underground, he believed their destination was Susanna Mattis' hiding place. Consequently, when he retrieved the carbide lamp, he also retrieved a few bundles of detonators from the safe, hoping to utilize the unique environment to blast those intruders to their demise. Rentis's hazy, pale face took on a hint of sanctity. The altar is the altar. Only the light of my Lord exists. There is no danger. Lumian muttered to himself, standing by the wall of spirituality. By stating it that way, it only heightens the danger. Rentis continued, I do not know the exact condition of Susanna. All I know is that 2 weeks ago we could not see her, but she would occasionally make sounds. Last week she could communicate with us normally, and we could perceive her when we activated our spirit visions. Today she remains the same as before, but she appears extremely feeble. Based on Rentis's account, Lumian made a preliminary estimation. Susanna, who was originally a fallen tree spirit equivalent to Sequence 5, is now nearing Sequence 6. If Susanna had not been hiding at the Mother Tree of Desire's altar, Lumian would have considered it worth the risk. Franca pondered for a moment and spoke, Do you typically offer prayers at the altar and receive boons? Yes, Rentis replied with a nostalgic tone. Susanna is our priestess. She enables us to experience the Lord's love for the world and unveils everyone's true desires, allowing us to truly understand ourselves. Upon hearing this, Franca decided to forego further inquiries and seek the truth in the details. Is the altar usually protected? Susanna is always there. Rentis's blurred, pale face swayed gently in the mirror. Franca gazed at the makeup mirror in her hand and queried, Would the altar under anyone's protection during the 2 weeks that Susanna was severely injured? Rentis's spirit responded truthfully, No. Franca couldn't help but turn her head and glance at Lumian. She realized that he too appeared disappointed and regretful. From Rentis's answer, they both discerned a crucial fact. The altar possessed a concealed and formidable protective mechanism. Otherwise, regardless of its underground concealment and the difficulties in locating it, they would need to consider guarding against bounty hunters or cave adventurers fond of searching for treasure in underground Trier. Simultaneously, they would have to be cautious of smugglers who might have temporarily altered their routes or wandering university students. Franca let out a sigh, deciding that it would be best to leave the altar and Susanna Mattis in the hands of the authorities. The evil spirits still needed 2 more days to recover, and she and Lumian had already discovered the whereabouts of the altar. They had ample time. Franca shifted her focus and inquired about something else. How many members are there in the Bliss Society at Theatre the Lancian Cage aux Pigeons? Not many. Rentis's blurry face with flickering dark green eyes responded. But I only know a few. I've Hedzi, and I report to Maipu Meyer. He is the theater manager and represents Susanna in the core affairs of the Bliss Society since she became an evil spirit. Why choose a man? Isn't it believed that women only love women? It would be easier to communicate with the other key members of the Bliss Society if it were a woman, Franca objected. Are you certain there's no hidden significance in this conversation? Lumian sensed Madame Hidden Blade's curiosity piqued. Rentis's voice drifted as he replied, Maipu Meyer used to be Susanna's lover. Franca clicked her tongue and sighed. So we have the High Priestess going against the principles of the organization, loving both men and women. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Charlie, who appeared bewildered and terrified. Rentis didn't shy away from revealing the truth about Maipu Meyer. Before Susanna joined the Bliss Society, They were lovers. Furthermore, he was the only one who could make Susanna feel at ease and relaxed. After her divine awakening and embracing her faith in my lord, she transformed the Bliss Society and recruited Maipu Meyer. However, their intimate relationship ceased. When she became an evil spirit, she no longer limited her affections to women and resumed her connection with Maipu Meyer. Meanwhile, she sought out other targets, infiltrating their dreams and draining their energy. She would fall in love with them before killing them. Charlie's face grew paler with each passing word, as if he had fallen into an inescapable nightmare that would only end in death. Franca, who had seriously contemplated having her lover Gardner bear her child, commented, "This is all rather twisted." She then smiled and remarked, "Does Maipu Meyer enjoy wearing green hats?" "No, he now exclusively wears a black top hat. He even meticulously grooms the tips of his beard." Rentis dismissed Franca's speculation. Lumian recalled the mention of a woman's death in Onnet Town during Mr. K's gathering. If Maipu Meyer receives a boon and becomes a male fallen tree spirit, could he enter women's dreams and induce erotic fantasies to drain their energy, gradually weakening them until they perish? The Bliss Society consists of women as its key members, emphasizing that they only love women. It is unlikely for male members to attain such high levels of power. Those incidents are not a result of the Bliss Society, but they too believe in the mother tree of desire? Or could it be due to women loving women? Franca pressed on with her questioning. "Why don't you even know the number of members in the Bliss Society at Theatre Delancey and Cage Op Pigeons? So, other than Susanna, there are no female members among the Bliss Society members you're familiar with." Rentis's pale, blurry face seemed to contort. "Only Maipu Meyer interacts with the female members. While I'm uncertain about the current status of female members at Theatre Delancey and Cage Op Pigeons, I can speculate on who they were in the past." "How?" Franca inquired curiously. Rentis replied, "Those who joined our theater started as supporting actresses. Through honing their acting skills, they eventually became the leading ladies before they left. They were the key members of the Bliss Society. The theater was established as a safe and dependable venue for them to fulfill their inner desires until they could gain initial control." "Why must they act?" Lumian recalled Rentis's various performances. Rentis struggled for a moment before explaining, "We were blessed with a boon equivalent to a Sequence 7 called Actor. This gift enables us to evoke a deep yearning for attention and a desire to perform in our targets. It also awakens our own hidden desire to showcase ourselves and perform. Before we fully master the power of this boon, we cannot restrain this impulse. Therefore, we require a proper stage to satiate our desires without arousing suspicion. Every applause from the audience is a validation for us." A peculiar sequence. Instead of immediately attacking Rentis, I confronted him. I failed to utilize the ritual silver dagger in time to suppress my explosive desires because unknowingly, my own desire to perform was awakened. Lumian came to a realization. Franca clapped her hands, exclaiming, "That explains it. No wonder I was so immersed in acting today." She smiled and inquired, "Does your ability to disguise as Ivan Seal also come from Actor?" Rentis's face nodded slightly. "We can manipulate our muscles, skin, and bones to a certain extent. We possess all the necessary skills for disguise, including makeup techniques and prop production. Moreover, actors have the talent for imitation. They can convincingly portray anything. If they act as an ordinary person, their astral projection will appear ordinary as well. If they portray a soldier, they'll display remarkable combat and marksmanship. What if they act as a woman? What about acting as a Beyonder?" Franca and Lumian raised their questions. Finally, the two of them understood how the fake I've could deceive official Beyonders, and why the theater performers at Theatre Delancey and Cage Op Pigeons excelled in their craft. Working with real actors every day, it was no wonder their acting skills were top-notch. Rentis's spirit spoke in a dazed manner. To portray a woman, you need to prepare props in advance, such as fake breasts and long hair. When acting as other Beyonders, if I have observed them beforehand, I can replicate their corresponding abilities, but they won't have tangible effects. They are more like illusions. However, if I were given the opportunity to closely observe and learn from a Beyonder over several months, I could perform similar but significantly weakened abilities." "Impressive indeed." Lumian sighed, then asked in a deep voice, "Who were you impersonating when you emanated that powerful aura?" "None other than Susanna, as she connects with the altar's aura while conducting the boon ritual." Rentis revealed a trace of piety and reverence. Franca and Lumian exchanged glances, grateful that they had abandoned the idea of heading to the altar to eliminate future troubles. Based on Rentis's response, It appeared that when Susanna merged with the altar, she could exhibit power at a demigod level. Do actors possess any other abilities? Franca inquired. Rentis shook his head. No. However, Maipu Meyer once cautioned me against becoming too engrossed in my roles while acting. Lumian seized the opportunity to ask, were the names of the other sequences corresponding to actor? Rentis's voice took on a sinister tone. Sequence 9 Scrooge, Sequence 8 Sex Addict, Sequence 6 Recipient, and Sequence 5 Baby Cupid. Beyond that, I'm unaware. Quite fitting. Lumian, who was acquainted with the abilities of Scrooge and Sex Addict, questioned further, what does recipient entail? It involves craving success and recognition from high society or the public, Rentis explained. Curiosity piqued, Franca asked. It seems that you actors aren't able to fully control your corresponding desires at every sequence. At Sequence 5, won't your desires explode upon encountering anything? In truth, as they progress through the sequences, individuals can gradually gain control over their corresponding desires, Rentis clarified. For actors, their primary desire is acting. Their desires for wealth and the opposite sex are only slightly stronger than usual. They won't appear pathological or completely uncontrollable as a result. Lumian found himself perplexed. Then why were you so miserly when you portrayed Monsieur I? He chose to pick up a gold coin of unknown origin. Rentis responded naturally, because the real Ive is like that. I must stay true to the role. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 213, Correct Interpretation. Upon hearing Rentis's response, Lumian found himself torn between laughter and rejoicing, grateful that he had achieved a satisfactory outcome through a mistaken train of thought. Originally, Lumian believed that Beyonders, like the impostor Ive, who worshipped the mother tree of desire, would struggle to control their insatiable hunger and carnal desires. That's why he decided to use a gold coin to carry the vagrant's bad luck. To his surprise, the followers of the evil god were primarily influenced by their specific desires at different stages. Once they mastered the power or received a new boon, they could break free and progress to the next state. While their desires remained potent, they were no longer uncontrollable. In simpler terms, if Rentis hadn't been portraying Monsieur Ive and didn't feel the need to exhibit stinginess, there was a high probability that he wouldn't have picked up the ill-fated gold coin and would have approached the situation with greater caution. Of course, if Rentis hadn't been attuned to changes in fate and failed to detect the issue with the gold coin, he would likely have claimed it for himself once he realized its owner was long gone and wouldn't return. After all, he possessed a touch more greed than the average person, and as the saying goes, finders keepers in the hearts of a certain percentage of ordinary individuals. Lumian now grasped the full meaning behind Rentis's words. Indeed, one mustn't become lost in the role when acting. However, Rentis was in the midst of acting, so scrutinizing the details was not a concern for him. Otherwise, it would have been easy for others to discover his true identity as the impostor Ive. Franca sensed that the spirit channeling was coming to an end and hurriedly asked, who are the suspected key members of the Bliss Society? Rentis's pale, indistinct face twitched. Even if I were to tell you, you wouldn't find them. They joined Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons after receiving boons and becoming actresses. They adopted false names and concealed their true faces. Once their acting skills reached maturity and they gained control over their corresponding desires, they would reclaim their real identities upon leaving the theater. If you wish to uncover their assumed identities, gather a list of all the female leads in Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons plays from the past 2 years. Look for those who performed most frequently. At the mention of the female lead at Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, Lumian's mind recalled the name. Could Charlotte Calvino be one of the key members of the Bliss Society? She played the lead in the play Forest Fairy. The costumes and the promotional stills evoked memories of Susanna Mattis. Rentis's face grew increasingly elusive, and his voice became more ethereal. I don't know. She rose through the ranks as an apprentice actress and only recently started taking the lead roles in the past few months. She's not an outsider, but Maipu Meyer might promote her to a member of the Bliss Society. Franca was about to inquire about Maipu Meyer's corresponding stages and abilities when Rentis's spirit, consumed by black flames, could no longer hold on and dissipated upon the surface of the makeup mirror. With a tinge of regret, Franca concluded the ritual and dismissed the wall of spirituality. As she squatted beside Rentis's lifeless body, rummaging through his pockets, she let out a sigh and remarked, I didn't manage to get to Maipu Meyer. Forget it, I'll leave it to the authorities to handle it. Lumian paused, pondering her question. I've heard from a playwright that Maipu Meyer is highly ambitious. He aims to make Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons the most renowned theater in Trier and receive the prestigious Intis Legion of Honor Medal. Desire for success and recognition? Franca recalled Rentis's depiction of a Sequence 6 recipient. I suppose that's the limit for male members of the Bliss Society? Likely so. Lumian struggled to provide a precise answer. Franca had already collected a stack of items. 2 metal canisters, a leather wallet, a peculiar dough that conformed to facial contours, thin skin-like pieces, eyebrow pencils, and various makeup tools. Give it a sniff. Franca tossed the 2 metal canisters to Lumian. Lumian distinguished them for a moment before responding. One canister contains the scent you just experienced, and the other should hold a matching sedative. They appeared to be essential items for followers of the Mother Tree of Desire when venturing outside. Mysticism branded smelling salts. Franca mused, then added, "You can keep what's left of the canister you have. This is mine. I'll give you the sedative. Choose from these disguises and take the money from the wallet. Anything you don't want, I'll keep." Bloody hell, this pauper doesn't even possess materials, talismans, or weapons, let alone beyonder characteristics or mystical items. The sedative and mysticism smelling salts will prove useful. Lumian, who had only obtained beyonder abilities from Hammer 8, didn't show much concern. Franca didn't overlook any part of Rentis's body, including his crotch and soles, yet she found nothing more. She withdrew a folded cloth bag and opened it, carefully stashing away the collection from the ground. Then she addressed Lumian, "We'll divide this once we return." With that, she rose to her feet and glanced at the frightened Charlie. She muttered to herself thoughtfully, "He witnessed our clash with Rentis. What should we do?" Charlie's legs trembled, and as he leaned toward Lumian, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "I won't betray you." Without waiting for Lumian's response, Franca let out a sigh and declared, "Forget it. We'll leave it to the official Beyonders." She deliberately introduced the topic before promptly reaching a conclusion. Lumian, finally freed from the grip of his acting impulses, regained his composure and rationality. After careful consideration, he suggested, "I have alternative solutions. Charlie doesn't need to seek refuge at Église St. Robert, nor does he need to worry about Susanna Mattis finding him." He thought of his luck transference spell. Before, he refrained from using it as Susanna Mattis had yet to bother Charlie. There was no corresponding fate to alter. But now Susanna Mattis was on the path to recovery, and Charlie was her primary target. His luck had taken a turn, and a life-threatening calamity loomed. His luck had indeed changed. When the moment arrived, Lumian would gift the gold coin carrying the weight of the impending disaster to the real-live, allowing them to face it on their own. Naturally, this differed from the substitution spell and Fallen Mercury's fate exchange. It only diverted bloodshed temporarily. In other words, Charlie wouldn't be in Susanna Mattis' crosshairs for the next few days. However, in a few days' time, unless Susanna Mattis was wholly purified or had lost her memories, this external threat would still remain. Nevertheless, the authorities would take action tomorrow, armed with sufficient intel. When Lumian realized that Charlie's luck was in jeopardy, he refrained from intervening because he could only change Charlie's luck, not his own. Susanna would undoubtedly target him as well, the adversary who had provoked Charlie's betrayal. Therefore, he opted for the simplest approach, to disguise himself and urge Charlie to seek refuge at the Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral, thus buying more time to guard against Susanna Mattis. They were now certain that Susanna had 2 days left to recuperate. "Really?" Charlie's eyes brightened. Lumian smiled and inquired, "Do you trust me or not?" Charlie stammered, "I believe you. I believe you. You just like to tease people about trivial matters." Curiosity piqued, Franca asked, "What way?" "A method you shouldn't be aware of." Lumian silently muttered, contemplating the specifics. "If I wish to alter Charlie's current luck, mere prayers won't suffice. I must harness the power sealed within me. Poor Charlie, I'll have to render him unconscious. I can't expose the corruption within me or the suspicion of seeking aid from an evil god." Just as Lumian was about to instruct Charlie to accompany him and prepare for his temporary incapacitation, a thought flashed across his mind. Does utilizing the power within the seal constitute exploiting Termaboros? Should I write to Madame Magician and seek her opinion? Previously, the tramp's ill fortune bore no relation to mysticism or beyonder abilities. The ritual required minimal power. However, the support needed to resist a Sequence 5 evil spirit atop an evil god's altar would likely be several times greater than before. What would occur then? Since Charlie's luck changed, everything had become urgent. The timing was impeccable. It seemed as though an opportunity had emerged without allowing me a chance to weigh my options. If I hadn't just corresponded with Madam Magician and received a reminder, I might have already altered Charlie's luck. Noticing Lumian's motionless state, Franca inquired, "What's the matter?" Shaking off his stupor, Lumian contemplated for a moment. "I just realized that the method I had prepared seems to have significant flaws." Charlie uttered, a mixture of disappointment and concern. Franca ruminated for a few seconds before suggesting, "I have an idea as well. Charlie won't head to Église St. Robert. He'll follow us to Rue de Blouses Blanches. As long as we survive the night, we'll be fine by tomorrow. Think about it. Our original plan was to confront Susanna Mattis, and she still has 2 days remaining at the altar. Even if we face an attack tonight, it will likely come from Maipu Meyer and his lackeys. Even if he recruits other key members of the Bliss Society, as long as they are inferior to Susanna Mattis at the altar, we stand a good chance of holding out until dawn. If things don't go as planned, we can create a commotion and attract the attention of official Beyonders. We can escape from the market district amidst the chaos. This is the worst-case scenario. However, if Charlie goes to Église St. Robert, we must consider moving immediately. We could also become targets." Lumian pondered for a few moments and found the idea quite feasible. He nodded and stated, "I have no objections." His gaze then fell upon Charlie, who eagerly replied, "I don't have any issues either." Charlie held considerable confidence in Seal and Franca. Lumian refocused his attention and observed Charlie's luck. To his surprise, Charlie's impending disaster had noticeably weakened and showed signs of improvement. What? Charlie's true misfortune lies in participating in the luck transference ritual? Did his fate change when I abandoned that notion? Although a bloody calamity still awaits, it appears less severe. Bloody Termoboros. Lumian comprehended the situation in an instant and couldn't help but inwardly curse. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 214, Encounter. After cursing Termoboros, Lumian caught sight of Franca securing the cloth bag with war spoils and fastening it to her person. The thought struck him, triggering a recollection of one of Scrooge's abilities, and he reminded her, "Aren't you worried those Scrooges will track us down using lost possessions?" He had previously informed Franca about the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, mentioning that the sinister cult possessed a peculiar knack for detecting the whereabouts of their lost belongings. In contrast to the perverted Headsy, Rentis carried out his orders dutifully. If anything happened to him, he might possess something from Maipu Meyer to determine his location and the saboteur's whereabouts. Franca scoffed dismissively. That ability surely has its limitations in terms of time and range. By the time the folks at Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons realize Rentis is missing, it will prove exceedingly arduous for them to track us down. Besides, with Charlie here, they could find us if they truly desired. Whether we take these items or not, Charlie is akin to Susanna Mattis' lost possession, no, her lost lover. Charlie stood dazed, bewildered by the conversation between Seal and Red Boots. It wasn't until Franca mentioned his name that he grasped his situation somewhat. Sporting a bitter expression, he retorted, "We're not lovers." Franca consoled Charlie, though her sincerity remained questionable. "Can't be helped. She's convinced of it on her own accord, and she's strong enough." Persuaded by Franca's argument, Lumian ceased dwelling on Scrooge's abilities. He pulled out the ritual silver dagger, promptly tended to his wound. Bending down, he scooped up Rentis's lifeless body and carried it to the debris-blocked hole, shoving it into the passage the actor had previously dug. Charlie watched in horror, marveling at Seal's skills as a ruthless mob leader who had struck fear into the poisoned spur mob. His attention then shifted to Rentis's attire, shirt, vest, pants, and boots. They seem relatively new. If they are stripped and pawned, I reckon they can fetch at least 2 Vroldor. Charlie's mouth gapped, but he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Franca nodded approvingly. "Good job. Cleaning up the scene and stalling the enemy's detection. I worry that Maipu Meyer will exercise caution. Once Rentis fails to return by midnight, he'll lead his men here and stumble upon the corpse. Then he might choose to abandon Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons and relocate with the remaining members of the Bliss Society. Maybe we don't even have to wait until midnight. Susanna Mattis will undoubtedly prod him if she can find a way to contact him. Such a turn of events would thwart the forthcoming official Beyonders raid and leave behind latent dangers." Franca added, "Fortunately, Susanna won't be able to leave the altar in the next 2 days, and the altar itself can't sprout legs and flee. At the very least, the official Beyonders can address Charlie's predicament." "Not necessarily," Lumian countered. We shouldn't make assumptions about the evil god altar using conventional logic. It's akin to me never fathoming that a man could give birth. Huh. Charlie's confusion escalated as he listened to Seal and Red Boots, comprehending each word independently but failing to grasp their interconnected meaning. Franca fell silent for 2 seconds before solemnly nodding. You're right. The true form of the altar is like a massive tree stump. It might possess life. When the time comes, it can uproot itself and transform into a Treant, making its escape with Susanna. With a clap of her hands, Franca exclaimed, Exactly. How can it be called a tree spirit without a tree? Lumian sensed that Franca's conjecture could be close to the truth. He recollected wearing the mystery-prying glasses at Baird's Duke door, where he had witnessed an extensive underground network of brownish-green roots stretching in all directions. Susanna Mattis' tree stump altar might be part of that brownish-green root system. When faced with danger, it can retract. Lumian's thoughts raced as he crawled into the passageway and pushed Rennis's lifeless body into the rubble-blocked hole. Emerging from the hole, he retrieved the carbide lamp and the enemy's lantern. He scrutinized the structure of the tunnel ceiling and the surrounding rock walls. Every now and then, he extended his palm, gently patted and knocked against them. Confused by Lumian's actions, Franca, eager to leave underground Trier as soon as possible, asked, What are you doing? Calmly, Lumian replied, I'm searching for a suitable spot to place a bundle of explosives and bury the corpse completely. We mustn't make too much noise to avoid alerting Susanna, who's deep underground, and Maipu Meyer, who's in Theater Delancian cage pigeons on the surface. Simultaneously, he had to ensure that the ground wouldn't collapse, as it could endanger the buildings above. Clearly, the municipal workers had diligently reinforced these areas when connecting the underground quarries, sewers, and various tunnels. Regular repairs were carried out, and minor cave-ins posed no threat to the surface's safety or its own integrity. Using his hunter powers, Lumian soon identified a depression on the side of the hole and placed a bundle of detonators there. Unfortunately, we lacked the proper tools and materials. Otherwise, we could set up a trigger for the explosives under the corpse. When Maipu Meyer arrives and tries to lift the body in his agitation, it would go boom, Lumian said with regret, squatting down. Since consuming the first potion, he hadn't had the opportunity to execute a hunter's bomb trap and showcase his explosive finesse. Charlie's heart raced as he listened, confirming Seal's reputation as the most renowned mob leader of recent times. Indeed, a true hunter, Franca exclaimed, filled with admiration. Lumian then took out a match, igniting the fuse. He stood up and began walking toward Franca and Charlie at a steady pace. Passing by the pile of gravel, he tossed the lantern into the tunnel. Hey. Charlie hurriedly warned Lumian as he noticed the fuse nearing its end. His calf muscles tensed, preparing to leap behind a rock wall to avoid the impending explosion. Dressed in a simple formal top and cargo pants, Lumian had only covered a distance of 7 to 8 meters when the detonator erupted behind him. The tunnel trembled slightly, and the stone wall beside the hole collapsed, burying most of the already unstable opening. Flames ignited and gravel scattered, but they didn't reach Lumian's back. They only affected the area 2 to 3 meters away from him and in a different direction within the tunnel. Lumian didn't turn around or evade. He approached Franca, who wore a smile, and Charlie, who stood there dumbfounded. Franca gave him a thumbs up and clicked her tongue. Let's go. With that, she swiftly turned and headed towards the exit of underground Trier, the same path they had used to enter. Black flames silently flicker behind her, igniting the blood on the ground, filling the air with its scent, and engulfing the remnants of red and white. Charlie's eyes widened, as if he had stepped into a surreal dream. Only when Lumian patted him on the shoulder did he turn and follow, as if his spirit had abandoned him. As they ascended towards the surface, Franca grinned and said, Tomorrow and the day after, we'll discover whether Susanna Mattis and the altar have been completely eradicated by observing Charlie's situation. Whether Susanna Mattis comes searching for him? Lumian, carrying the carbide lamp, startled Charlie intentionally. If that were the case, Franca would have said 2 days later instead of tomorrow or the day after. Charlie trembled and stammered, Which how? Franca chuckled before replying, If the official Beyonders don't come looking for you, it means you have truly escaped the nightmare called Susanna. If they do come and offer you a good position, congratulations. You will have hope entwined with danger. What do you mean? Charlie didn't fully grasp the meaning. Franca didn't explain further and instead inquired, If you become a quarry policeman with a monthly salary of 300 Vrildor, you'll face conflicts with smugglers, cave explorers, and bounty hunters every day. There's a certain chance of sacrifice. Are you willing? Of course, Charlie blurted out. Though being a quarry policeman was perilous, most of them managed to survive. If Susanna Mattis isn't completely purged, the official Beyonders would offer Charlie a job that would make it easier to protect him. And those positions often come with good pay. Lumian roughly understood Franca's meaning. The three of them exited underground Trier, maneuvered through an alley, and crossed a barricade. Taking a secluded route on Rue de Blouses Blanches, they arrived at Franca's sixth-floor apartment. Franca removed her hood and casually tossed the bag containing their spoils of war beside the coffee table. She half reclined on the armchair and gestured with a nod towards the sofa and another armchair. Now we must endure until dawn. After Lumian and Charlie took their seats, the living room fell into an eerie silence. This made Charlie uneasy. He glanced at Seal and spoke up. You actually possess those mystical abilities. If not, how can I have slain Margot and 8, becoming the guardian of Salle de Balbrise and Aubert's du Coq d'Or? Lumian chuckled. That's true. Charlie pondered for a moment and found this explanation more acceptable. As the trio engaged in conversation, the needle of the cuckoo wall clock gradually approached midnight. Outside the window, the darkness remained undisturbed. At that moment, faint footsteps resonated from outside the door, approaching swiftly from below. Jenna, I forgot she was coming over tonight, Franca exclaimed, sitting upright. She glanced at Lumian, then at Charlie. After a brief moment of hesitation, she closed her eyes and waited for Jenna to open the door herself. With a click, Jenna, dressed in a white blouse and a fluffy beige skirt, used the spare key to enter the apartment. In an instant, she noticed Lumian and Charlie. What's going on? Jenna couldn't hide her confusion, her gaze shifting between Lumian, Charlie, and Franca. Franca mustered a forced smile and said, We were getting bored. We thought of playing Fighting Evil. Want to join us? We have 2 decks of cards. Jenna peered suspiciously for a few seconds, sensing that Franca didn't want to disclose the real reason in front of Seal. She gestured towards the guest room and stated, Damn it, it's already late. Why are you still playing cards? I have a packed day tomorrow. I need to get some sleep. She waved at Lumian and Charlie before heading towards the guest room. Lumian gazed at Franca calmly and inquired, Why didn't you just tell her what we're doing? Jenna, too, had fallen victim to the predicament at Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. She had nearly been raped by the pervert named Headsy. Franca was caught off guard. You're right. Why didn't I just say it straightforwardly? There was no need to conceal it. She glanced at the closed door of the guest room, intending to reveal the truth to Jenna later. Casually, Lumian asked, What does Jenna usually keep busy with? Don't you know? Franca's face gradually lit up with satisfaction. She's an apprentice in acting, studying drama. So it's not like the old days. I heard in the previous era, apprentices could learn for free as long as they signed a long-term contract. They even received food and accommodation. Nowadays, not only do they have to pay tuition fees, but they also have to cover all expenses themselves. As Franca spoke, she noticed Lumian's expression turning grave. Lumian furrowed his brow and inquired, At which theater is she doing her apprenticeship? I never asked. Franca murmured, making the connection. In that instant, Jenna emerged from the guest room, carrying a stack of items as she made her way towards the restroom. What theater are you apprenticing at? Franca stood up and inquired. Jenna responded with confusion. Why do you ask? You've never been curious before. Observing Lumian and Charlie's focused gaze, she couldn't help but curse. Why the F***CK are you staring at me? Dog *T. What does my theater have to do with you? Realizing Franca and Lumian's seriousness, she hesitated for a moment before muttering, Damn it, there's no need for me to hide anything. It's the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 215, Jenna's Worry. As soon as Jenna revealed where she studied acting, a hush fell over the living room. Franca and Lumian exchanged inexplicable glances, causing Jenna to feel a pang of uncertainty. Charlie, the waiter, couldn't conceal his startled expression, and the fear that gripped him was evident in his shrinking demeanor and fearful eyes. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Jenna asked, her confidence wavering. Lumian seized the moment and tossed a Louis d'Or at Jenna's feet, his eyes intently following her every move, even the slightest flicker in her gaze. Damn it. What's the meaning of this? Jenna looked down at the Louis d'Or, her confusion turning into anger as she confronted Lumian. Lumian's expression returned to normal, and he turned his head, grinning at Franca. Not a Scrooge. Of course. Franca responded, a mix of exasperation and amusement. We meet often. She may be a bit frugal, but she's definitely not a Scrooge. Plus, she doesn't exhibit any signs of being a sex addict, and her acting skills leave much to be desired. Franca couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. What are you two talking about? Jenna was utterly bewildered, forgetting her own penchant for profanity. You explain, Lumian instructed Franca. Franca rose and tried to allow Jenna to squeeze into the recliner with her, but realizing it was too cramped, Jenna opted for an armchair instead, resting a pile of ordinary clothes on her lap. Do you remember that creep, Headsy? Franca slumped back disappointedly in the recliner. Jenna responded without hesitation. I remember. Damn it, he died too easily. It wasn't exactly an easy demise. Lumian silently muttered, recalling the gruesome state of Headsy's lower body. Using this as a starting point, Franca delved into the secrets of the Bliss Society, the dark sequences tied to the evil god, the mother tree of desire, the connection between the Bliss Society and the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, and various details involving the true Yves Rentis, Maipu Meyer, and Susanna Mattis. Jenna, having absorbed Franca's mystical knowledge, grew increasingly astonished with each revelation. It was as if a door had swung open, revealing a new world, a scene that was entirely different from what she had known before. It festered, exuded sinister vibes, terrified her, and made her stomach churn with disgust. After Franca finished her account, she blurted out, Did that creep target me at the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons? Considering that Headsy was a subordinate of theater manager Maipu Meyer and associated with the Bliss Society, he likely frequented and surreptitiously entered the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. Jenna suspected that the pervert often lurked in the shadows, observing the apprentice actresses during their classes. It's possible, Franca agreed, contemplating why the pervert Headsy didn't choose another underground singer, but instead risked attacking Jenna. Jenna was undeniably attractive. After her time at the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, where she honed her acting and makeup skills, her allure had gradually emerged. However, she wasn't a fully fledged witch yet, nor was she overwhelmingly captivating. In the bustling marketplace, there was no shortage of underground singers who were more alluring and could ignite the desires of men of lower standing. Besides, they lacked the distinction of being Red Boots' mistress. Jenna glared at Lumian, her teeth grinding together in frustration. So, you suspected that I believed in the mother tree of desire, and you used a Lewis door to test me? Isn't that being a bit stingy? You should have used at least 10 Lewis door. Lumian chuckled softly. I suddenly realized that since we met, you've never praised any orthodox god. I still don't know if you're a follower of the eternal blazing sun or the god of steam and machinery. It's rather suspicious. Jenna scoffed and replied, Most of the time when I meet you, I'm dressed like this. I wear smoky makeup that symbolizes debauchery and sing. My dear, he's really good with his fingers. If I were to praise the sun in this state, I believe God would incinerate me. As she spoke, she pointed to her chest, revealing a generous amount of alluring cleavage. Without waiting for Lumian's response, she turned her finger towards Franca. And Franca never praises any deity either. Why aren't you suspecting her? Who says I don't? Franca declared solemnly, drawing a triangular sacred emblem on her chest. By steam, your acting skills are mediocre. Aurora is the same. She rarely mentions her faith and doesn't attend Massachusetts. She only praises the sun when questioned. Lumian drew the triangular sacred emblem. By steam. Caught up in their actions, Charlie instinctively spread his arms wide. Praise the sun. An indescribable silence descended, as if no one knew how to proceed with the conversation. After a few seconds, Lumian addressed Jenna, saying, So, your true identity is an apprentice actress. Jenna couldn't help but feel a twinge of satisfaction. She lifted her chin slightly and replied, Well then, am I qualified to critique your acting skills? And let me clarify, I'm not some low-class hooligan with a vulgar mouth. I'm merely playing the role of an underground songstress. How did I do? Was it convincingly authentic? Can you find any faults? No wonder I occasionally find you rather refined, Lumian mocked, concurring with Jenna's statement. What do you mean, rather? Jenna expressed her dissatisfaction. Charlie's gaze darted between their faces, eventually landing on Franca, who sat in the recliner. Franca pursed her lips and observed Lumian and Jenna as they bickered. Lumian dismissed Jenna's bragging and said, Let's discuss the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. After a few moments of contemplation, Jenna blurted out in frustration, Damn it, my Tition Fias. As soon as the words left her mouth, she noticed everyone giving her strange looks. Jenna hurriedly clarified, "Didn't you mention that Maipu Meyer might escape with the members of the Bliss Society? Won't Theodore Delancey and Cage Pigeon shut down? Damn it, I've already paid a year's worth of tuition fees to these damn heretics. I need to get that money back." Once Jenna regained her composure, Lumian's lips twitched. "Weren't you claiming that your foul mouth and low morals were all part of an act?" At first, Jenna was left speechless, but then she defended herself forcefully. "I am currently Jenna, the underground songstress. I am still in character and haven't broken free from it." Observing Lumian's skeptical expression, Jenna became enraged with embarrassment. "Damn it, don't you understand? This is called method acting." Yes, Franca chimed in, trying her best to change the subject. "Theater Delancey and Cage Pigeons has a dedicated audience and talented actors. Even if the theater manager and a few leads leave, it won't shut down. At most, they might embezzle funds. It'll be a bit challenging for them. I believe there will be plenty of people willing to take over such valuable assets. Oh, by the way, who owns Theater Delancey and Cage Pigeons?" Jenna recollected and replied, "Maipu Meyer himself." "Ah, I see." Lumian glanced at Franca. "If Maipu Meyer truly intends to escape, we could acquire Theater Delancey and Cage Pigeons at a low price. There are numerous dancers and singers under Brignase's control who don't want to sell themselves. We can give them an opportunity to earn a living at the theater. They will face fierce competition." Franca contemplated. "If we succeed, it could indeed be a viable path. The challenge lies in convincing Brignase. We can spin him a tale and sell him a promise. Let him know that no matter how much he squeezes a singer who moonlights as a street girl, he can only make a pittance. On the other hand, a renowned theater actress under the influence of our Savoy mob will bring far greater returns." Charlie's gaze shifted between Lumian and Franca before settling on Jenna, who sat in an armchair. After discussing with Lumian, Franca assured Jenna, "Don't worry, your tuition fees won't be in vain." Jenna, who had been listening intently to their conversation, let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "The tuition fees for Theater Delancey and Cage Pigeons aren't cheap at all." Franca redirected the conversation back to its original course. "What's your impression of the people from Theater Delancey and Cage Pigeons? Who do you find suspicious?" Jenna contemplated for a moment before responding, "Maipu Meyer enjoys watching our acting classes. His gaze can be a bit lecherous, but he has never harassed anyone. That's something many men do, isn't it? Yes, some apprentices might have a private relationship with him. After all, he's the theater's owner and manager. Rentis possesses remarkable acting skills. He is the most professional and exceptional among all the acting instructors. The characters he portrays in plays seem to come alive, each one distinct from the others." At this point, Jenna's tone revealed a touch of envy, as if she desired to possess the abilities of an actor. However, thoughts of Hedzy's perversity and Susanna Mattis' current predicament filled her with fear, preventing her from indulging in such fantasies. "I haven't really interacted with the Ive you mentioned. Perhaps he only appears in certain genres. I'm not well acquainted with Charlotte. By the time I joined Theater Delancey and Cage Pigeons, she had already taken on lead roles, but she was my role model. Her acting skills are slightly inferior to Rentis's. I'm uncertain if she's an actor. Damn it, it's hard to say." Jenna struggled to restrain herself for a long while before finally cursing. "The other acting instructors are probably not actors. Their acting abilities pale in comparison to Rentis's. They often praise me for my talent in acting. While I may not match Rentis or the previous female leads of Theater Delancey and Cage Pigeons, I can hold my own against Charlotte when she was still an apprentice." Jenna suddenly fell silent. "What's the matter?" Franca inquired, concerned. Charlie's gaze shifted from Franca and Jenna to Seal, who sat beside him. Jenna furrowed her brow and said, "Tomorrow, the official Beyonders will conduct a thorough investigation of Theater Delancey and Cage Pigeons. What should I do?" She was a wild Beyonder, an assassin. "Abandon Theater Delancey and Cage Pigeons and find another theater," Lumian suggested. Money was the least of her concerns. Jenna pressed her lips together, her expression filled with dejection. "But I use my true identity at Theater Delancey and Cage Pigeons. What about my mother and brother?" Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 216, Acting Guidance. Lumian wasn't sure if Jenna's bounty would have consequences for her family, so he turned to Franca. hoping she could use her connections to persuade the official Beyonders to overlook a mere apprentice actress. Franca didn't hide her dilemma. Helping to hide something was not an issue for someone like 007, but if they expected him to meticulously cover for someone during the operation, two conditions had to be met. First, he had to be involved in the operation and responsible for investigating the apprentice actresses. Second, he needed some information about Jenna to determine whom he should assist. Franca didn't believe that 007 happened to be in the market district by chance. At best, he could pass on information. The chances of him being directly in charge of the operations were highly unlikely. I can try, but I can't make any promises, Franca replied, looking at Jenna with concern, trying to offer some comfort without making any definite commitments. Jenna acknowledged her words briefly, feeling a bit relieved, but she still struggled to come up with another solution. Lumian pondered for a moment and said teasingly, "You're just an apprentice actress. Why are you so anxious? Even if the official Beyonders investigate everyone in Theater the Lancian Cage Pigeons, they won't waste much effort on you. Think about it. You've only been in the market district for a short time, and you haven't even become an apprentice actress yet. You don't even have a chance to play a minor supporting role. How could you be a female member of the Bliss Society?" "That's right," Franca interjected. "You spend most of your time singing in bars and dance halls rather than interacting with the cult of Theater the Lancian Cage Pigeons. You're in the least suspicious group. If you tell the investigators the truth, you might not have to undergo any further tests of your Beyonder powers." Lumian added with a smile, "And even if they do test you, it will mainly be to determine if you believe in the mother tree of desire or if you're a Scrooge or a sex addict. And you definitely don't fall into any of those categories. This is a blind spot for the official Beyonders during their investigations, and you can take advantage of it. Didn't you mention your excellent acting skills? Now is the time to showcase them. Yes. When the sun rises, go to Église St. Robert and pray. Get an accessory that reveals your identity as a believer of the eternal blazing sun and wear it. When you enter Theater de Lancian Cage Pigeons, whether or not the official Beyonders arrive, praise the sun frequently. Evil God believers rarely engage in such actions. It will effectively set you apart from them. If the official Beyonders notice these details, there's a good chance they'll consider you trustworthy." Jenna's eyes sparkled as she listened. "That's right. A devout apprentice actress who believes in the eternal blazing sun and has only recently joined Theater the Lancian Cage Pigeons won't switch to an evil god so easily. They only need to conduct a simple investigation. As long as I lead them to search for Beyonder powers in connection with the believers of the evil god, they probably won't suspect that I became a Beyonder due to other encounters." The more Jenna spoke, the more her excitement grew. She placed the stack of clothes on her lap and stood up. She paced back and forth, making gestures as if she were embodying a devoted apprentice actress who believed in the eternal blazing sun. "Madam, it appears you're not a true follower of the eternal blazing Sunday otherwise. You wouldn't have needed to rehearse beforehand." Lumian clicked his tongue and criticized. Charlie, who had been listening, was taken aback. "Is Little Minx, Jenna, also someone with magical powers? I'm the only ordinary person here." Jenna's performance, even in the presence of imaginary official Beyonders, gradually bolstered her confidence. Franca observed quietly, her eyes flickering, her mind filled with trivial thoughts. If Jenna and I possessed the powers of an actor, we would make perfect cosplayers, capable of becoming anything we desired. TSK, she thought to herself. After some time, Jenna regained her composure and looked at Charlie warily. "I've heard that you enjoy giving speeches in bars and twisting other people's secrets into stories. If you dare to F*King reveal my Beyonder powers, I'll hand you over to a homosexual sex addict. Heh, just imagine the suffering you'll endure." Charlie couldn't help but pause for a moment. He shuddered and raised his right hand. "Praise the sun. I swear in God's name that I won't divulge your secret. I just mentioned that you and Seal became lovers." Charlie suddenly stopped, sensing the strange atmosphere in the living room once again. Lumian shrugged at Franca, signaling that it was merely a rumor. Jenna scoffed. "Will you also spread the rumor that Franca joined Seal and me to form a stable love triangle?" "No," Charlie quickly shook his head. At the same time, he found the idea rather intriguing. It hadn't occurred to him before. Jenna settled back into the armchair and continued to recount her knowledge of Theater the Lancian Cage Pigeons. Lumian and Franca listened attentively, occasionally posing questions to guard against potential threats. An underground trier. A figure with a lantern in hand moved cautiously along a familiar path, searching for something. This person of average height wore a black tailcoat, a matching bow tie, and a half-top hat. His face had a square shape, with short and thick eyebrows. The lines on his face were etched deep, and he sported a well-groomed brownish-yellow beard, carefully waxed at the tips. The lantern's flickering light cast eerie shadows on his countenance, lending him an air of profound melancholy. After walking for some time, the man halted, his gaze directed towards a section of the tunnel that had suffered a slight cave-in. His dark brown eyes narrowed, focusing intently for a moment, before he suddenly dropped to all fours, his nose twitching. The scent of gunpowder and blood. The man rose solemnly to his feet and approached the collapsed area. Through the layers of debris, he seemed to discern the glimpse of an incomplete corpse. The atmosphere on Rue de Blouses Blanches was much quieter at night compared to Rue Anarchy. Except for the occasional clamor caused by passing carriages and the inebriated stumbling their way home, the night seemed to have fallen into a stillness. From time to time, a distant gunshot would break the silence, its echo piercing through the night only to be swallowed by the darkness and moonlight. Lumian and his companions engaged in intermittent conversation, their nerves on edge, apprehensive that shadows might suddenly emerge from the darkness beyond the window. Time dragged on slowly. For Charlie, it felt like awaiting a verdict. He was restless, anxious, yet filled with a glimmer of hope. Finally, the distant skyline began to be tinged with a golden-red hue. Before long, the entire night was bathed in the crimson light. "We should be safe now," Franca declared, sitting upright in her recliner. Lumian glanced at Charlie and noticed that his luck was no longer drenched in blood red. It had returned to its normal state, and there were even hints of prosperity. The immediate crisis has been averted, but if Susanna Mattis manages to escape, will Charlie obtain a position with the authorities? Lumian pondered over it and nodded. For the time being, all I can say is that we should be fine. Through this encounter, he confirmed one thing. Even without the luck transference spell, human luck could change. He felt that the future was shaped by multiple factors. Different choices could lead to diverse outcomes. If Lumian had followed Ostatrol and provided protection instead of forewarning him of impending disaster, perhaps he wouldn't have suffered injuries. However, that didn't guarantee a turn for the better. Lumian's protection might have implicated Ostatrol, leading him to be dragged to the river's depths by another water ghost, losing his life. Does inevitability imply that regardless of the choices one makes, a predetermined fate will inevitably manifest? Lumian turned his gaze towards Jenna, the underground songstress and apprentice actress. Jenna possessed average luck, neither filled with fortuitous encounters nor beset by grave dangers. In high spirits, Jenna furrowed her brow and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" After a night of acclimatizing, she refrained from uttering vulgarities and put more thought into her words. Lumian pointed to his eye sockets. "Are you planning to go to Theater de Lancian Cage a Pigeons looking like that?" "All right." "I haven't taken off my makeup," Jenna exclaimed, getting up and rushing into the washroom with a stack of clothes. Franca stood up and stretched, paying no mind to her appearance. She glanced at the washroom and whispered to Lumian, "Will the act be convincing?" "Yes," Lumian replied with confidence. Previously, he hadn't been entirely sure, but after observing Jenna's current state of luck, he was more certain. Franca chose to place her trust in Lumian. "I'll keep a close watch on her as well." She clicked her tongue and let out a sigh. "You seem rather skilled at deceiving the official Beyonders." "Just as I expected from a—" She mouthed the final words silently. "Wanted criminal, not just deceiving the official Beyonders." Lumian whispered to himself, pointing at Charlie. "I'll take him back to Aubaird's Du Coq d'Or to rest, just in case the official Beyonders can't locate him. I'll leave Jenna in your care. You make it sound like she's truly your lover." "Asking me to look after her," Franca retorted with a sour tone. By the time Jenna finished removing her makeup and changing her clothes, Lumian and Charlie had already departed. Franca had also informed 007 about the altar, the actors, and the other information she had gathered. At that moment, Jenna's face was no longer adorned with smoky eyes, pronounced blush, and fiery lips. She appeared clean-faced, albeit a bit fatigued. As Jenna braided her brownish-yellow hair, she glanced at the door and grinned at Franca. "When did you become involved with Seal? Aren't you afraid the boss will find out?" Franca chuckled. "Him? It'll be far too sinful. I can't bring myself to do it." "Why?" Jenna couldn't comprehend. To her understanding, Franca's moral boundaries weren't that strict. Seal was only a few months away from adulthood. Franca pondered her words and responded, After getting to know him better, I discovered that he's the younger brother of one of my relatives. So you're related by blood? Jenna nodded in understanding. However, her attention quickly shifted. After securing her braids, she pointed towards the door. I'm going to Église St. Robert to offer my prayers. I'll follow you discreetly to ensure nothing untoward happens. Franca retrieved some fluorescent powder and, with an incantation, blended it in to conceal herself. When will I become a witch? Jenna averted her gaze enviously, opened the door, and stepped outside. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 217, Notarization. Église St. Robert stood proudly near the Suet steam locomotive station, serving as the Bishop Cathedral of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church in Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman. Its distinctive onion-shaped dome was painted in shimmering gold, representing the radiant sun. Below it stood a white building with gilded edges and a monumental sun sacred emblem. Adjacent to the cathedral was a bell tower, crowned by a roof fashioned from a gleaming golden sphere. Observing Jenna entering the cathedral amidst the morning prayer congregation, Franca opted to wait in close proximity. Uncertain whether the Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral possessed any peculiar enchantments that could render her invisibility ineffective, she remained cautious, unwilling to take any unnecessary risks. Église St. Robert, much like other cathedrals belonging to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, boasted a resplendent golden base and was adorned with gilded accents throughout. The ornate structure, adorned with vibrant stained glass windows and a vast mural depicting a saint in vivid hues of blue, green, and red, exuded an atmosphere of profound sanctity and grandeur. Every worshipper who entered its hallowed halls couldn't help but bow their heads in reverence, enveloped by the sacred ambience. Jenna made her way to the front of the altar and settled into the second row of seats. Closing her eyes, she inclined her head forward and crossed her arms, placing them reverently upon her chest. Having been baptized and frequented the Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral since her youth, Jenna was intimately familiar with this customary ritual, even though she could hardly be considered devout. She swiftly cleared her mind of any distracting thoughts, focusing her entire being on the act of prayer. Time seemed to stand still as the bishop delivered his sermon. After nearly 15 minutes, Jenna opened her eyes and quietly rose to her feet. She proceeded towards a long table positioned along the side of the main hall. This table spanned an impressive length of 20 to 30 meters, adorned with slender white candles flickering within golden lamps. Devotees seeking to express their gratitude or admiration for a saint or angel could purchase a candle from the clergyman's station beside the table, lighting it and placing it within an unoccupied lamp. Jenna fixed her gaze upon the softly swaying flames for a few fleeting moments before redirecting her attention towards the clergyman dressed in a white robe interwoven with threads of gold. Her eyes caught sight of a man engaging in the purchase of candles. He appeared to be in his late 20s, his blonde hair immaculately styled and subtly enhanced with cosmetics. His eyes resembled the vivid azure of a tranquil lake, albeit relatively small in size. Adorned in a white shirt, a yellow vest, and a slim blue tweed coat adorned with 2 golden buttons, he bore a resemblance to the slightly distinguished gentleman of Trier, with discernible traces of makeup enhancing his features. As the man approached an unoccupied lamp with his acquired candle, Jenna moved closer to the clergyman in a resplendent white robe interwoven with golden threads, extending her arms in a welcoming gesture. "Praise the sun! Praise the sun!" the clergyman warmly replied, his smile radiating genuine warmth. Jenna hesitated briefly for a couple of seconds before uttering, "I seek a blessed necklace." Comparing it to the purchase of candles, this act was more devout. But, naturally, it came with a higher price tag. The clergyman's smile widened. "Sister, how about this one?" He produced a necklace adorned with a gold sunbird pendant from among the unsold white candles. 2 rose-red rubies were nestled within the eyes of the sunbird. In the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, just as brother was used to address men of the faith, female believers were affectionately called sisters. Some nuns even formed an alliance known as the Nine Sisters Association, working hand in hand with the Brotherhood Minor. Jenna couldn't help but sense that this particular necklace must be quite expensive. She could almost hear her wallet crying in protest. After careful consideration, she ultimately settled on a relatively simple amulet featuring a small sun sacred emblem. It set her back 30 vril d'or, causing her to wince at the cost. As an underground singer in the market district, Jenna earned a decent income, especially since her recent rise in popularity. However, it had only been a month since she began gaining recognition. Previously, her earnings were barely sufficient to cover rent, food, performance attire, makeup supplies, and the like, without having to rely on her family for financial support. Despite now earning nearly 300 d'or a month through part-time work, her financial situation still left her feeling uneasy. She had to save for next year's tuition, ensure her mother wouldn't worry, and even contribute to the family's debts. With a newly acquired amulet adorning her neck, Jenna took a deep breath and departed from Eglise St. Robert, making her way to Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons before 9 a.m. The classroom for apprentice actresses was located on the second floor, and Jenna passed by the manager's office on her way. The door remained tightly shut, indicating that Maipu Meyer hadn't arrived at the theater yet. Could he have really fled? Jenna averted her gaze and continued forward. Shortly thereafter, she walked past the locked door of the exclusive break room belonging to the popular leading actress, Charlotte Calvino. The door was locked as well. Jenna exhaled quietly, straightened her posture, and turned into the classroom. She was late. Gasper, the instructor for today's first acting class, had already arrived and was busy addressing a private question from one of the apprentices. Gasper, despite being a middle-aged man of dignified demeanor, had the ability to portray a charming playboy on stage. Deep within underground Trier, nestled within a hollow strewn with remnants of tree branches and vines, the very center had collapsed, leaving the soil in a state of disarray. Faint marks, as if from hurried footsteps, led towards an unknown destination. Angoulême de François followed the path indicated by the cardinals and found himself standing at the precipice, his eyes fixed on the bewildering sight before him. Those filthy rodents had relocated once more. In response to the signal from the cardinals, Angoulême unsheathed a golden longsword that appeared to be forged from condensed light from a grayish-white mechanical doll. With a swift motion, the sword plunged into the ground, causing the bluish-green and withered branches and vines to erupt into flames. Yet, no trace of black smoke ascended. As the fiery shroud dissipated, the true nature of the ground walls and ceiling came into view for Angoulême and his companions. A multitude of serpents, slimy and cold, writhed and entwined, engaging in frenzied mating rituals. Countless gray rats tore at each other relentlessly, refusing to retreat until death claimed them. Diverse insects devoured leaves and soil with such voracity that they burst open from overindulgence. As the realization dawned upon Franca that the plainclothes police had covertly sealed off Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, she swiftly withdrew from the brick-red three-story edifice and sought refuge in a nearby side alley. From her concealed vantage point, she observed the situation unfolding on the second floor. As the first acting lesson neared its end, Jenna couldn't help but notice the conspicuous absence of Maipu Meyer, who typically lingered by the classroom door. Just then, a group of black-uniformed police officers entered, clutching lists in their hands. The leader called for a momentary pause in the lecture and addressed the assembled individuals. Maipu Meyer has been confirmed as a heinous heretic. We must ascertain your faith. Gasps and exclamations erupted, momentarily plunging the scene into disarray. Silence, bellowed the leading officer. I shall read out your names, and you will sign this pledge as a witness before God. No one shall deceive. Ascertaining of faith. Jenna's racing heart found a measure of solace. One by one, the teachers and apprentice actresses stepped forward, receiving a pledge form from one of the police officers. They diligently completed their declarations of faith, appending their signatures to solidify their commitment. Before long, Jenna heard her own name being called. Celia Bello. She approached with composure, collecting a pledge form and a scarlet fountain pen. The contents of the pledge were as follows. I solemnly swear that my faith in the remains unyielding to this day. Affirmé. Notary ______. Jenna filled in the first two blanks with Eternal Blazing Sun and Celia Bello respectively before returning the completed pledge and the fountain pen to the police. Once all the actors and apprentices had signed the pledge, they were instructed to remain confined within the classroom, rehearsal room, and other designated areas until further notice, unable to venture beyond those confines. Within the manager's office that had previously been occupied by Maipu Meyer, a gathering took place to collect the signed pledges. Several devout members of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, known as Beyonders, took turns wielding a fountain pen crafted from pure gold. With deliberate strokes, they inscribed the initials D in the designated notary space. The ink they used appeared to be a vivid shade of crimson, reminiscent of fresh blood. Upon the completion of each pledge, a shimmering golden aura would briefly envelop the document before dissipating back to its original state. Every so often, a pledge would emit an ominous blood-red glow, accompanied by piercing screams emanating from the same floor. Even those actors and apprentices who employed aliases, long-established pseudonyms recognized by those in their midst, possessed mystical connections that were intricately intertwined. Aubert's du Coq d'Or, room 504. Charlie lay restless in bed, his weariness unable to lull him into sleep. All of a sudden, a knock echoed through the room. "Who's there?" Charlie called out, startled, as he sat up in bed, resembling a startled bird. "Angoulême de François." The voice from beyond the door was deep, yet carried a compelling warmth. Charlie's mind immediately conjured the image of the monsieur who had interrogated him about Madame Alice's demise. Hastily, he rose from his bed and swung the door open. Standing before him were Angoulême, with his blonde hair, golden brows and beard, and Imra, whose brown skin and full lips bore the traces of southern continent heritage. "What brings you here, Monsieur François?" Charlie inquired cautiously. Simultaneously, a thought flashed across his mind. Could these be the official Beyonders whom Seal and Red Boots mentioned? Angoulême did not immediately respond. He stepped into Charlie's room, gesturing for Imra to shut the wooden door behind them. Casting a sweeping glance around, he finally spoke. "I bring bad news. Susanna Mattis is not entirely deceased. She may appear before you at any time in the future." Charlie couldn't conceal his disappointment, pain, confusion, and fear. "What should I do?" Angoulême nodded gently. "But there is good news as well. We intend to offer you a clerical position within our ranks. This will provide you with enhanced protection. Your monthly salary will amount to 320 vril d'or, and there will be a confidentiality agreement in place as compensation. For the initial 1 or 2 months, you will need to undergo an incision improvement course. Consider it an internship period with a stipend of 200 vril d'or. Once you successfully pass the assessment, you will become a full-time employee. Are you willing? We do not wish to force this proposal upon you. 320 vril d'or per month? And improved protection?" These words echoed within Charlie's mind. He believed that no ordinary person could turn down such a remarkable opportunity. He was satisfied even with his current job as an attendant, which earned him 80 vril d'or monthly. Recalling the hints dropped by Lumian and Franca, Charlie responded with surprise and delight. "Absolutely no problem." By the window of room 207, Lumian positioned himself in front of a wooden table, observing Charlie as he followed the two strangers towards Avenue du Marquet. He focused his attention, seeking any changes in Charlie's luck, but found none. This meant that the two individuals were not actors manipulating the situation. Lumian's gaze then shifted to the blond man, intrigued to discover what kind of fortune the official Beyonder possessed. Suddenly, an intense wave of danger washed over him. He instinctively crouched down, reducing his profile. Angoulême turned his head, his eyes filled with confusion, as he looked at the Aubert's du Coq d'Or's windows. He sensed that someone was observing him. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 218, Promise. After Charlie and the two official Beyonders departed Rue Anarchy, Lumian settled back down at the wooden table, berating himself internally. How could I forget? I mustn't gaze upon what I ought not to. The same applied to observing luck. Previously, he believed that scrutinizing one's luck was a subtle affair, unlikely to be detected. Neither Sequence 7 Franca nor the equivalent of a Sequence 7, Black Scorpion Roger, had noticed anything awry. However, the previous official Beyonder had displayed an unmistakable reaction. Does his sequence far exceed mine? Or does he possess special abilities? Or perhaps he wields a corresponding mystical item? Lumian struggled to determine. He had never observed Beyonders beyond Sequence 7, lacking a point of comparison. Whether it was Gardner Martin or Mr. K, he exercised caution and refrained from examining their luck in their presence. Having taken note of the lesson, Lumian, who didn't require sleep, perused the copied grimoire of Aurora. The sunlight grew more intense, transforming the window into a radiant source. Even the bustling Rue Anarchy appeared like a golden oil painting. In comparison to Backlund, the capital of the Lone Kingdom, Trier remained bathed in sunlight. Despite its pollution, the city's industrial layout was relatively sensible, confining the impact to specific areas. Most of it lay to the south, where factories were abundant. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on room 207 once again. At this time, Lumian failed to discern any footsteps. Arching his right eyebrow, he stowed away the papers on the table and turned toward the door. "Come in." "It's unlocked, Madame Red Boots." With a creak, the door swung open, and Franca stepped inside, donning a blouse, beige trousers, and red boots. In surprise, she inquired, "How did you know it was me?" Why ask the same question as Jenna? Should I praise her for being a worthy student of an assassin like you? Lumian replied, amused, because I possess a brain. Don't make it sound like I lack one, Franca responded calmly, settling herself on Lumian's bed. Lumian chortled. I can't think of anyone else capable of approaching my room without my notice and knocking on the door politely. Naturally, he had to exclude Madam Magician first. She lacked such diligence. It was impressive enough that she managed to reply in time. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lumian inquired, has Jenna's predicament been resolved? Franca clicked her tongue. You have an uncanny foresight, brat. She assumed the role of an elder sister. It's a rather straightforward deduction. Lumian displayed a disdainful expression for explanation. If Jenna is still in danger, how could you, Hidden Blade, find the composure to seek me out? Franca laughed dryly. I was referring to your astute guess that the authorized Beyonders would primarily investigate whether Jenna and the others are followers of evil gods. After all, I'm closer to an evil god than any evil god believer here. Lumian raised his right hand and gently patted his left chest. With a smile, he responded, such insights stem from the ample experiences of a wanted criminal. You seem quite proud, Franca teased. Curious, Lumian inquired, how do the authorized Beyonders conduct their investigations? The more he learned, the more confident he would become in evading similar inquiries in the future. Franca responded with an air of indifference. Based on Jenna's account, I reckon they utilized the powers of a notary. Each person had to sign a pledge of their faith, a pledge witnessed by a notary. Heh, those who lied were engulfed in burning golden flames. They bled profusely and were dragged away. Aware that Lumian was still delving into the realm of mysticism, Franca proceeded to provide a detailed explanation. Notary-related abilities are quite common in Trier. They can be found in various places, disguised under different guises. Notaries have the ability to create contracts with mystical effects. Once the parties affix their signatures to a similar contract in the presence of a notary, they are bound by it unless they are demigods. Even at the demigod level, breaking the contract requires a substantial price. For transactions involving millions or even tens of millions of Vrildor, both parties are willing to pay a hefty sum and receive notarization in front of the god of deeds' sacred emblem at a cathedral. The pledge is a special contract. The eternal blazing sun is also known as the god of deeds and the guardian of businesses. It aligns with Aurora's grimoires. Lumian inquired, has Jenna returned home? Franca nodded subtly. She needed to catch up on sleep. Franca scrutinized Lumian. You seem lively. I can't tell that you haven't slept all night. I'm accustomed to it. Lumian couldn't reveal that his condition would automatically restore itself at 6 in the morning. You also appear quite energetic. Franca smirked and replied, I'm accustomed to it as well. For people like us, the night is the beginning of revelry. If Aurora had made that statement, words like inspiration, drafts, and tranquility of the night would have crossed Lumian's mind. However, when Franca said it, he could only associate it with orgies, large beds, and romping. Unaware of his critical thoughts, Franca continued, apprentice training at Theatre the Lancian Cage Pigeons will be suspended for 3 days. The theater will be temporarily occupied by the police headquarters. The daily performances will carry on as usual to avoid impacting the National Convention elections. However, the repertoire will be adjusted. Some plays have lost their female leads. Charlotte and Maipu Meyer are gone. Lumian asked. Though he had suspected that Susanna Mattis hadn't been completely purified when Charlie left with the official Beyonders, he still felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing Franca's account. Franca nodded. Apart from them, 2 others are missing, the Real Ive and Lolth. Among the remaining actors and apprentices, a total of 7 have converted to the Mother Tree of Desire. They were exposed, but it seems none of them received any boons. So those who received boons have fled, while the mere believers have been abandoned. Lumian scoffed inwardly as he relayed Charlie's departure with the suspected official Beyonders to Franca. Franca let out a soft sigh. This is the best outcome for him. We can't protect him every single day. Though the official Beyonders can't either, they can arrange for Charlie to stay in a relatively safe place until Susanna Mattis' matter is truly resolved. In comparison, you're in more danger. Didn't you mention that Susanna Mattis holds a grudge against you? Evil spirits can be quite fixated. That will give me a good chance to test Mr. K's finger. Lumian silently muttered, indicating that he would be cautious. Something crossed his mind, and he inquired, do you know why our Savoy mob supports Hugues Artois? Franca smiled. If I had that figured out, I wouldn't be part of the Savoy mob anymore. Is that her primary reason for joining the Savoy mob? Lumian pondered. Franca stretched, stood up, and addressed him. We truly have a chance to acquire Theodore Delancey and Cage pigeons at a low price, but we might have to face the enmity of those Scrooges. However, you have nothing to fear. Yes, I'll go to Rue de Fontaine's to discuss with Gardner and resolve my problem while there. What problem? Lumian was puzzled. Franca responded with a smile. Even though the desires Rentis evoked were suppressed by the mysticism of smelling salts, my body still feels a bit restless. When I recall that sensation, I feel somewhat empty, longing for fulfillment and release. Since you can't help me, I have no choice but to find my true lover. Why aren't you affected at all? There were indeed residual effects, but I was fine after 6 in the morning. Lumian pursed his lips and replied, My willpower is stronger than yours. Franca sneered, walked towards the door, and exited room 207. Lumian watched her leave, deep in thought. Has Franca become the boss's mistress, or has the boss become Franca's lover? Is Franca responsible for satisfying the boss, or is the boss responsible for satisfying Franca? Just before noon, Charlie returned to Aubert's Du Coq door. He packed his meager belongings into his suitcase and descended the stairs with it. Spotting Lumian on the second floor, he glanced around and lowered his voice. I have a new job and need to move elsewhere. After some time, I should be able to return to the basement bar for a drink. Lumian smirked once again. Sounds good. If Susanna Mattis' issue could truly be resolved, Charlie's fate would change. Charlie also seemed pleased. He pondered for a moment and stated, There are many things I can't tell you, but when the time comes, I'll try to drop hints for you. In the Inquisition beneath Eglise St. Robert, he had come across Seal's wanted poster and recognized his friend, yet he didn't inform Deacon Francois. What does that mean? Why does Charlie suddenly feel he can be useful? Does his new job have a close connection to the official Beyonders, allowing him to gather valuable information? Lumian swiftly formed a hypothesis. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, First, focus on staying alive before contemplating anything else. I might leave the market district in a few weeks. The implication of his words was, Do your job well, and don't even think about leaking information. Don't attempt it unless your life is truly at stake. Whether Charlie understood or not, Lumian wasn't entirely certain. After all, this guy wasn't very smart. After spending the afternoon at Salle de Balbrise, Lumian changed into a grayish-blue worker's uniform and donned a dark blue cap. He hailed a public carriage to take him to Rue de Paves in Quartier du Jardin Botanique. As per his arrangement with Louis Lund, Lumian anticipated a response from Madame Poalis regarding their meeting before the night fell. Upon reaching the lobby of Apartment 9, Lumian opened the letterbox in room 302, only to find a collection of flyers inside. The letter hasn't arrived? Lumian suppressed his anxiety and decided to wait across from Apartment 9. Just as he exited the lobby and descended the stairs to the roadside, he noticed a brown four-wheeled carriage approaching from a distance. It came to a halt right in front of him. The carriage driver had jet black hair and piercing blue eyes. He sported dark red attire, yellow trousers, a polished hat, and a white cravat. It was Louis Lund. In the next instant, the carriage door swung open noiselessly, revealing the figure of a woman seated within. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 219, Probing. Lumian's eyes locked with Louis Lund, who occupied the driver's seat of the carriage, and received a confirmation nod. Drawing a deep breath, Lumian strode toward the four-wheeled carriage, crouched down, and entered it. He grasped the gravity of the situation. Madame Poalis, cautious and aware, refrained from responding through letters. Instead, she concealed herself near 9 Rue de Paves, anticipating Lumian's arrival for the reply. This strategy effectively minimized the risk of being trailed and cornered. In the blink of an eye, Lumian's attention was seized by a familiar figure. Adorned in a meticulously tailored black corset dress and a slightly mischievous lady's round hat, she exuded an elusive allure. Her untamed brows, lively brown eyes, and moist lips radiated a sense of allure. A cascade of brown hair, half up and half down, graced her shoulders. Although informal, her elegance, immaculateness, and enchantment remained undeniable. She was none other than Poalis de Roquefort, the wife of Cordoue administrator. Long time no see, Madame Poalis greeted him with a smile, yet her eyes emitted a frigid glare, sending shivers down one's spine. Simultaneously, Lumian observed a shift in his surroundings. The carriage vanished, leaving him stranded in a desolate wilderness. There was nothing before him, and Madame Poalis had vanished into thin air. Just as Lumian marveled at this bewildering turn of events, A colossal, irregular shadow emerged on the ground. Instinctively, he raised his gaze, met by a reflection of brown feathers. Each plume rivaled the size of his head, assembling into a pair of wings that seemed to obscure the heavens. These wings belonged to Madame Poalis herself, who grew in stature, hovering in midair. Her feet transformed into avian talons, glistening with a chilling gleam. A majestic, ethereal voice resounded. "You should have been buried with Cordu." Lumian's heart constricted. Gripping his revolver, he swiftly pivoted and sprinted toward the edge of the wilderness. If the visions within this dream held even an ounce of truth, he could escape Permetha once he reached its limits. Bang, bang, bang. Lumian maneuvered in a curved path, firing rounds into the air. This constituted his sole means of long-range assault. Despite her immense size, Madame Poalis displayed remarkable dexterity. The gusts generated by her flapping wings disrupted the bullet's trajectory, enabling her to deftly reposition herself. An ear-splitting screech emanated from her throat. Ahead of Lumian, the earth beneath the wilderness upheaved, soil cascading away, unveiling yet another monstrous entity. A python, long deceased, emerged from the ground. Most of its blue scales had decayed, exposing rotting flesh and jagged bones. A repugnant odor filled the air as the python's entire body writhed with yellow pus and deformed worms. Bloodshot eyes glared condescendingly at Lumian. Translucent silkworms squirmed in and out of its hollowed eye sockets. The serpent's gaze landed condescendingly on Lumian before it lunged over, its maw open wide, its yellowed fangs aimed at the living prey. Lumian's head spun from the putrid stench that permeated the air. With haste, he withdrew a sheet of drawing paper from his shirt and unfolded it. A vibrant, golden-red sun adorned its surface. Instantly, the surroundings grew warmer, and the sky, once obscured by Madame Poalis, brightened. The long-deceased python averted its gaze from Lumian, seemingly unwilling to face the sun's brilliance. Yet, its attacks merely slowed rather than ceased. Seizing the opportunity, Lumian pivoted, clutching the drawing, and darted off in another direction. Hovering midair, Madame Poalis parted her lips, uttering a sinister phrase unintelligible to Lumian. An immediate weakness washed over Lumian, diminishing his running speed, as if a grave illness had befallen him, leaving him yet to convalesce. Right on the heels of that, Madame Poalis raised her head, emitting a sharp, pained howl. At that moment, Lumian perceived an ethereal shattering sound. It reverberated within his soul and body, casting a veil of darkness over his vision, propelling him toward the threshold of death. Had it not been for Hunter, Provoker, Dancer, and alms monk fortifying his constitution from various angles, Lumian might have succumbed to his enfeebled state. Clutching onto his last vestiges of reason, Lumian endured the agonizing pain, mustering his dwindling strength to reach into his pocket and brush Mr. K's finger. In an instant, he felt the refreshing touch of raindrops nourishing his body and soul. His injuries swiftly mended at a visible pace, while the surrounding wilderness gradually dissolved into illusion until it vanished entirely. Lumian caught sight of Madame Poalis seated opposite him in the carriage. The chill had evaporated from her gaze, replaced by a sneering mockery. "With your feeble strength, you aspire to seek revenge against Guillaume Binet? When I departed Corda village, he gained a new boon after driving away us believers in the Great Mother. He now stands on par with a Sequence 5 Fate Appropriator. In the future, he may even procure the corresponding potion for consumption. Was her earlier attack merely a test of my capabilities?" Lumian harbored no surprise at the Padre's Sequence 5 status. After all, his contracted abilities far surpassed those of a contractee, yet he clearly lacked godhood. That left only two possibilities: Sequence 6 or Sequence 5. Considering Guillaume Binet's performance in the dream and his clash against Ryan, Leah, and Valentine, Lumian had long suspected him to be a Sequence 5 Fate Appropriator. Now, Madame Poalis had confirmed his suspicions. What astonished him was that the bestowed could consume potions to acquire additional abilities. However, they had to choose the appropriate potion or a suitable alternative. Lumian pondered for a moment, concluding that such occurrences were to be expected. Beyonders themselves could receive boons. It was just that the process carried various complications. Lumian met Madame Poalis' gaze and responded calmly, "I still have time to grow, and there's a chance for me to become stronger." However, Guillaume Binet has little hope of attaining godhood. He doesn't believe in the three entities that the Great Mother is a part of. "I'll catch up to him as soon as I can." Unspoken by Lumian were his hopes of acquiring more formidable allies. Being an evil god's blessed and having offended a follower of the Great Mother, Guillaume Binet couldn't find many companions. They were likely wild beyonders, and the bestowed who also believed in inevitability. Madame Pualis chuckled. Confidence is a good trait. I admire young people like you who are full of confidence. Would you like to join me and worship the Great Mother? By doing so, you can gain additional assistance. Apart from the power of the potion, you can also receive boons. I'd rather not become pregnant and have children. Lumian declined Madame Pualis's kind offer in a tactful manner. Madame Pualis smiled and replied, It seems you haven't yet experienced the holiness, preciousness, and joy of life and the wonders of new beginnings. It's something I only came to fully comprehend after giving birth. But there's no need for you to refuse now. When you come to understand the greatness of the Mother, you can approach me anytime. Lumian didn't wish to dwell on matters concerning the Great Mother, so he changed the subject. I thought you got others to have children. I didn't expect you to have one yourself. Madame Pualis's face glowed with a maternal radiance. After becoming a banshee, I had to bear a child myself in order to draw closer to the Great Mother. It's hard to believe that you were once a man. Lumian almost hesitated to meet Madame Pualis's gaze. He swiftly redirected the conversation with a casual question. Did your child perish in the castle? Yes, Madame Pualis sighed. His father killed him with his own hands. Regrettably, he was unaware that the child was his. Oh, Lumian blurted out. Madame Pualis smiled. Guillaume Benet, didn't you witness our affair? He didn't notice, but I knew you were hiding behind the altar. I even considered inviting you to join us. I assumed your affair was merely symbolic. Some of it was real. Lumian was taken aback as several images flickered in his mind. Madame Pualis and the Padre entangled in their nakedness. Madame Pualis praising the Padre's audacity, forthrightness, and masculinity. The Padre, having Saint Sith put up with a transgression. Noticing Lumian's change in expression, Madame Pualis smiled and continued. After arriving in Cordoue and familiarizing myself with the surroundings, the first thing I did was seduce Guillaume Benet. He held true authority as a clergyman, and was the only means for Cordoue to connect with Eternal Blazing Sun Church. If I could bring him down and make him a believer of the Great Mother, combined with Bias' identity, I could have truly established Cordoue as my territory without arousing suspicion from the outside world. Coincidentally, I also needed a child. So I decided to put him to the test. Within a week, I secured his bloodline as a contingency plan. However, around July or August of last year, his attitude suddenly changed, and he lost interest in the Great Mother. Unfortunately, I didn't even have the opportunity to let him bear a child for me to experience the wonders of life. Last July or August, Lumian repeated. Every year, shepherds return to the mountains during May and June. Yes, I remember it vividly, Madame Pualis chuckled. Later, that fool Louis Lund even attempted to seek his assistance. Lumian furrowed his brow and asked, Why did the Padre's attitude change all of a sudden? I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that during that time, some villagers were spreading distorted ideas about horoscopes, and they were reported to Guillaume Benet. After interrogating those individuals, Guillaume Benet's demeanor gradually shifted. Madame Pualis's eyes seemed to reflect the sunlight dancing on a lake surface. Who were they? Lumian pressed. Madame Pualis smiled in response. Nasely and the others, people you are familiar with. Lumian fell silent for a few seconds before speaking again. Where were you? And what were you doing when the Padre and the others attacked the castle? Pualis let out a brisk laugh. So you finally ask. You should have already guessed the answer, right? She gazed at Lumian with a pained and twisted smile. Aurora attacked me. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 220 Nightmare. Aurora attacked me. The words echoed in Lumian's ears, crashing through his mind like a burst dam. A surge of memories flooded in, washing away the hidden horrors buried beneath the surface. They were ghastly, painful, and pierced his very bones. One by one, scenes played out before Lumian's eyes. Guillaume Benet, the Padre, encircled by a horde of undead figures in the wilderness. Madame Pualis soaring through the air with her wings spread wide. And there, in her eyes, Lumian caught a glimpse of a familiar blonde figure. It was Aurora. Lumian's gaze shifted to the castle's third-floor walls, covered in translucent faces of bluish-white hue. He witnessed Louis Lund giving birth, Sybil Berry being reborn within the body of a lady's maid, Guillaume Benet, Pierre Berry, Pons Benet, and a group of believers of inevitability engaged in a fierce battle against the midwife, Administrator Bias, and their companions. All of this unfolded within Lumian's own visions, emanating from a small bubble floating in the air. White paper. White paper. Lumian's face contorted in agony as he staggered backward. Bluish-purple veins, densely packed, protruded from his body, each representing a blood vessel. Meanwhile, the words of psychiatrist Susie flashed through his mind. Always remind yourself not to overreact. Whenever you feel a similar surge of emotions, take deep breaths and find your calm. Lumian gasped heavily, feeling as though the world around him had turned into a vacuum. In an act of sympathy, Madame Puali spoke, you have indeed forgotten many things. No, you've buried them deep in your heart, afraid to confront them. I too suffered. It was not pleasant for me. After becoming a banshee, it was the first time I encountered a woman who truly touched my heart. She possessed charm, kindness, gentleness, and a vibrant spirit. I never imagined that she, as a follower of the evil god, would turn against me. Even then, she was already a fate appropriator, favored by inevitability more than Guillaume Binet. Lumian couldn't help but bring his hands to his head, as if it might explode from the intense pressure within. Taking deep breaths, he recalled Aurora, who brushed off his concerns about the village's peculiarities. He remembered her cautioning him against laying eyes on forbidden things. He thought of Aurora, who would often sit on a roof at night, gazing at the vastness of the cosmos. The dream of the diaphanous lizard crawling out of Aurora's mouth resurfaced in his mind. He remembered how Nasely and the others, the initiators of the horoscope heresy, had close ties to Aurora. Amidst these recollections, Lumian also recalled his failure to avenge Raimund and Ava's deaths, discovering himself captured by Pons Binet instead. He endured torment before finally being set free. He recalled Aurora, who had cut the lever blue and assembled a plea for help together with him. He remembered Aurora explaining the mystical knowledge she possessed. And above all, he remembered Aurora pushing him off the altar during the ritual, her eyes flickering with a newfound liveliness. Huff, huff. Lumian gasped heavily, as if still trapped in the clutches of a never-ending nightmare. A soft sigh escaped Madame Puali's lips. I should have noticed her strangeness sooner. Although we didn't often cross paths, I always sensed something peculiar about her. The way she would gaze up at the night sky, speaking cryptic words about her hometown. In the realm of mysticism, the cosmos can be a treacherous place, especially for beyonders. Later on, I wished for her to embrace the Great Mother's teachings, but alas, it was too late. Lumian's trembling lips struggled to form the question. When did she start behaving strangely? He had a vivid recollection of Aurora's habit of stargazing and reminiscing about her homeland, but there had been no signs of trouble in the early years. Granted, Lumian acknowledged that Aurora had been fixated on the cosmos more frequently over the past year, but he couldn't pinpoint the exact moment when it all began. Madame Puali shook her head, suppressing her emotions, and spoke with a hint of amusement. That's a question you must answer for yourself. You spend every day with her, whereas I do not. Sometimes I envy you deeply. Yet at other times I believe you have your own merits. Why should we be bound by the rules of a conventional society, denying ourselves the freedom and joys of life? Lumian seemed lost in his own thoughts, barely registering Madame Puali's words. He continued to hunch over, pressing his head against the carriage floor. Muttering to himself, he questioned, who led her to embrace inevitability? Perhaps only she knows the answer. Unfortunately, Madame Puali sighed once more. Lumian fell into silence, taking deep breaths to steady himself. Once, twice, thrice. Time seemed to blur as he wrestled with his thoughts. Finally, he straightened his posture, lowered his hands, and turned his gaze towards Madame Puali's. Have you ever encountered an elf-like creature resembling a lizard in the village? No. Madame Puali shook her head. The diaphanous lizard from my dream was merely a symbol. Did it represent the influence of inevitability? Or did it actually exist, concealed deep within reality? Lumian pondered incessantly, as if this were the only way to prevent the razor-sharp blades from piercing his shattered heart. He posed a new question. Have you ever come across the legend of the warlock? The one about 9 bulls being the only ones capable of pulling the coffin. No, Madame Puali's replied once more, shaking her head. Lumian continued to inquire, one question after another. Eventually, he lost track of what he was asking, and whether Madame Puali's had even responded. In his mind, her face became hazy, as though she were standing dozens or hundreds of meters away. At some undetermined point, the 4-wheeled carriage came to a halt. Lumian found himself back on the roadside, moving forward without purpose or destination. Clang, clang, clang. The cathedral bell tolled, signaling midnight. Suddenly, Lumian snapped out of his daze, realizing he had returned to the Auberge's du Coq d'Or. Almost instinctively, he ascended the steps and prepared to push open the door. But after a few seconds of shock, he retreated back onto the street, wandering towards the end of Rue Anarchy like a lost soul. He walked until he reached Avenue du Marquet. The sky, perpetually gloomy throughout the night, now became shrouded in thick, dark clouds. There was no crimson moon or stars to be seen. Finally, Lumian arrived at the entrance of Salle de Brise, where a cacophony of voices and the rhythmic beat of drums emanated, creating an unusually vibrant atmosphere. Feeling overwhelmed by the environment, he abruptly spun around, staggering to the side of the road. Finding a spot in the shadow, far away from the nearest gas street lamp, he sat on the ground. Pitter, patter. As time ticked by, raindrops began to fall, landing on the ground, his head, and before him. The raindrops grew stronger, creating a steady patter. Lumian remained motionless, as if he had transformed into a statue, allowing the rain to soak his hair, face, and clothes. Suddenly, a shadow appeared above him, and the raindrops vanished. Confused, Lumian looked up and saw a dark blue umbrella, its metal frame supporting the fabric, held by Jenna. He averted his gaze, staring blankly at the middle of the road where mist had started to rise. He made no effort to stop Jenna nor acknowledge her presence. Jenna, wearing heavy smoky makeup and a sequined low-cut red dress, draped a lightly colored shawl with sizable holes over her shoulders to conceal some of her skin. She observed Lumian for a few seconds, refraining from asking any questions. Standing beside him, she held the umbrella aloft. The heavy rain persisted for an entire hour before gradually subsiding. Only scattered droplets now dripped from the buildings on either side and the street lamps. Lumian rose slowly, as if he had lost something. Jenna folded her umbrella and muttered, her voice barely audible. The rain will cease eventually, just as darkness always gives way. The sun is destined to rise, and its light will surely illuminate the earth. Lumian remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the darkened road ahead. How would you feel when you discover that someone you trust isn't who you thought they were? Jenna didn't respond directly. Instead, she countered with a question of her own. Do you still trust him? Lumian pursed his lips, his answer unwavering. Yes. If you still trust him, then find out why he did it, Jenna advised, her tone calm. Lumian's hands trembled slightly as he took a series of deep breaths. Eventually, his body returned to normal, and he turned to face Jenna. Why are you here? Jenna's reply carried both frustration and amusement. Damn it. This is just outside Salle de Brise. I didn't need to go to the theater tonight, so I came here to sing and make some cash. When I stepped out, I spotted you sitting by the roadside, completely drenched. Lumian averted his gaze and began walking forward, his expression devoid of emotion. He splashed through puddles, striding toward Rue de Blouses Blanches. Where are you going? Jenna asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Lumian responded without looking back. To find out the reason. He recalled Aurora's words when she pushed him away from the altar. My grimoires. Considering the current circumstances, Lumian suspected that his sister was trying to convey that he could uncover clues about the source of the abnormality within her grimoires. Jenna followed Lumian, holding the umbrella, and probed. Do you think you can find the reason in just one night? Perhaps it will take a long time, Lumian impatiently replied. Jenna muttered under her breath. Then why are you in such a hurry? Rest and clear your mind. It might help you uncover the reason more quickly. Lumian contemplated his limited understanding of the grimoire's contents and his lack of mystical knowledge. He fell into silence. Once again, he turned to Jenna. Is Franca at home? Why do you ask? Jenna appeared perplexed. She probably won't return to Rue de Blouses Blanches today. She mentioned wanting to spend a pleasant evening with Gardner Martin. Phew. Lumian exhaled and redirected his steps toward Rue Anarchy. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 221, Venting. Jenna's gaze fixated on Lumian's retreating figure as she inquired, Where are you off to? Getting some shut-eye, Lumian replied without glancing back. Pursing her lips, Jenna pondered for a brief moment before deciding to follow him. She wanted to ascertain his final destination and see if he truly intended to return to the Auberge du Coq d'Or to sleep. Otherwise, with his current state, she couldn't fathom the trouble he might stir up. Ignoring Jenna's presence, Lumian ambled slowly back towards the Auberge du Coq d'Or. As he reached the motel's entrance, he discovered the main door firmly locked. Rather than scaling the pipes, he retrieved a small wire from his person and deftly inserted it into the brass keyhole, skillfully manipulating it. The door swung open, revealing the murky interior. The The only source of illumination emanated from the staircase leading down to the basement bar. Lumian cast a fleeting glance and chose to descend in that direction. Damn it. Didn't he claim he was going to bed? Jenna cursed inwardly and let out a resigned sigh. She trailed after him into the Auberge du Coq d'Or's basement bar. The bar wasn't bustling with patrons. 2 or 3 inebriated men occupied a small round table, sporadically bellowing, but they lacked any significant strength. The sole customer at the bar counter happened to be Lumian's neighbor, Gabriel, the playwright residing in room 206. Garbed in a faded linen shirt, brown trousers, and oversized black-framed glasses, Gabriel's hair appeared unkempt and greasy. "You're still drinking at this hour?" Lumian settled beside Gabriel, his gaze fixed upon a glass of green absinthe clasped in the playwright's hand, shimmering with a psychedelic allure. "Has he returned to normal?" Jenna appraised Lumian, sensing that his condition wasn't as dire as before. Suppressing a yawn with her hand, she pulled a bar stool over and took a seat, resolute in her intent to observe for another 30 minutes. Gabriel forced a bitter smile and responded, "I just finished a manuscript and came down for a drink." "Are all authors the same? Do you prefer to toil at night and slumber during the day?" Lumian rapped on the bar counter, beckoning for a glass of absinthe. Pausing for a moment, Gabriel replied, "Many authors are like that. Tranquil nights grant us greater inspiration. But that's not why I stay up late. I must visit various theaters during the day, persuading managers to peruse and accept my manuscript. Today, I went to the Théâtre de la Renaissance in Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative. Their manager, Nathan Lopp, is renowned as the most astute theater manager. He possesses the highest likelihood of recognizing the value of my script. Yet he refused to see me. I failed to meet him both at his office and during my visit to his apartment. Upon hearing words like theater and manager, Jenna inwardly gasped, a vague sense of trepidation creeping over her. The fact that many individuals around her worshipped an evil god had left a lasting scar on her psyche. Furthermore, their abilities were repulsive and twisted, evoking deep-rooted revulsion within her. Lumian lifted the absinthe, proffered by the bar owner and bartender, Pavard Neeson, and took a sip. "Do you happen to know where the theater manager lives?" "Yes, I visited him at his apartment before, along with other playwrights. He's still unmarried and often changes mistresses," Gabriel rambled on. A grin crept across Lumian's face. "I have a way to get that fellow to read your script, but I can't guarantee he will accept it." "Really?" Gabriel was taken aback and perplexed. "There's actually a way." Jenna wondered, her mind filled with bewilderment. Lumian swiftly finished his absinthe and rose to his feet. "Let's go at once. Bring your script." Gabriel had never encountered such a man of action. It was already midnight. With no remaining hope, he resolved to give it a try. Downing the last of his absinthe, he ascended to the second floor to retrieve the script for his 3-act play. Standing at the entrance of Auberge du Coq d'Or, Jenna studied Lumian with a mix of puzzlement and curiosity. "Do you truly have a solution?" Lumian scoffed dismissively. "You need not believe me." "Eh." Jenna expressed her disdain. Uncertain if this was a consequence of his troubled state, she felt the twinge of curiosity and decided to follow Lumian to prevent him from engaging in any rash actions. Before long, Gabriel returned to the ground floor. He had changed into a clean and respectable formal suit, complete with a crimson bow tie. "Address?" Lumian inquired calmly. "Room 702, 15 rue de Faux, Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative." Gabriel gazed at the poorly lit Rue Anarchy, observing only a few inebriated individuals and wanderers. He tentatively asked, "Shall we walk there?" There were no public carriages available at this hour, and Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative was adjacent to the market district. Lumian paid no attention to the query, instead strolling towards Avenue du Marquet at a steady pace. He halted before a late-night operating rental carriage, a 4-wheeled 2-seater, and addressed the driver, who sported the uniform of the Imperial Carriage Company. "Tout 15 rue de Faux, Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative." The carriage driver, donning a wax hat and a blue gown adorned with yellow buttons, scrutinized Lumian and his 2 companions before stating, 2 Vril d'Or. In Trier, daytime travel in a rental carriage lasting less than an hour cost 1.25 Vril d'Or, with an additional 1.75 Vril d'Or per hour. After midnight until 6 a.m., short journeys were priced at 2 Vril d'Or, while longer trips incurred a charge of 2.5 Vril d'Or per hour. Lumian remained silent, producing 2 silver coins worth 1 Vril d'Or each and tossing them to the carriage driver. Showing no courtesy, he boarded the carriage and took a seat. This left Gabriel in a predicament. unsure whether he should act chivalrously and jostle with Seal or allow the singer, Jenna, to make her own choice. Eventually, realizing she hadn't been invited, Jenna grumbled and settled herself beside Lumian, striving to secure some personal space. The rental carriage set off, embarking on its journey towards Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative. During the ride, Lumian maintained an unsettling silence, leaving Gabriel hesitant to inquire about his solution. The atmosphere inside the carriage grew somewhat uncomfortable. Having grown accustomed to Lumian's peculiar state that night, Jenna cleared her mind and focused on her own thoughts. After an indeterminate period, the rental carriage came to a halt at 15 Rue de Faux. Lumian wasted no time and headed straight for the apartment building. Upon entering the lobby, he was intercepted by a vigilant guard. "Which floor and room are you residing in?" the dutiful guard inquired. "If you're not a resident here, you need—" Before the guard could finish his sentence, a chilling object was pressed against his temple. Lumian had swiftly produced a revolver from under his armpit and pressed the barrel firmly against the guard's forehead. What do you think you're doing?" the guard, who appeared to be almost 50, stammered. Gabriel stood frozen, his mind filled with doubt regarding Seal's supposed solution. Amused and eager to witness the unfolding events, Jenna observed Lumian silently guide the guard to a secluded corner of the lobby. Using the rope and various items he had with him, he proceeded to bind the guard's hands and feet, effectively rendering him immobile. A gag was placed over the guard's mouth to ensure his silence. With the task completed, Lumian shut the apartment door behind him and secured the lock before ascending the staircase. As if awakening from a dream, Gabriel hastened after him, his voice filled with anxiety. "Is that really okay? What do you think?" Lumian replied with a grin. Gabriel faltered, lost for words. He hesitated, contemplating whether he should abandon his pursuit of having Nathan Lopp, the manager of Theatre de la Renaissance, read his script. If I were to express my doubts in return now, would Seal become furious and resort to violence? After all, he is a mob leader. Gabriel gaped, incapable of uttering anything that might dissuade Lumian. Soon, the trio reached the top floor and stopped outside room 702. Gabriel, poised to knock, witnessed Lumian deftly employ the short wire to open the vermilion wooden door. Gabriel couldn't make sense of Lumian's intentions in the slightest. Observing this, Jenna swiftly removed her light-colored shawl and draped it over her face, exposing only her forehead and eyes. She harbored suspicions that Seal was about to cause trouble. To avoid being implicated by him, it was prudent to conceal her identity. At the very least, she couldn't allow anyone to remember her appearance. Lumian stepped into the living room, awash with the glow of the crimson moonlight. Producing a bandage, he wrapped it around his face, leaving only his eyes and nostrils visible. Though Gabriel failed to comprehend why Jenna and Seal were veiling their faces, he instinctively found a cloth and covered the lower portion of his own face. Enveloped in a white bandage, Lumian surveyed the surroundings before proceeding towards the master bedroom. He turned the handle and gently pushed open the door. The living room was bathed in the luminosity of the crimson moon, illuminating the figures reclining in the bed. There lay a man and a woman. The man boasted disheveled black hair, appearing to be in his early 40s. His countenance was gaunt, with a prominent nose bridge. The woman possessed curly blonde hair, seemingly in her 20s. Her complexion was flawless, and her features were strikingly beautiful. Beneath the velvet blanket, they appeared to be unclothed. "He's the theater manager." Lumian didn't restrain his voice at all. Gabriel felt as though he were trapped in a surreal reverie. "Yes, that's him." Lumian advanced swiftly towards the grand bed. The manager of Theatre de la Renaissance, Nathan Lopp, stirred from his slumber upon hearing the commotion. Before he could open his eyes, Lumian grasped his shoulder and hoisted him upright. Nathan Lopp jolted awake, his eyes confronted with the sight of a head swathed in white bandages. His heart seemed to skip a beat, rendering him speechless and devoid of protest. In the next instant, a revolver was pressed against his temple. Nathan Lopp sealed his lips shut and was propelled into the living room. As he passed by Jenna, Lumian cast a sidelong glance towards the bed and whispered, "Keep an eye on that woman." Jenna found herself bewildered by the unfolding events, yet it did nothing to quell her exhilaration. Without hesitation, she lowered herself into a crouch, drew her own revolver, and trained it upon the recently awakened blonde. With a touch of cold detachment, she issued a stern warning. "I don't want to hear a word." The blonde wrapped her arms tightly around the blanket, trembling on the bed. Lumian settled Nathan Lopp into a recliner, securing his hands and feet to the sofa and floor using garments. Perplexed, Gabriel came over. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Are we here to rob Nathan Lop, or are we here to present him with my script? Jenna escorted the blonde, clad in a nightgown, to the living room. Lumian, who had illuminated the crystal chandelier, took a few steps back. He retrieved his revolver and seated himself on the divan opposite the recliner. Nathan Lop appeared freshly awakened and uttered anxiously, "How much do you want?" "I'll give it to you, everything. There's a total of 1,100 Vril d'Or and a diamond necklace here. I'll surrender them all. Just promise not to harm me." Lumian, his face concealed by bandages, turned towards Gabriel and stated, "Read it." "Read what?" Gabriel responded, his mind blank. Lumian let out a soft chuckle. "Read your script. Monsieur Nathan Lop is waiting. W.H. Gabriel stood dumbfounded. Is this the solution to making Nathan Lop read my script? Is this how a rational person thinks? Not only Gabriel pondered this, but Jenna couldn't help but mumble to herself. Seal's mind is truly unhinged. Won't this result in Monsieur Playwright being taken to the police station? Thank goodness I've concealed my face. With a similar sense of relief, Gabriel approached Nathan Lop apprehensively. He retrieved the script and began reading it aloud, as if compelled to do so. Nathan Lop listened in bewilderment, questioning whether he was trapped in a ludicrous dream. Halfway through his slumber, a masked intruder invaded his abode, binding him to a chair merely to subject him to a script recital. As he listened attentively, Nathan Lop's professional instincts kicked in, drawing him further into the script. After the main dialogue of the first scene concluded, Nathan Lop interrupted Gabriel. "Who wrote this?" "Me," Gabriel replied subconsciously. Nathan Lop's voice resonated deeply as he stated, "Bring it to my office tomorrow at 10 a.m. We'll sign the contract." All right. Gabriel's emotions swirled with surprise, happiness, and fear. "Will I find the police waiting for me at Theatre de la Renaissance tomorrow?" Lumian chuckled, rising from his seat and making his way to the door with his revolver. Jenna and Gabriel followed closely behind, allowing the blonde woman to free Nathan Lop from his restraints. As they descended the stairs, Jenna flashed a smile at Gabriel and inquired, "Monsieur Playwright, your script is exceptional. Your words are captivating. What is its title?" "It's called Light Seeker," Gabriel responded instinctively, unable to comprehend why an underground singer held such interest in the script. Jenna quickened her pace to catch up with Lumian. Lowering her voice, she asked, "Is this your solution? Aren't you concerned that the theater manager may also be a devotee of an evil god?" In her current state of mind, all theaters seemed suspect. Lumian removed the bandages, his expression unwavering as he replied, "Then we would have fought." "I knew it," Jenna silently muttered to herself. After retrieving their belongings and ropes from the guard, the trio boarded a rental carriage and returned to Aubert's du Coq d'Or. Once Gabriel expressed his gratitude and retreated to his room, a mix of worry and joy, Jenna observed Seal as he freshened up and settled onto the bed. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief. She drew the curtains and carefully closed the wooden door before departing Aubert's du Coq d'Or. In the nearly pitch-black darkness, Lumian's eyes remained closed, unmoving. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 222, Flyers. Clang, clang, clang. At the stroke of 6, Lumian sat upright and flung open the curtains, allowing a gentle light to stream into the room, breathing life into the once silent space. He rubbed his face, freshened up, and attended to his needs. Once ready, he changed his clothes and departed from Aubert's du Coq d'Or. Making his way around Rue de Blouses Blanches, he entered the rented safe house. With great anticipation, Lumian delved into Aurora's grimoires, hoping to uncover some hidden gems that had eluded him in his previous search. Aurora's grimoires contained 3 distinct categories of knowledge. Firstly, there were the common mystical understandings, the names of various pathways, the state of certain sequences, the foundations of ritualistic magic, the significance of symbolic elements, and the pronunciation and meanings of several supernatural languages. The second category focused on the practical application of mystical knowledge and personal abilities. It demanded deep contemplation, as it contained numerous recorded or purchased spells, as well as defenses against curses. Lastly, there were fragments of peculiar and incomplete knowledge, along with intriguing anecdotes. Some were bestowed upon Aurora by the Hidden Sage, while others emerged from interactions within the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. These miscellaneous tidbits weren't organized into separate grimoires, but appeared sporadically as Aurora acquired them. For Lumian, the second category posed the greatest challenge. Warlock spells like illumination, weed removal, exorcism, soul summoning, lightning, wind creation, and force-field hand proved to be perplexing. After all, he lacked the fundamental understanding of mysticism and the support of beyonder powers required to cast spells. On the other hand, Lumian had made significant progress in comprehending, learning, and mastering ritualistic magic since becoming an alms monk. Lumian also noticed that his sister had omitted certain basic rules, such as the law of beyonder characteristics conservation, from her grimoires. However, this was to be expected. Such laws were scarce and easily remembered. They were ingrained in the mind and required no additional recording. After an extensive morning of reading, Lumian found no signs of suspicion. Instead, he accumulated a myriad of questions that demanded consultation with others. He let out a slow exhale, carefully folded the pages containing his inquiries, and tucked them into his pocket before departing the safe house. On his way to Avenue du Marquet, Lumian's attention was caught by several voting booths. Uniformed police officers and heavily armed military police were working diligently to maintain order, allowing long queues of people to deposit their votes into wooden boxes. Despite having acquired a new identification from Gardner Martin and assuming the persona of Cecile Dubois, a resident of the Market District for nearly 2 years with a right to vote, Lumian chose not to register at all. He had no desire to partake in the parliamentary election. After some time, a newsboy rushed by and tossed a stack of white papers into the air. Lumian observed as many pedestrians eagerly collected the floating papers and began reading them with great seriousness. He bent down and retrieved a copy lying at his feet. The white paper featured several lines of text in the Intis script, printed in a simple and easily comprehensible syntax. Hugues Artois is a traitor. In the war against the Lone Kingdom several years ago, he deserted his troops and fled. Countless fathers, brothers, husbands, and sons never returned. He is participating in the parliamentary election with clandestine support from the Lone Kingdom. Lumian couldn't contain his surprise upon reading the accusations. He vividly remembered Hugo Artois' campaign posters emphasizing his military service. He had only retired from the army upon reaching the rank of major and ventured into politics, starting as an assistant secretary at the National Convention. Could this be a desperate move from a candidate facing unsatisfactory early poll results? As Lumian pondered over the situation, a group of men, suspected to be mobsters, approached and forcibly confiscated the flyers from the pedestrians, resorting to physical violence and vulgar insults. Curiously, the nearby police officers seemed oblivious to the scene unfolding before them. Lumian raised his gaze and recognized one of the men. They were members of the Poison Spur mob, the very individuals who had previously followed Margot and Wilson to Aubert's du Coq d'Or. "You dare read something like that, you wretch? You leper, hand me the thing in your hand. Son of a bitch, do you want me to rough you up?" The Poison Spur mob members closed in on Lumian. Just as they were about to snatch the flyer from his hand, their eyes fell upon his short blonde hair with dark roots. A mischievous grin crept across Lumian's face. "Seal." The Poison Spur mob members instinctively turned around, their intent to flee evident. Lumian swiftly lifted his foot and delivered a forceful kick to one of the mobster's rear, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. "What's the matter? Can't recognize your Pepe?" Lumian taunted, watching the disoriented Poison Spur mob members scramble away in a disheveled state. He had no inclination to pursue them any further. Lumian tossed aside the flyer he held and strolled back to Salle de Balbrise. Immediately upon entering, Louis approached with Sarkota by his side. "Boss, Charlie quit his job as a waiter last night and only asked for a week's worth of salary." "I'm aware," Lumian responded calmly. Louis recalled how the boss had taken Charlie away the previous night, returning without him. Shortly afterward, Charlie tendered his resignation and left. This sequence of events left Louis with a lingering suspicion that something secretive was at play, but he didn't dare inquire further. Lumian cast a brief glance at Louis and casually inquired as he made his way toward the cafe on the second floor. "How old are you?" 27, Louis answered, puzzled as to why the boss seemed interested in this particular detail. Without much hesitation, Lumian continued, "Are you married? Do you have any children?" "Not yet," Louis replied with an awkward smile. "I plan to get married when I'm more mature." Though he had managed to escape the life of a low-ranking mobster and now served as the leader's bodyguard, eliminating the constant fear of being beaten to death on the streets, Louis recognized the inherent dangers that still lurked. He didn't wish to benefit another man shortly after entering married life and having a child. Lumian nodded. "It's important to consider your future. The other Louis the First already has several children." Louis brushed off the remark, perceiving it as an attempt by the boss to force a conversation when there was little else to discuss, as if trying to prove a point. Franca skipped her lunch with Gardner Martin and returned to 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches before noon. Upon reaching the house, she noticed that the door to the guest bedroom was tightly shut. Perplexed, she turned the handle and pushed it open. Inside, Jenna lay fast asleep in her pajamas, huddled under a blanket. Stirred by the door's movement, she rubbed her eyes and slowly sat up, her gaze fixed on Franca. Still snoozing, Franca asked, her smile in place. "Just because you don't have acting lessons at Theatre de Lancian Cage of Pigeons, you're letting yourself go like this?" Jenna combed through her tawny locks and grumbled, "It's all Seal's fault. Things went on late into the night." Franca's smile froze. Jenna continued, "I don't know what happened to him last night, but his mood and condition were off. I was worried something might happen, so I followed him. Only after he entered Aubaird's Du Coq door and got into bed did I return to get some rest." Franca breathed a sigh of relief and inquired with concern, "Tell me everything." Jenna recounted the events starting from her performance at Salle de Bal Brise, seeing Lumian sitting by the road in the rain, all the way until he employed an unimaginable method to secure Gabriel's script deal. Finally, she said, "Damn it, it was almost 3 o'clock before he finally agreed to go back to his room and sleep. I was beyond exhausted." Franca listened attentively and expressed her worry. It's rare to see him in such a state. Franca paused, a realization dawning on her. Lumian was still undergoing regular treatment from a psychiatrist, and perhaps this state she witnessed was his truest form. He must have experienced some sort of trauma last night. I'll ask him about it later. After Franca referred to him as a relative, she no longer concealed her close relationship with Lumian in front of Jenna. Jenna nodded. "Choose your words carefully. Don't agitate him." On the second floor of Salle de Bal Brise, in Lumian's office, he noticed Franca, who had turned invisible. "I heard from Jenna that something happened to you last night." Franca, dressed in a white blouse and black pants, asked casually, "Did you meet Madame Poalis?" During her lunch with Jenna, she had managed to piece together what had triggered Lumian's mental distress. Lumian seemed to lose all his strength upon hearing Franca's question and slumped into the swiveling armchair. After a pause of more than 10 seconds, he exhaled and said, "That's right. I can't accept the truth I learned, but I have no choice." Sensing his reluctance to share further, Franca didn't press the matter. She nodded slightly and offered, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Lumian straightened up and spoke bluntly. "2 things. First, I have numerous questions about mysticism. Second, the issue with the poison spur mob. As I mentioned before, once the election is over, Hugues Artois will become a member of Parliament. Black Scorpion Roger and his cohorts will gain a new boon. In due time, we'll all be in danger. Should we launch a raid on 126th Avenue du Marquet at night to eliminate any hidden threats before the election results are announced?" Franca pondered for a moment and replied, "Based on your description, the Heretic Spellmaster holds a significant advantage on their home turf. Even if the 2 of us use our trump cards, our chances of successfully eliminating Black Scorpion Roger and the others are uncertain, assuming there are no other surprises awaiting us. But if we don't act now, they will become even more formidable after receiving their new boons." She hesitated, unsure of the best course of action. At 126th Avenue du Marquet, within the 3-story building with a garden, Black Scorpion Roger gazed at his subordinate who had infiltrated the Market District's Parliamentary Election Commission and asked eagerly, "What's the situation?" The subordinate replied with excitement, "Monsieur Hugues Artois is leading by a wide margin." A smile crept across Black Scorpion Roger's face. Once the subordinate left, he turned to Baldy Harmon and short-legged Candlestick Christina, saying, "The election results will be announced tomorrow afternoon. Lady Moon will personally oversee the ritual and grant us a boon during the night. Afterward, we won't hold back anymore. That wretched seal must meet his demise." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 223, Choice. On a southeastern hill overlooking Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman, there stood an active quarry. Having departed from Salle de Bal Brise, Lumian embarked on a quest to find a suitable candidate, which led him to this very place. The night was deep, and the lamplighters diligently illuminated the gas lamps strewn across the streets. In stark contrast, the quarry, having concluded its daily operations, was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any artificial illumination. Scattered across the quarry floor were several gypsum furnaces, surrounded by numerous tramps. Lumian honed his focus, meticulously assessing each individual's circumstances. At long last, he discovered a target that fit his requirements. Resting against one of the gypsum furnaces was a male tramp. His shirt, pants, and jacket were tattered, their original hue obscured by the dark brown soil. Sunken cheeks and emaciated limbs almost distorted his figure. His unkempt hair and beard intertwined in a mess of strands. His eyes were half shut, and his shallow breaths suggested he might perish at any moment. According to Lumian's observations, the tramp was indeed approaching the end of his waning life. He had but 2 or 3 days left. Approaching the figure, Lumian squatted down and retrieved the gas canister he had obtained from the unsavory Headsy, whom Franca had aptly named mysticism smelling salts. Unscrewing the lid, he positioned it near the tramp's nostrils. He and Franca had already distributed Rentus's remains. The sedatives and coins totaling 212 vril d'or belonged to Lumian, while the remainder was Franca's share. Achoo. The tramp sneezed twice, and his eyes fluttered open. Weakly gazing at Lumian, donned in a blue laborer's uniform and a dark cap, he inquired, puzzled, Who are you? What are you trying to do? Lumian responded calmly, I'm just a passing worker. I sensed that your demise was imminent, so I approached to verify. The tramp found no fault in Lumian's explanation. In the Intis Republic, upon discovering a lifeless body, whether reporting to the governmental authorities or the 2 churches, individuals would receive compensation for promptly ensuring purification or cremation. Though the sum was meager, a mere 1 vril d'or, even the lower-class citizens found it a pleasant surprise, no matter how modest the additional benefits. The tramp's beard trembled as he managed a smile. You guessed right. I also feel as if my time is drawing near. Drop by more frequently over the next 2 days so your money doesn't get snatched away. Perhaps it was the effect of the mysticism of smelling salts, or perhaps the topic of death momentarily stirred the tramp's spirits, for his words ceased to falter, and his reasoning became clearer. Have you got any family left? Lumian inquired casually, squatting before the tramp as he stowed away the mysticism smelling salts. The tramp fell silent for a few moments, then slowly shook his head. No, not anymore. If you're interested in my clothes, take them when I'm dead. Has your family passed on? Lumian probed further. The tramp's beard swayed with the motion of his muscles, and his voice carried an unmistakable tinge of anguish. They're gone. All gone. My parents didn't make it past 45. My brother fell in the war a few years back. My sister succumbed to illness, and her child became a child laborer. By the age of 10, he was already hunchbacked and died from sheer exhaustion in a textile mill. The tramp seemed to stray from Lumian's question, more akin to a recollection before his impending demise. He rambled on, I used to toil in the quarry, praised for my strength. Then a monsieur saw my diligence, believed I could endure hardship. He taught me to place detonators and loosen rocks. My pay rose, and life took a turn for the better. I had a wife tough as nails just like me, and 3 precious children, but only one survived. My little angel, my daughter. When the food prices sparked protests, my body suddenly gave way, and I fell grievously ill. My wife and daughter spent everything, amassed debts. Eventually, they nursed me back to health, but I lost my job in the process. We were hounded by loan sharks day in and day out. Those men took away my little angel. My wife and I searched desperately. A few weeks later, we found her lifeless body. She couldn't endure their torment and chose to end it all. My wife wanted to turn to the police, but they beat her to death and dumped her somewhere. I was battered and left unconscious, but I survived. I've made it till today. Lumian listened in silence, his voice deep when he finally spoke. Any wishes? The tramp laughed out loud. Wishes? My greatest wish is to pass away shortly after catching that illness. Lumian fell silent for a moment before continuing, No thirst for revenge? The tramp's eyes glazed over as he replied, Those loan sharks were killed by other mobs. New loan sharks have taken their place. He recollected Lumian's initial question and spoke in a voice that seemed to drift from another realm. When my time comes, I think I'd like to have another meatloaf. I remember those years. Every weekend, my wife would buy the meat herself, add flax seeds and vinegar, turn it into a sauce, and stuff it between flatbread. My daughter adored it, and I loved it too. Lumian nodded, rising to his feet and making his way down the hill, toward the streets below. After approximately 45 minutes, he returned to the gypsum furnace, carrying a Rouen meatloaf that filled the air with its enticing aroma. The tramp seemed on the verge of fainting once more. Lumian employed the mysticism smelling salts once again to rouse him from his stupor. The tramp sneezed a few times, his gaze fixed blankly on the Rouen meatloaf. He quickly took bites, his beard becoming coated with a thin layer of oil. Having consumed half of it, he gasped for breath and inquired with a smile, "What's your game, lad? I'll be stabbing you later." "It might just bring about your demise tonight," Lumian stated plainly. The tramp chuckled weakly and queried, "Aren't you afraid of the police?" "I fear not death. I should have perished long ago. Did you know that every winter I sleep inside this gypsum furnace? Even after a day's work, it retains a soothing warmth that lasts until nearly daybreak. However, the lingering fumes within are poisonous and could claim me in my sweet slumber. So far, it hasn't happened to me." Lumian chuckled. "I reckon the police aren't too bothered about how a tramp meets his end, so long as it's not a blatant murder." Without further ado, the tramp devoured the remaining Rouen meatloaf and let out a belch. After a pause of over 10 seconds, he adjusted his position and spoke, "You may proceed." Lumian drew his blade, fallen mercury, adorned with sinister patterns, and thrust it into the tramp's hand. Blood trickled forth, staining the tip of the blade crimson. Simultaneously, Lumian once again beheld the illusory river of mercury. His purpose in seeking a near-death tramp was to exchange for a more practical fate. This was not to say that encountering the fate of the Montsurus ghost wasn't formidable. Quite the contrary, it could lead to certain death or even the demise of an entire family for many humans. Furthermore, it clung tenaciously. However, the issue lay in the time it took to take effect. The exchange of fates could often be completed within minutes, whereas the Montsurus ghost's assault on its target occurred at random intervals. It might strike in 10 to 20 minutes, or it might wait for 3 to 4 months. In other words, the fate of encountering the Montsurus ghost was ill-suited for a surprise attack or a battle. Furthermore, having learned from the experience and lessons of Margot's death, Lumian's target, Black Scorpion Roger, would undoubtedly be wary of such matters. If stabbed by fallen mercury and not instantly dispatched, there was a high likelihood that he would seek aid from Madamoon. Lumian was uncertain if the lady possessing true godhood could fend off the Montsurus ghost. If she could, his operation would be an utter failure. Considering these factors, he intended to preemptively alter the fate of encountering the Montsurus ghost and choose a destiny more conducive to surprise attacks and assassinations. He desired Black Scorpion Roger to perish on the spot, without a chance to seek any assistance. As these thoughts raced through Lumian's mind, a series of images appeared before him. He saw the tramp, asleep inside the gypsum furnace, the tramp who had been viciously beaten and left unconscious, the tramp who had recently fainted, the tramp who had crumbled in front of his daughter's lifeless body, the tramp who had shared homemade meatloaf with his wife and daughter, the tramp who meticulously prepared and set up explosives. Lumian knew he couldn't choose the tramp's destined fate of perishing in 2 or 3 days. It was an overwhelming burden, beyond what fallen mercury could bear. Even the luck transference spell couldn't transfer such a dire fate. The only solution Lumian could think of was to employ the substitution spell and find a death row inmate to take the tramp's place. He would assume the inmate's identity for a period of time, gaining the acceptance of those around him. Then, he would perform the ritual and swap the tramp's impending death with that of the inmate. However, this process would take 2 to 3 weeks, if not longer, to prepare. Time was not on his side. Drawing on his vast experience, Lumian made a quick decision and chose the fate of the tramp who had recently collapsed due to his failing body. It departed from the Mercury River and condensed into a droplet that seeped into the blade of fallen mercury. Simultaneously, the fate of encountering the Montsurus ghost shifted entirely to the tramp. Lumian retracted the wicked, pewter-black dagger. It remained clean and free from bloodstains, and the wound on the tramp's hand was shallow, as though it would soon leave a scar. "That's it?" the tramp asked in puzzlement. He had been prepared to meet his end then and there. "Yes." Lumian stood up and departed from the hill. Late that night, inside the gypsum furnace, the tramp convulsed suddenly and succumbed to suffocation. Across from 126th Avenue du Marquet. Returning here, Lumian nestled in a shadowy corner, shielded from the glow of the gas street lamps, his eyes fixated on the target building. Beside him, Franca emerged from the darkness, dressed in a black robe and hood. "How did it go?" Lumian asked, entirely unsurprised. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 224, Disguise. Franca cast her gaze upon 126th Avenue du Marquet and remarked, "Whether it's Black Scorpion Roger, Baldy Harmon, or short-legged candlestick Christina, none of them have shown themselves." "Extremely cautious," Lumian objectively commented. Franca let out a scoff. "If I were in their shoes, I'd be cautious too. If I manage to make it through tonight, I can turn the tables and emerge victorious." How foolish would it be for me to reveal myself? Even if someone were to abduct Gardner and maim him at the doorstep, I wouldn't budge. This example isn't convincing. Lumian asked, what if it's Jenna who's bound instead of Gardner? Franca fell silent. Noticing the provoker potion taking effect, Lumian, nearing the completion of his digestion, chose not to press further. Instead, he inquired, what else have you observed? Neither Lumian nor Franca had devised a specific plan for the assault on Black Scorpion, Roger, and the others. They possessed only a handful of vague ideas and were currently engaged in preliminary investigations and preparations. Franca pondered for a few seconds before revealing, a member of the Poison Spur mob frequents the election commission in this vicinity. It's as if he's providing Black Scorpion Roger with real-time updates on the polls. Pausing briefly, a mischievous smile curled the corners of her mouth. We can exploit this. Simultaneously, Lumian mirrored her grin. Isn't it like stumbling upon a soft pillow, just when you're sleepy? Indeed, delving into politics is a treacherous affair. Franca turned her head, amusement twinkling in her eyes as she glanced at Lumian. Your sister must have imparted many hometown sayings to you. How do you plan on operating this thing? Lumian fell silent for a moment before speaking again. If I were an actor, the problem would be simple. Nonetheless, I still possess those glasses. Franca nodded, satisfied with his response. This operation requires both a surprise attack and an assassination. The importance of the assassination must outweigh that of the surprise attack to minimize a heretic spellmaster's advantage on their home turf. After some deliberation, the two of them moved away from 126th Avenue du Marquet, positioning themselves in a shadowy spot near the district's parliamentary election commission. The day's voting had concluded, and the election commission staff toiled diligently, counting the votes and providing real-time updates. Countless reporters from various newspapers gathered there, eager to acquire first-hand data. If all went according to plan, Hughes Artois would secure more than half of the registered votes tonight, enabling him to declare his election victory. As time ticked by, the night grew darker. Suddenly, Franca nudged Lumian and pointed towards a figure exiting the election commission. That's the guy from the Poison Spur mob. The person appeared to be almost 30, boasting black hair, brown eyes, and a narrow face. He sported a blue and white striped shirt, a light brown jacket, and a thick gold necklace. Lumian offered a subtle nod and departed from his hiding place, adopting an air of urgency as he approached the man. He pulled his dark cap down low, obscuring his distinct blonde and black hair. Upon noticing someone drawing nearer, the Poison Spur mob member cautiously altered his path. At that moment, Lumian took a diagonal stride forward, positioning himself in front of the individual. He smiled and greeted, "Long time no see. How have you been faring within the Poison Spur mob?" The man was caught off guard. Utilizing the illumination from the gas street lamps, he scrutinized Lumian's face. Seizing the opportunity, Lumian lunged forward, gripping the other person's neck and pulling them into an embrace. Simultaneously, Lumian pushed the metal canister closer to the target's nose with his left hand. He had already unscrewed the lid, but he kept his finger pressed against the opening, controlling the gas release. The Poison Spur mob member struggled desperately, but Lumian's palm covered his mouth and nose, silencing any outcry. His punches and kicks were easily deflected. Either his neck was constricted or his back was pinned down by an elbow. His head remained ensconced in the other person's grasp, nestled against their chest. In his anxious state, it was difficult for him to strike his foe's vulnerable points, and Lumian endured the onslaught. After a few seconds, the man's resistance began to wane. Passers-by cast fleeting glances at him before walking away without detecting anything amiss. Within moments, the man in Lumian's arms lost consciousness. Supporting his intoxicated companion, Lumian sealed the bottle once more with his finger. They arrived at a deserted alley barricaded from public access, where Lumian abandoned his target and screwed the metal canister shut. "You're very reckless." Franca emerged from the shadows beside him. "Only in Trier can you get away with this. Anywhere else, someone would have raised a loud alarm." "I reserve these actions solely for Trier," Lumian replied, crouching down to strip the Poison Spur mob member of his attire and necklace. He bound his hands and feet with a rope he had brought along. Having completed the task, Lumian administered some truth serum to his captive before reviving him with the mysticism smelling salts. 3 consecutive sneezes followed. The Poison Spur mob member opened his eyes and exclaimed in horror, "Who are you? What do you want?" Lumian removed his cap and crouched in front of the target, wearing a smile. He asked, "Can't you recognize me?" Under the crimson moonlight, the Poison Spur mob member glimpsed the golden black hair, and a vaguely familiar face. His teeth chattered. "Cecilia, I have something to ask you. If you refuse to answer or choose to deceive me, you know the consequences," Lumian said with a smile. His cold, merciless, and unhinged reputation preceded him within the poisoned spur mob. The man was so terrified that his heart seemed ready to leap out of his throat. I'll talk. Unfazed, Lumian inquired, "Where were you planning to go just now?" "To the boss's place to report the election's polling situation. Monsieur Hugues Artois has secured nearly half the votes. He's just a little shy." Not only did the man answer Lumian's question, but he also provided additional information. Lumian nodded contentedly and proceeded to inquire about the specific details the poison spur mob member had previously relayed to Black Scorpion Roger. This encompassed his demeanor towards the staff, his manner of addressing Black Scorpion Roger, his positioning, and his tone. Having meticulously memorized the details, Lumian employed the sedative once more to render the poison spur mob member unconscious. Without delay, he changed into the other person's attire, retrieved his mystery prying glasses, and perched them upon his nose. This time underground, he beheld rats, insects, and serpents, but a charred building and a blurred face behind a glass window also materialized. The face possessed unusually vacant eyes. Lumian's mind momentarily spun into disarray. Frowning, he removed the mystery-prying glasses and retrieved a collection of cosmetics. Assisted by the crimson moonlight and the small torch held by Franca, he meticulously applied various substances to his face, utilizing the makeup mirror his companion carried. Around 10 minutes later, his countenance grew gaunter and began to assume the likeness of the poison spur mob member. His skill in makeup fell short of fully replicating the other person's appearance, but the inherent effect of the mystery-prying glasses would convince anyone who glimpsed his face that he was the individual named Alcai. Smack! Lumian snapped the makeup mirror shut, daring not to gaze upon his reflection once more. As Franca stowed away her belongings, she had Lumian turn his back to her. She feared that she, too, might mistake her companion for a member of the poison spur mob, thereby hindering their subsequent collaboration. Franca examined Lumian's hair color and retrieved the disguise props she had acquired from Rentis. Hair and eye color are the most noticeable flaws. First, use this black hair dye, then wear these brown contact lenses. Damn it, anything is possible in the realm of mysticism. Who would have thought that in this day and age, actors could create the illusion of cosmetic contacts? Although the materials are different and they don't improve vision, they can indeed alter the color of one's irises. Otherwise, Rentis wouldn't have been able to pass as I've or you. It defies scientific explanation, but it's utterly mystical. Lumian paid no mind to Franca's musings and took the mysticism hair dye, which could be washed away with a special lotion. Under her guidance, he transformed his golden and black hair into a solid black hue. Once he donned the brown contact lenses, Franca seized the opportunity to discuss the specifics of their forthcoming assault. The two of them swiftly outlined a rough plan, but they refrained from delving into every detail. Firstly, time was limited, and secondly, they had to anticipate numerous unforeseen circumstances at the scene. It was impossible to account for every possibility, so they could only adapt and make decisions based on the main concept. Franca produced a coin pouch. It was a fist-sized bag made of grayish-white cloth, filled with gold, silver, and copper coins. Franca rummaged in her bag and retrieved an iron-colored ring with a thick band and slender spikes on its surface. "This is one of my mystical items, the Ring of Punishment," she explained to Lumian. "It serves a single purpose. It can pierce the target's spirit body within a 5-meter range, causing excruciating pain and rendering them temporarily unconscious. For low and mid-sequence Beyonders, there are very few Beyonder powers capable of bypassing defense and directly attacking a spirit body. This is one of them." Franca paused momentarily before continuing. "Wearing it for an extended period will make you irritable, bloodthirsty, cruel, and impulsive. If you use it more than 3 times in an hour, it will cause your personality to undergo mutation. If you remove it, you will suffer indiscriminate psychic piercing damage once you enter a 5-meter radius. To seal it, you need to place it amidst a pile of valuable metal coins." Currently, Franca wore the ring, ensuring neither she nor Lumian fell victim to its effects. She handed the Ring of Punishment to Lumian. As soon as Lumian slipped the ring onto his right middle finger, he experienced overwhelming frustration. Collecting himself, he donned black gloves, left the alley, and jogged towards 126th Avenue du Marquet. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 225, Exposed. On 126th Avenue du Marquet in Lumian, concealed as Alcai, a member of the poison spur mob, pressed the doorbell of the three-story building with a garden out back. Amidst the pleasant chimes, the valet, who had previously ushered Louis Lund inside, swung open the wooden door. Seeing Alcye's face beaming with joy, he returned the smile. "Have the voting results for today been announced?" "You bet." Lumian concealed his voice with feigned delight. "Monsieur Hugues Artois will be the new member of Parliament by noon tomorrow." The valet had long been a believer in the Great Mother, and he had been promised a reward of becoming a villain after the election. Hearing this news delighted him, and he led Lumian straight to the living room. In the living room, Black Scorpion Roger, now wearing aqua blue silk pajamas, lounged on a divan. He addressed short-legged candlestick Christina, nestled beside him while he playfully squeezed her buttocks, and Baldy Harmon, who paced around the room. "Hold on tight. It all comes to an end tomorrow night. No matter what happens in the next 24 hours, we can't leave this place." "Is that so? Are you willing to stay here even if there's a fire, explosion, or earthquake?" Lumian criticized silently. He shook off the valet and swiftly approached. "Boss, I have good news." Black Scorpion Roger's excitement was palpable. He forgot to scrutinize his subordinates' movements, voices, and appearance. His eyes sparkled as he inquired, "Has Monsieur Hugues Artois won the election?" Baldy Harmon and short-legged candlestick Christina turned their gaze toward Lumian as well. At that moment, Lumian had closed the gap between him and Black Scorpion Roger, standing just 3 meters away from the divan and the glass coffee table before it. He exclaimed with excitement, "He's only 2,000 votes away from securing a majority." Black Scorpion Roger felt a tinge of disappointment, but his happiness prevailed. He nodded and proclaimed, "Very good." Before he could even complete his sentence, Lumian's hand caught his attention. He was wearing a pair of black gloves. Alcye didn't have such a habit. At that moment, 2 blinding beams shot out from Lumian's eyes, like silent bullets and swift lightning bolts. With a snap, Black Scorpion Roger felt the imaginary sound of his spirit body shattering, sending waves of excruciating pain through him. He cried out tragically, clutching his head in agony. In his state of distress, he completely forgot to activate the protective enchantment that usually shrouded the master bedroom and living room. The sudden twist of events, their origin unknown, left short-legged candlestick Christina and Baldy Harmon bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Their responses were purely instinctive. One of them stood tall, assuming a defensive stance against the suspicious Alcye, while the other sprinted towards their boss, shielding his flank. Lumian seized this golden opportunity. Drawing his weapon, Fallen Mercury, he lunged at Black Scorpion Roger, who huddled on the couch. Witnessing the attack, short-legged candlestick Christina intercepted with her right elbow, disregarding the harm that would befall her. Her intention was to aid Black Scorpion Roger in fending off the strike. In her other hand, she grabbed the nearby axe, attempting to swing it at Alcye. Suddenly, a figure dressed in black robes, their face concealed beneath a hood, materialized behind her. Franca. Franca had skillfully employed invisibility to trail Lumian all the way to this location. Her primary target was short-legged candlestick Christina, the one providing protection to Black Scorpion Roger. She refrained from directly assassinating Black Scorpion Roger, fearing that a fatal blow, jeopardizing his life, would activate the magic circle with its substitution effect. The hidden blade, wreathed in black flames, darted forth alongside Franca's mighty blow. It pierced through Christina's back, finding its mark in her heart. Christina's brown eyes widened, her face contorted with disbelief, pain, and despair. Despite the injury, she continued to block for Black Scorpion Roger, but her strength had already abandoned her. Lumian's arms seemed to possess no bones. With fluid motion, he flicked his joints and swung his forearm, evading Christina's feeble attempt to obstruct him. The pewter-black dirk soared, aiming straight for the leader of the poisoned spur mob. Fallen Mercury's tip pierced through the aqua blue pajamas, puncturing the skin over Black Scorpion Roger's ribs. Crimson blood rapidly welled up, and amidst the pain of the psychic piercing somewhat subsiding, Black Scorpion Roger snapped back to reality. He emitted an unnaturally enraged shriek, and blurry faces, some bluish-white, materialized on the living room's floor, ceiling, and walls. Most were ordinary people, a handful being children, their visages twisted with agony. As the undying lands materialized, Black Scorpion Roger, nearly impaled by Fallen Mercury, vanished from Lumian's sight, leaving behind the pewter-black dirk stained with blood. Crash! Baldy Harmon toppled the coffee table and lunged towards Lumian, who had just collapsed onto the sofa. Lumian hastily raised his hand, but his body wavered, and he slumped to the ground. In midair, his eyes caught a glimpse of Baldy Harmon's form, followed by lighting up with two beams of light resembling lightning. Harmon, on the verge of launching a close combat assault, experienced an anguish that penetrated the depths of his soul, forcing an involuntary scream to escape his lips. His body froze, tilting backward. Franca, fresh from dispatching short-legged candlestick Christina, brandished a classic brass revolver in her right hand. She aimed it at Harmon's bald head and swiftly pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, an obsidian bullet pierced Harmon's gleaming scalp, causing it to explode like a watermelon. A spray of red and white erupted in all directions. Black Scorpion Roger, having just manifested from the visage of an undead on the adjacent wall, witnessed the scene and emitted an unusually resentful and outraged howl. Alongside this outcry, his eyes darkened, as though a fervent life burned within. The blood that drenched the living room and the two lifeless bodies churned, surging towards Baldy Harmon and short-legged candlestick Christina as if infused with a life force. The two victims adorned a crimson shroud, rising unsteadily to their feet. The blood upon fallen Mercury ignited, casting forth a radiant glow akin to the warmth of spring's sun. Black Scorpion, Roger, vividly recalled Margot's demise, prompting his initial response to rid the evil dirk of the blood it bore and retaliate against the assailant, averting an inexplicable demise in battle. His second response was to swiftly conclude the conflict and seek aid from Lady Moon. Even the rebirth ritual proved incapable of absolving the influence of Seal's wicked dirk. The efficacy of solely burning the blood remained uncertain. Indeed, he had recognized the assailant as that wretched lunatic Seal through the pewter-black malevolent blade. Cursed Seal. The radiant flames upon fallen Mercury blazed along the blade, reaching towards Lumian's fingertips. Without hesitation, Lumian cast aside the malevolent pewter-black dirk, letting it fall upon the ground amidst the contorted visages. At this point, fallen Mercury was no longer required. The pewter-black dirk, which facilitated the exchange of destinies, merely utilized blood as a conduit. It did not depend on it. Once the fate officially entered the exchange process, the presence of blood would no longer influence subsequent developments. As Lumian retrieved fallen Mercury, the exchange of fates commenced. He made no deliberate choices, allowing fallen Mercury to exercise its own discretion. Lumian braced his left hand against the pallet, indistinct faces strewn upon the ground. With the resilience bestowed by the alms monk, he rebounded onto the divan amidst the bone-chilling cold and rigidity. No longer did the horrifying countenances of the undead pervade this space. Only Baldy Harmon and short-legged candlestick Christina, their original appearances concealed beneath the flowing cascade of blood. Simultaneously, the two lifeless bodies extended their arms and lunged at Lumian, seeking to ensnare him in their clutches. Meanwhile, Franca leapt nimbly, alighting upon a chair with an air of weightlessness. Unbeknownst to all, a thick frost had descended from the pallid white or bluish-white ground, solidifying into a translucent sheen of ice. This restrained the undead countenances, constraining their movements. Almost concurrently, Franca's left hand, pressed against the hidden blade, tightened its grip, causing black flames to erupt within short-legged candlestick Christina's form, consuming her from within. The lingering spirit of the blood-colored corpse emitted an ethereal crackling sound as its mutated body melted akin to a dripping candle, splashing upon the ground. Black Scorpion Roger, relying upon a characteristic of the undying lands to shift locations, emitted yet another shrill cry. A layer of black flames enkindled upon Franca's person. In contrast to her own black flames, the black flames conjured by the heretic spellmaster exuded an overt malevolence, as if they consumed the life force and vitality of all who stood witness. With a resounding crack, Franca's figure shattered, leaving behind naught but irregular shards of mirror. Upon the icy veneer upon the ground, the witch's forms swiftly coalesced and leaped forth. She had taken the initiative to create frost and freeze the ground not for restricting the movements of Black Scorpion Roger. Firstly, she sought to diminish the influence of the deceased spirits, and secondly, she aimed to gather ample materials for the mirror substitution. Bang, bang, bang. Devoid of the pincer attack from short-legged candlestick Christina, Lumian deftly parried head-on, successfully evading the bloodied Harmon. Springing onto the overturned coffee table, he withdrew his revolver and unleashed a volley of shots towards Black Scorpion Roger upon the wall. Concurrently, he produced the drawing depicting the peculiar sun. He held no concern that his assault upon the target would disrupt the exchange of fates, for he was neither the wielder of fallen Mercury, nor did he grasp its hilt. The yellow bullet struck the wall with force, yet Black Scorpion Roger had already diminished into a wan, distorted, transparent countenance, vanishing from Lumian and Franca's sight.